All right, great day, everyone. It is the second to last day in July. We have seen some oh, I've got some feedback there. All right, perfect. So welcome, everyone. Hope you all are doing great. Yeah, we're going to talk about Microsoft. We're going to talk about DFNS. All right, NUWE. We will look at that as well. All right, so let's get into it. You guys know I love to look at those bigger money levels. Also want to give you the heads up. We are doing the 25,000 giveaway. And if you sign up for the 50,000, you will get that bump up to 60,000 for no extra cost. So make sure you guys do sign up for those newer Trade the Pool if you have any interest. If you want to leverage your money for amazing stocks like DFNS. Look, yesterday it closed at 50.22. Today we are up at 88.20 right now. You can utilize the capital of Trade the Pool to make some amazing trades. All right, let's go look at our daily charts over here. I'm going to give you my perspective. We are seeing that, yes, I mentioned it over here. We have seen that the bigger guys sold at 748.33. That is a hello time for the market to have a little bit of a sell-off. I am seeing this across the board. Also on the Qs, right? We saw that they brought it down. Now, we did see that Microsoft had a nice lift. The bigger money is down below us. We will look at that chart. Great day, everyone. Great day, great day. When we see this, we see that they might be willing to pop this higher, right? They could, but we need to see this level drop down below. I know Michael Noss was asking me what's going on. How do you read these bigger money levels? If I see them move, that's when I say they have changed their position. They are ready to take it higher, or they are ready for a bigger move. Make sure you click that win a free trading eval that's in the chat. We want to see you guys win these valuation accounts. So make sure you register for them. They're no good unless you register, right? You got it. You got to put your name in the hat in order to win. All right. So let's look at Russell 2000. You see that all of these charts are giving us that downward indication. The FOMC moved to the downside. We're testing a trend line here. Bigger money is still above us for the Russell. And on the Dow as well, we're starting to see, hey, we've hit that 50 simple. We are below my 33 exponential threshold. And that is something that when we go below it, it is that resistance for us to potentially test. And also, I'm going to pull this up here where we have a 33-day chart. Why 33 days? Because I've found that that has been really interesting as one to show us the trend overall. I'm going to take it off of the same symbol, but let's do same interval. And we're going to put them all up here. SPY, QQQ. I'm going to talk broader market, and then we're going to get into specifics. We're going to have Mike on. We're going to have Mitch on. We are going to give you guys some great trades. All right, here we go. Okay, so you can see in general, this pink line, that's my 33, right? I know it might be hard to see them overall. Let's go full screen on that just for a second. All right, so what does it come down to? Boop, bounce, bounce, bounce. Where could we be going for the SPY? Down here, 575.44, 504 on the Qs, 421 on the Dow, and 226. That would be my longer term short target for these indexes. Should we get a really big crash to the downside? All right, let's look back. Let's bring it over. Let's put Microsoft up here. Microsoft had great earnings. Well, at least the market liked the earnings. I have no idea what the earnings are. Mitch will get into the specifics. He's going to bring those specifics later. I look at the price action, right? I am not afraid to say it. I don't care what those reports say. I'm looking at that price action. And that price action is going to be what pays for me, right? It's going to be what we have to follow, in my opinion. Let's go to Microsoft here. Let's bring it on over. In 5 minutes. All right. Ooh, we hit the 33. Interesting, right? And we're getting a bounce off of the 33 day. No lack of performance with that 33 exponential. It plays out on all time frames, right? Okay, so our bigger money level here for Microsoft is now at 391.85. We're starting to see it move to the upside. These are anchored volume weighted average prices right here. So 442 and 450 would be resistant thresholds that I'm looking at. Who needs coffee creamer? That's right, Michael. All right. Let's look at space. I've got it up. We were talking about it yesterday, right? We were talking about the fact that this trade is looking like it could be a super winner for everybody. The government has just issued a contract, right? I've got to pull up my tweet from earlier because my bigger money levels, for whatever reason, are not showing up here. And that's okay. 116.85, I believe, is the level that I want to tell you guys about, and 116.46. So let's come on over here, SpaceX. Let's throw on a 116.46. Above that, and above 116.46, that's the bigger money level that we have seen. You can see it on the chart too. Resistance, resistance, resistance. We have a nice little rounded bottom right here. I did talk about this yesterday. I said, if we are going to see this move, they sold it at 158. They brought it down. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of positioning down here. Above the threshold, the resistance point of this rounded bottom, this could be the major catalyst that's going to bring us back up. We're going to see resistance roughly at 125 over here, 150 zone, 173, 174, and then it's going to be clear skies. I think that by the end of August, before August 21st, I'm going to put it out there and say we are going to see this above 200, right? Almost 100% return, if not 100% return on the stock. This could pay out beautifully on options. Again, this is my personal opinion. Please don't bet your house on it. Please don't bet everything you have on this if you don't understand risk management. But it is important to understand that this could have a crazy move. You know what? Day trade with Tony, I don't think it's a Ponzi. What I think you are seeing with SpaceX is that this is classic big money manipulation. With that, oh, you know what? I know why it's not showing up, because I took off my drawings. There we go. So what happened? They ripped fire the general public. Yes, let's get into it. Hype, everybody buy it. They advertised it. And then they were just advertising, oh, this is the worst. This is the bottom. You know, this is awful for SpaceX. We got the news that they just got the government contract. And now we're seeing that this is starting to curl. We have bigger money in it. If I was an insider on SpaceX, it's not legal, but this is what I think they're going to do. They would short it up here, 158.78. Make money on the downside. Then we see, oh, They're fully positioned. It's time to take it higher. Yeah. Willie's mentioning a few congressmen loaded up on calls. Let's see what Pelosi says. I thought they weren't allowed to trade calls, right? So now, what are they going to do? Okay, we shorted all those people that said, yes, we have to buy, we have to buy. Maybe they're checking out the social media sentiment. Everybody was bearish. Oh, it's the worst. It's come down 20%, 50%, whatever from the high. And now, oh, we've got to get into it. And we're going to head to a new high, potentially. What is the classic move? It's the classic dump. We have the pump. And then, hey, we have earnings. What they like to do with IPOs, they're not allowed to have any, there's a quiet period, right? So within the first 90 days, they are not allowed to have any extra news released besides from their initial S1 for the IPO. What does that do to the stock? Well, they're not allowed to put anything out. So press release or a government contract. Oh, amazing. That's not extra publications. That's a new contract. And then you're allowed to have earnings. Time the earnings correctly, and boom, it takes it higher. If I was an insider, I would say, I'm going to drop it, load up at the bottom. Let's look at Form 4s, SEC Form 4, SpaceX. I think we're going to see that we might see some insiders that have bought. No. Let's see, conversion, SpaceX, 615. Okay. SpaceX and insider Musk sold March 23rd for 25 million. Okay. So right now we don't have any, we have conversions of Musk. Let's look at this one. So what say, right? If they could get in at the bottom, why wouldn't they? All right, acquired, disposed. So he bought C conversion. So he, let's here, conversion. So he's added to his position. So if he's adding to his position as an insider, he knows what's going on, right? So if he's doing that June 15th, that was, okay, that was just right at the open. Disregard that. Disregard. All right. So if I was the insider and it dropped lower, yeah, great. We sign a contract. This is like the penny stocks. If you guys ever followed Tim Sykes, the penny stocks pump before the dump on August 21st. They are going to pump it and take it to new highs August 21st, day 70. And then potentially they're going to do it all the way until October. So I'm looking for this one to continue higher. Let's look at some other names as well. All right, we had NUWE. All right, NUWE, a split has occurred. Let me see how many are in the float on this one. Yes, let's adjust the drawings. So this one had a split. It has 363,000 in the float. So give you a concept as well. DFNS. DFNS has 704,000 in the float. That's why this can go from $3.40 to 100. We hit the 100 simple moving average. I don't see that they have converted their big money position from $20.99 yet. So let's go back to NUWE. It had a split. Is this a pharmaceutical? Yes, it is. Pharmaceuticals, what do? Pharmaceuticals in general are always trying to fundraise money. So they have a split and then they have a release. Let's see what this release is. This is the pump, probably installed the first Aquedex smart flow system at major Wisconsin pediatric hospital, marking Aquedex's entry into pediatric critical care and additional clinical deployment. So this is our hype. This is the movement and the catalyst to take it higher. However, they've sold into it. 512, right? They've sold at 512. If it drops below 512, you can even see it on the shorter time frame right here. Shorter time frame right now, we're looking at 424. That could adjust. So they've taken it higher, but 512 is that level that I would say I'm going to be really careful. It's low float. This is the micro cap that we're going to see this offer resistance or support. But it's just trading sideways right now. So what is that telling me? This level, put a little rectangle. Oh, right here. 560 to $5 with a little bit of a descending triangle right there. Could be a bull flag setup, right? If we see this break above, but every time it goes above, what happens? Selling wick, selling wick, selling wick. So we have sellers that are doing it on the way down. If we get another lift, we could measure the move right here, from right here to 146. So if we add it from right here, why is not giving me that measurement? Right here. Let's go up 146. My target. From the breakout would be 668 measured move. So right now, this one is in a sell mode for me. I would not jump into it unless I saw it. We go down to a 30-second time frame and see these have very quick pops. It is very low float. Who brought NUWE, right? What other stocks do you guys want to look at? Right now, I'm also looking at silver. Is that a doorbell?
You heard it. Ding dong.
All right. Hey, Money Mitch. Woo! Look at what I'm talking about today.
Hey, there you go. Love it. Love it. And we were right on this move potentially, right? I mean, looking to see if we would get some earnings upside. And guess who is killing the overnight trade, of course? You know your boy, Money Mitch, of course. At it again. At it again, guys. I already cashed on the sock sell. I had to take the money and run there. I maybe ran to the cash a little bit too fast there, but I had this from way early in the night, sock sell. So got this at 94.04, selling out at 101.12s. It went all the way up there towards like 104. I still had another maybe $400 I left on the table there, but really good trade also in TQQQ to the upside. And then right now I'm still long CoreWeave, and CoreWeave was the way that I was playing the earnings from Microsoft, because of course if you know what CoreWeave is, let's see if anybody knows. Why are CoreWeave and Microsoft related? Let's see if anybody in the chat knows. Let's see if anybody's going to get a point in the chat today. I'll look in the chat to see if anybody can make that comment, but it's definitely good to see you guys. Did you bring a bag? Oh, you know it. I brought the bag and we're holding it well.
Put your Money Mitch bag across that screen.
You know it, coming in with the bag, baby. Yeah, it's so heavy, you know, you have to like slide the hand and actually hold it, right? You're like leaning back today, but it's one of those days where sleeping went well because we were making money while sleeping, right? The market doesn't close at 24/5. One of those features from Trade the Pool that I really been loving. And there's something about that late night trade, especially for some reason at 8 p.m. and then at 1 a.m. And as you start to get towards that hours, what are you getting through? You're getting through the Asian Open, right? And you're starting to get into that lull between the Asian Open and the European Open, right? And so within that range, it seems to be that I've been lately seeing some major swings. So there's some edge to be had staying up late and trading with Trade the Pool. So if you guys haven't taken a look at that before, I would definitely do so. So,
and with kids, right, Mitch, that can be a prime time where you don't have them distracting you, from
Yeah.
trading.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
learning how to be a parent and trade at the same time with market movement. So kudos to you. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, yeah, or for, let's say, maybe those traders that are worldwide, Jane, right? Those traders that are worldwide, that maybe 1 a.m. for us is perfect time for you. You know what I mean? So explore the edges in the after hours and the pre-markets. I think too many traders sometimes forget about that, Jane. And one of the things that I think traders forget about is that, remember, that's the majority of the times algorithms and retail that's playing in the pre-market and after hours. So you're going against bots that sometimes are dumb, and then you're also going against dumb retail traders sometimes. So you could sometimes just keep stacking on them, right? Yes, you will get some losses. It's a little bit less liquid and things will move around a little bit, but you give it room. Look for runs like this, right? If you get a run like this, and you got this in, an overnight, and now you're seeing the open towards this, well, how do you feel, right? You're in what's called a position of strength, right? You're not running, you're not scared, you're feeling great going into the market. Where if you're a bull today going into the market, you're feeling, what do I do now? Do I chase? Right? Because the Qs are already up like what? Seven, we almost at 12 points. 12 points from the bottom, right? I mean, and if you look at from after hours, I mean, we were down there to 656. We're talking close to 20 points higher, right? So the move might be already done. So how do you go in now, right? Well, you needed to have probably played it overnight, right? You needed to have either been buying it on the close or trading it in this hour to have gotten this move.
And
right?
This is exactly what I mentioned yesterday when I was saying they always make it look bearish the night before the Thursday earnings. So buy that close and you're going to be happy on Thursday morning. Michael was talking about it too with the Traders Almanac, where yes, it was a bear yesterday and a bull today. So that ends up giving us a bullish move into today's open. Also seeing with Amazon that we have a nice big positioning down here. We have 3 out of the past 4 quarters with Amazon's bigger money below us. So I know that I was very bearish yesterday on the market for good reason. We had a big drop at the end of the day. Thanks to FOMC. I'm starting to see that with the Q, we could be setting up, especially Mag 7. Mag 7 is setting up for a bigger run to the upside. However, all of my other indications are saying it's still a sell-off. So let's see if we get the bigger names like Apple that are going to perform and help to lift up this market. I can't hear you, Mitch.
There you go. Hard mute. We'll see what happens there. And looking around in the market right now, and like I mentioned, the reason why I got CoreWeave, I didn't see anybody nail it in the chat there. So if you did, yell at me because I was looking for you. Did anybody get it right? Let's see here. Mitch, I wish I was in Asia. I'm more productive in the evening. Yeah. I mean, definitely 100%, right? Like, if you're in different time zones, it can completely change up your trading. And I think this is an edge that I'm going to continue to explore so much. I think I might just open up a specific swing account to just try to trade that overnight and then track that, right? Track it really well, right? Because I think
maybe you do an overnight stream. You help others.
That's it. The idea is to eventually maybe get it to that, towards that. I do help other traders. I do work, outside of Trade the Pool and do some things with some traders. And a lot of that times, that's right then at that time, Jane, I'm doing it late, 8 p.m., after I put the kids to bed and I've been trading from that 8 p.m. slot. I'll usually go, eat dinner and then come back and take a look, right? So I think that, maybe we look into that little overnight session trading. It's just it's going to be involved with a lot of music in the background because there's a lot of But hey, we can just jam and trade. That's what I do in the late nights. I just put a
You're gonna
little.
have some adult beverages there too, right? As long
Hey,
as it doesn't mess up your
hey,
trade.
yeah. You put some tunes on, right? Whatever floats your boat, right? I mean, as long as you're able to just hang out. And a lot of times, where are these? They're just level type of trades, right? Where I'm holding them, looking for bigger breakouts like this, right? Where I can
Welcome,
keep riding
Jesse.
the trend. Jesse, we ready to cash again today, baby?
You float my boat, Money Mitch. I want to trade with you overnight sometime. Let's do it. I want to do it
I
with
think
you
we have
Dude,
an
overnight.
overnight.
last night
We
would
could
have been
call
the
it the
night,
slumber
man. We would have
party.
been at that.
The
Would have made
slumber
an
party
easy
trade, right?
$1,000.
Everybody's got J's.
Just think about it, guys. I'm making the $1,000 here with a $20,000 account, right? Right. That's the
Smoke.
swing. That's a 20, right? Imagine if you had, 60, 80, 100,000 on the swing. That's not bad overnight, $4,000, right? I wouldn't be mad making $4,000 a day, especially while sleeping.
Can't beat that. Can't beat it.
Right? The only key though is don't make the mistake. Remember, there was that one night, Jesse, where I fell asleep with
Market's
the
open.
phone in my hand. Don't be that guy.
Nope.
Jane, did you weren't here for that one, but Jane, there was one night where I got wrecked by doing this because why? I was out there. Oh, look at the pop on CoreWeave. Let's
Watch it for
go.
those first 5 minutes. Yeah, watch it. Oh,
I'm
and you're
out.
out.
I'm
Nice
taking it.
job.
I'm
All
taking
right,
it,
let's see
man.
that
I'll
money
take the
bags
pop.
again.
That's not bad at all, man. Another $300 on that CoreWeave trade, and this could keep going. But like I saw that pop, and I'm like, I'm not gonna let it go red candle on me here. If it does go red candle, I can catch dips, right? That was a good pop. Could continue to pop there, but great action there on CoreWeave. Can't be mad at all, right? Over $300 on 40 shares, right? 40 shares,
Nice.
guys. This is another thing I think is important to teach you guys. You don't need a lot of shares when you swing trade. Like a lot of traders think you needed like an insane amount of share size, right? 40 shares, $300, right? Not bad day already. 4-digit day to start the day, and we're 1 minute into the day, Jesse.
Beautiful. I love
That's
that.
carrying that bag, baby.
Carry that
FMS.
bag. We need that little icon guy coming across the screen. We need it.
He's already came and he just
There
keeps
he is.
coming.
There
He
he is
just keeps
again.
coming.
Man.
Keeps coming, man. He keeps it coming. All right. So now what we're going to do is a good important lesson. Jesse is actually working on, I think, a video specifically on this. It's interesting. I'm doing a short, Jesse's doing a short on this, which is after a big win, why is your big win causing you to lose? Well, a lot of times when we have a big win, what do? We start to just over trade. We start to being like, oh, well, I got this. I'm going to get the next trade and the next trade and the next trade and the next trade. Right now, that's exactly what I don't want to be doing. Right. So there's one way to do this. Just go to another account. Let's go to the day trade account where we've been killing it, Jesse, and let's go think day trading. And then I'm going to let the market work for 30 minutes, and I'm going to come back to the swing trade then. I'm going to give myself literally a timeout here for the open just to watch the market, and I'll go feel it with the day trade account, right? I'll feel the market and I'll come back to the swing account that I don't want to give up the gains. Don't want to waste even a $20 trade because I think that's how a lot of traders go. Oh, well, I'll only risk $20. But a lot of times what happens, right? We know how that changes real quickly, right? So, hey, I'll let you guys take over the lead. Tell me what you guys are seeing in the market. Tell me what you guys are trading. What are you guys seeing in the action? But just wanted to take over the show to start the day with some green on the screen. Get after it, traders.
Love it. Jane, are you bullish on SpaceX? I see the background.
Oh
And
yeah,
I have to ask.
I am definitely bullish on SpaceX. Was talking about it earlier this morning, and above 116.46.
Okay.
So if we can hold up above, that's where I see the bigger money right now. Next threshold would be roughly up at 123.73. So I think that this one has the potential to hit new highs before August 21st. Calling it
Wow.
out there, above 200 before then.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll help my 5 little baby swing shares that I have that I'm still just holding on to from that IPO.
You dipped a toe.
If we can, yeah, I just dipped a toe in, just to kind of feel the waters. We'll see. We'll see if we ever get back up to that price again. But
Right.
and also earnings last night. It's a tale of two cities, a tale of two earnings reports. Microsoft doing well here. I see it's up over
Ooh.
13%. Meta down almost 10%. So a tale of two earnings reports from last night. Yeah, Meta's still, it's just getting shellacked. It's just down. It is just down.
All right, I got an alert from Bros Coffee, Dutch Bros. Shout out to the Dutch Bros out there. If you guys don't know Dutch Bros, well, you need to get to know your Dutch Bros. Dutch Bros Coffee, baby. Dutch Bros. Get your Dutch Bros.
I like that.
Jane, we got these now coming to Florida, so you might see one in Orlando.
Nice.
I'm sure you see them. You got to try Dutch Bros, and then we got to invest in this thing. We could have been having this thing at $20 or $30, but I think this is the next thing to really take on like a Starbucks. I call them the Chick-fil-A of coffee. Why? Because two drive-through lanes, really fast, friendly customer service. The same thing that you get through a Chick-fil-A drive-through, right? Really fast. People taking orders out there in the heat. You're like, I don't know how the hell I would be standing out there, but hey, they do it. They take the order. They take it out there. You just drive up, quick drive-throughs. We're talking, 20 cars run through there in less than 5 minutes, right? So this is what you need, right? And I think Starbucks has become too like almost like it's like a convenience to even go there, right? Like even when you order it, it takes you time to pick it up. All right, you're there and you have to ask the Starbucks person, right? The drive-throughs are always long and you wait forever, right? It's usually one lane, right? This is where Starbucks is not innovating, where this company is. So Dutch Bros, and I like it today.
Not to mention how much you spend at Starbucks for coffee. It's crazy now. It's just absolutely insane.
Oof, and the
Jesse, I
coffee
completely agree
cake?
with you, but I think that I like Dutch Bros based off of the trend line here. We've got the bigger money down at 65.59. We are above that. As long as we can hold above 64.60, looks good. As
Yeah,
a
take a
longer
look
term
at this.
earnings. But again, be careful with those earnings trades. That's kind of like gambling.
Kind of like it. Are you guys going to be watching the new IPO today? Are you going to watch Jersey Mike's?
Jersey
JMKE?
Mike's? Yep, that's why I'm watching Bros. That's why we're watching Bros. We're watching for restaurants to get a lift today. So you could look at that whole area to see if you get a lift. But right now, let's take a review of the market. Utilities leading the action. Independent power producers just jumping today. GEV up already 7%. But I think one of the biggest tells today is one of the signs that I tell you guys all the time. Look at change from the open, not percentage change. Today's clearly one of those days where percentage change will lie to you. Why? Because percentage change is taken from close to open, right? And where the stock is today. That could be a completely lying tell, right? Like, seeing a stock that's up 7%, but then when you see it, it's only up 0.5% from the open. That's a different story. That's a stock that's only up barely from the open, but it looks like it's the best trade ever, right? Because it's up 7%. But no, it's really not up 7%. It's only up 0.05 from the open. This is why I tell you guys to pay attention to the percentage from the open, because that's when the big boys are joining the trade, right? If they really want to trade, you're going to see up from the open, not just up overnight. And I think this is a tell sign. Sometimes you'll see a stock go 7% from the open and 7% overall. That's a stock that got more institutional action through the open at the auction, right? And so those are a tell signs to look for. All right, we'll see what happens. Long-term Bros chart, weekly chart. Look at that. Nice little pattern there. We cup and handle, back to the trend line. Let's go.
DFNS that was massively up yesterday. Now falling down. It looks like it's in a halt at the moment, down low of 73.56. It had such a good run yesterday, but and of course it's still up 46%. But we are at open. We are falling with DFNS. We are
Oh,
now at the
DFNS.
pre-market. Yeah, we're at the pre-market low.
Oh, okay, okay. You're trying to me to make another $5,000. Is
I'm
that what
trying
you're trying
to.
to do?
I'm trying to. I'm
I
trying to
got
alert you.
you.
This is my alert Mitch. Alert Mitch.
I got you, dude. We're gonna do
Get
it
that
today.
money.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let's go.
Let's
We just
go.
went for it. We just got it there. They halt? I
It
think we
looks like it's in
halted.
a halt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in a halt.
Yeah.
But we're in. We're
You're
in.
in.
I
You
got
got in.
in.
Wow. Nice.
I got in.
Good job.
I got in there. That's all I know is I got in. It let me in, so I'm gonna take it.
And I assume when you say take it, you're going short too, right? You're going
Oh,
short with
you
this?
know it. There's only one way
know
we do it, Jesse. We're going bear on that bad boy. Whew. It's gonna be a scary side at the open. Oh, when that opens up. But get ready to hold on to your pants, guys. FNS. And this looks like a nice. I mean, this has to be a hangover at this point, man. This thing gapped up massively overnight.
Yeah.
How did this thing trade overnight? Oh, it was actually trading really
It went
well.
up. It went up overnight. Yeah, it did pretty well
Yeah.
overnight. But I do think this is just going to be one of these.
You know,
what do
this
we
was
call it?
a stock that I tried to get long like 2 days ago at $7, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Dang.
$7.
Yeah. Well, if you look
$7,
back
dude.
on
Can you imagine? Can you imagine it went to 105?
dude, you don't even need
It
many
just
shares. That's a good haul.
but something happened there. Like there was a big boy that saw me and instantly swept me because it was a sweeping action. It was wicked because it went. I got in at 7 and it went down like 40 cents in like a millisecond, and then it was back at 7 in like 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And so that will stop trigger all the time. This is why if you have your stops out there, you get run over a lot of time with penny stocks. And I don't care what anybody says, tinfoil hat on, dude, they will run your butt over. Just put it out there. Take a penny stock and put a tight risk right behind it and watch how quickly you give up that cash. You're just giving it to them. You're showing them your hand. You're playing at the hardest poker table, which is penny stocks, and you're literally playing with your hand open. This is the analogy that I show everybody. When you put stops, think about what you're doing. You're essentially telling the market, I'm going to get out here. You're making a defined trade and telling the market exactly where you want to take your money and where you want to get out.
So are you suggesting don't define your stops? Are you saying don't put a stop for this?
No, what you have to do is a lot of times is use what they call mental stops. But the problem with mental stops is a lot of times traders don't have like what I used to say in fast trading. You need to have what you call like like a stop, a mental stop, but then also a protective stop. That protective stop is not something that you put out. It's also mental, but it's a line in the sand, right? Like if you see that number hit, it doesn't matter what happened in the trade. You get out and you save yourself, right? That's how the best traders in penny stocks do it. They'll have to take a bad hit every now and then. But why? Because they set an area of risk that they already are knowing they're taking their risk. But if for some reason at any point in the trade it goes below that, they have a protective risk spot where they're like, let's say it was 25 cents that they wanted to risk, and out of nowhere they're seeing 60 cents down, they're going to hit that out. Where a lot of traders get wrong, they start winning on these penny stocks and they don't hit that out at that 60-cent spot. Next thing you know, that one trade ruins months of good work, literally months of work. And that can blow your mental process down. Next thing you know, you're in a mental rut. And we all know how when you're in a mental rut in trading, how like trading goes. Like it just seems like the whole world's against you when you're in a mental rut in trading, right? When your psychology hits the, you know what.
Yeah. So, but playing devil's advocate on this. So if you do not have an actual stop, but it's a mental stop, and all of a sudden the stock swings beyond the stop you wanted it to go, aren't you kind of at risk though to potentially lose more in some given circumstances?
100%. That's why you need to have that line in the sand, right? So it's always like, that's why you'll see like when Michael like tests his systems, what's his biggest concern? It's not the normal drawdowns. Normal drawdowns are systematic, right? That's the normal risk. It's that big risk. It's that huge drop off, what I'm talking about, that bigger drop off, right? The max drawdown that matters more than anything. Because if you're a good trader and you have accuracy, a system, and a risk to reward plan, even one trade should never break you.
Yeah.
Right? Losing one trade should never break you. Doesn't matter what you're doing, right? It breaks you when you start losing the math, right? It breaks you when you start losing that max drawdown, when that max drawdown starts becoming 30, 40% of your account, right? That's what ruins traders. Simply, right? Simply put. And it happens to us all. I'm not going to act like I've never been there too. So if you hear a trader that says, oh, well, I've never let that happen to me. Well, you know what? You turn around and you go, yeah, buddy, sure, whatever you think, right? Because we've all been there. We've all done it. Let's learn from our mistakes. That's the most important thing I think about trading. Right. You're going to make tons of mistakes early. And the earlier you realize this game's not about not making mistakes, it's about learning from your mistakes that makes the change, right? Same thing it is in a majority of things in life. You're going to lose often. They say lose early, often, as much as possible. If you lose early, you just might find yourself in the green. Let's go, another $5,000.
Wow, it fell again. Is it? It's wow. Look at it go. It's still falling.
Oh, I'm going to try to cash here.
Amazing. Also, I just discovered a new leveraged ETF.
Let's go.
LON.
Let's go. $7,000. Just like that, Jesse.
Just like that. Boom.
Smoking.
Oh, this can't be real. We got to look at the film.
Oh, yes, it is real.
Look
and
at that.
The beautiful thing is, we've got that.
Go to my screen here. Let's take a look here. Look at that.
Account. So if people just register, you guys can have the capital as well to profit. So there's ELOL that looks like it just opened up today. Themes Leveraged ETF Trust for 100% Tesla and SpaceX derivatives.
Nice.
Wow. All right, there you guys see it there on the screen. $7,565.
Great job.
Good job, Mitch.
Let's go. Jesse.
Boom.
We're doing it, my friend. We're cashing, baby.
We're doing it. Call the ticker. Money Mitch ran over there and he made his money, baby.
You know what the worst part is? This is one of those gains where it was over the max gain, over the 6,000. So it's going to push the account forward. No, it counts. It counts, Jane. But it counts in a way.
1,000.
I'll have to make an extra $1,000 on the profit target, but it gives me an extra $1,000. It gives me an extra $7,000 cushion on the account. So not going to be mad about that. I'll take the extra $7,000 cushion. You guys saw me try to put the stop back, but what I didn't want to happen is for it to all of a sudden sweep back on me, right? So I just went for the quick out there. Get it, got it. Let's go.
Let's go. Great job.
All right, man. Wasn't expecting that one. That came a little fast. And we're still going down. This thing is tanking. This looks like a hangover short. I hope Kevin's out there nailing this right now. Shout out to Kevin. I hope he's out there. I hope he's out there nailing this short right now. I hope Michael's bot nailed this, because if his bot went after this again today, it got ripped yesterday. It happens. But if he went after it again today, guess what? Risk and reward, right? You take that hit. You don't fight it, because if his is max of the day, he got out here. If he fights it, he gets out when? Never. He gets stopped out completely out of his account, right? So he got out. I'm more than certain the bot. And if he went after it again today, guess what? He's cashing. He'll make more than he lost yesterday. And that's the only thing that matters, right? I think sometimes we always try to think about trading, and day trading can do this to you often. You think about it too much in your results for today. You're so worried in your results for today that you don't realize tomorrow can make you back that money and then some, right? Clear thing to look for, guys. All right, we'll go to the overall market. Let's take a look there. I do see utilities leading the market. I do see technologies continuing to hold the action today. Electronic components doing well. Solar stocks doing well out the gates here. NXT had earnings today. That's doing well. I can talk about some names that are doing well there. I'm just trying to take a look at where the action is, right? Basic materials is doing well. Financial services starting to go green. I wanted to watch SoFi. So SoFi is starting to hold here. SoFi is a name that I really do like today. Let's take another day trade here. Let's see what we can do on SoFi. So SoFi is starting to hold well. A lot of times SoFi starts green and then goes into like a quick red and then recovery. So I'm wondering if now we're going to get that action. I did want to see red to green. I talked about it on Trader TV. So if you guys take a look at my interviews on Trader TV, we literally called this out, looking for red to green action on SoFi. I would already be in if I was looking at that. But since what I was looking for was an entry down here, I'm going to look for it to come back. All right. I don't want to chase up here. I want to wait for it to get back down into this spot, and then I'm going to look for a dip buy in SoFi. So all I got to do is just set the alert. If it comes back, it's fine.
Microcap
What you got?
UWE for people to check out. It's moving to the upside. So people might be shorting DFNS and buying into UWE. This one has 374,000 in the float. So half the float of DFNS, and have broken up from a downward trend as well, and looking for this to move to the upside.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this looks pretty good. The spread's pretty good on it. Yeah, in UWE. Hanging out above the 9 EMA. Looking for a new high a day. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So what I think we got to look for in this name is you want to see that sweep back. So this was like the area that I got in and I got swept. So let's look for the liquidity sweep, right? So a touch of 6 and then liquidity, like just sweeping action, right? So you wait for the sweeping action, and then when it comes back. So don't try to guess the bottom. Literally tell yourself, my eyes are looking for sweeping action to the downside for when that liquidity moment happens. And I'm not going to get scared when that happens. I'm going to be ready, looking for the tail back up. And that tail at the bottom, I'm going to use it as the risk. So instead of when the action happens, you get scared because you're already in, you're in more entry mode and ready and looking to see the sweep. So instead, you get excited when you see the sweep. This is called like priming yourself for the position that you're about to take, right? And it's so important. Like if you're a subjective trader, you need to be almost telling yourself, I need to see this specific price action, this action, and I'm going to go into execution mode. At that point, I don't need to think if I'm expecting the sweep to come. But if I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't know where this is going, do I get in? Oh, no, no, maybe not here. No, you need to be the man with the plan, right? If you want to capitalize on a name like this, right? So then you're thinking, okay, they're trapping traders at 6. I want to see a quick sweep when it touches 6. I want it to trap traders. I want to see volume come in as it's coming down, as it's just stopping people out. And then when it sweeps back, I use everybody that just got stopped out as a springboard for the real trade.
It's coming. It's about to break here.
So I think we hit 6 here. And I think we see liquidity washing towards like 540s, 560s, 520s. And then a comeback could come back later through the day through 6. And that's the one I want to buy, right? Not the first move, not the easy one that looks like momentum's about to take over. A lot of times it's hard to see. You see how many tailwinds, like top ticks this has? How many tails there is on the top side?
If you put it on the 1 minute, though, you see a lot of buying wicks as well. It's got a little bit of a wedge forming right now. at the
Yeah, but
moment.
the thing is, like, every time you get to 610, what happens? Wicks. Why is
That's also
that?
the 33 exponential on the daily for what it's worth.
Yeah, there's a reason why, right? Selling over 6 right now. Selling over 6. Somebody wants out selling over 6. They're selling over 6. They're selling over 6. There's an algorithm that's just taking that, right? There's a reason. There's a wall there that you can't see. You can see it in the tail wicks,
Yeah, there's the
right?
washout. Yeah, it's coming.
Now we're
563
looking for
now.
washout, right? But this
Yeah.
isn't still like panicky. Think about if you got in there at 6. Would you have panicked out at 560? Probably not still. Panicking out is probably your 550 move, right? So I'm still looking for 550s, like some type of panic. That's still not panicking. And trust me, some traders just got stopped out, right? We're starting to see whipsaw. Let's see what happens here at 6. You see how it went to 6 and came right back down? Like that, there's definitely somebody above there, 6, that he has sizing there. You can see it right there on the tape, 12,595, right there on the DOM, right? So we're going to break down this penny stock trade because I got the time for it, right? Normally we can take a look at different trades, but let's break this one down. Let's have some fun, right? Chat, let's have some fun with you guys. What do you guys think? Do you think NUWE gets above 6 today and holds and does a breakout? Press a 1 if you think that happens, if you're bullish this name. Press a 2 if you're bearish this and you'd be shorting here and you think NUWE goes on a breakdown today. Let's see in the chat. I want to hear what you guys have to say on this penny stock. What does a crow? What is it? What are the crow alerts? What's going on out there?
What's going on out there? Additionally, in chat, Willie Hayes is letting us know SpaceX is running. Thanks for letting us know, Willie.
Beautiful, beautiful. We want to hear that.
Yep, that's a good one to look at for defensive action starting to lift. So look at like a Lockheed Martin, RTX, Boeing had gotten a recent bounce. Boeing, your leader in that area. So if you're looking to see SpaceX continue to lift, I'll give you a proxy. Look to see Boeing continue pushing. Right, so like let's say you're trading SpaceX, you look for Boeing to continue pushing. You see weakness in Boeing, watch how you'll see weakness in SpaceX. They're two of the leaders of the XLI, and because of that, they run side by side. This is more than likely probably not SpaceX related, but more along industry related. And another thing that can help this, oil down, right? When oil's down, XLI will go up, right? That's at least the relationship that should play. Doesn't always play, right? I'm not going to say it's 99% of the time, but the relationship should play, right? And so we'll look to see if we get XLI up today, and that's your tell sign also for SPCX, right? It helps it, right? So we'll look to see if that can continue. Definitely seeing tech hold the day, man, and it's semis.
And semis, yeah, semis are coming
2.4%.
back.
I mean, TSM's continued all this morning, and it didn't stop, right? Look at this action. That's monster move. Look at Soxel now. Remember, I had this at like 94s. It's now 113s.
Nice.
It's crazy ride today, guys. We did get a little pullback. Let's see how CoreWeave did.
Bob Walker in chat says made a solid trade on MU. Good job, Bob.
Oh, looks like I could have had a little more there in CoreWeave. Maybe got a little too excited out the gun there, Jesse. You know, but I took the cash and ran. Not going to be mad, right? Paid myself 4 digits, and not going to be mad that I didn't get a little bit extra. But this is that runaway trade. We're seeing it. It's a runaway trade. It's a not let you in trade. And the Qs are now at 680s. It's ridiculous. They were at 652s.
Yeah. Looking a little better today.
And it was so hard for me to hold that trade yesterday, Jesse, but I saw Microsoft's earnings, and Microsoft earnings was another good one. Once again, I told you guys, it doesn't matter what the analysts say. It doesn't matter what is the report, because if it was always the reports, trust me, stocks would move so easy on earnings. I promise you, I would just trade that. But the truth is, it's all about high bar, low bar type of mentality and current environment for earnings. Let's say if you are reporting tonight and the market could close green the way that the Qs are acting, and you're a tech name, and you just even get close to the bar, you'll probably see a huge spark to the upside. Why? The current environment is risk on. The current environment's I want tech names, and then you report on that type of day, right? So that can create that kind of springboard effect. But let's say you report on a different day, tech down day, ugly day, SPY down day. The bar is set so high that even if you come in and beat the expectation, the consensus, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to actually go up, right? You could still go down because no one wants to be buying names tonight because the market looks like
Silver's
trash.
got a lift.
Nice lift off there in the Qs now to 681. What an epic turnaround.
Epic.
Epic.
Yeah. SK
Epic
Hynix. I just went
turnaround.
long on SK Hynix. It's making some nice moves to the upside as well. It's up over 11% today. SK Hynix.
Oh, we could go SKX. Let's go SKX in today, bro.
There you go.
All right. So what we're going to look for is we've had one wave, two waves. We're looking, this is third wave. Third wave usually mean for me that we're getting ready for a pullback. We're going to get one more slingshot effect, and then the pullback should come in. So what do? I stop looking at 1 minute here. If you guys see me looking at a 1 minute chart, yell at me. We're going to start looking at 15 minutes, and we're going to look for 9 EMA pullbacks. 9 EMA pullbacks can be pretty significant because you're going to see a lot of extension away. So we're going to look for that first red bar to play in here and start to pull back. That's going to give us opportunities to look for the dips. I don't want to be chasing. I want to be looking for that first dip opportunity for the day. We still haven't gotten it. Believe it or not, it's 10 o'clock.
It's been running. Yeah.
And we still haven't gotten the dip opportunity. It's a runaway trade right now, right? So that's okay too, right? Micron's continuing to fly high, Jesse. So everything looks good for that trade. And if you don't remember, STX just had one of the best reports it's ever had, right? This name was going down on its report, was going like it popped, and then it went down yesterday. But look at the action today. Right? Like this is what you want to see from these types of reports. Microsoft at first was actually going down with the market. It had popped, right? It came down, and then look at the action, right? It's continued to drive higher. That's of course going to change up the way that the MAGS looks, right? So now, remember I told you guys about the MAG 7, right? Now this looks a lot better. Looks like a lot of positioning in for me in the big boys, the institutions. They might have cashed in on those high flyer beta names, right? And shifted money to where? The big boys, where they can go hiding, right? They can go hiding in a Microsoft that's down big on the year, right? They can go hiding into this name. Imagine if you went hiding in this name and you loaded up a couple $1 million at 400. Are you mad now? No, everyone was scared and panicky. While everyone was scared looking at AI names, you weren't looking at Microsoft that was just about to report, right? You know what I mean? They make you look left, and then they send it right through central lane, and you didn't even pay attention, right? And you didn't even see the move, right? So, hey, it's wild.
All right, guys. I'm going to be heading out. Got to get the house set up a little bit more. Have an amazing day. Keep locking those profits. Keep filling those bags.
All right, Airplane Jane.
Have a good one, Jane. Thank you. All right, so
says, load it up.
Yeah, now it's time for the pullback, Jesse. Well, we're going to see what happens. I'm feeling it, right? Because look how Microsoft is looking tippy-toppy now, right? So if you zoom in on this, you see that tippy-toppy look right there? And how those are just wicks, and the bar is not getting bigger, it's getting smaller. So either we're going to get expansion or pullback. Simple as that. The bar is going to get bigger, it's going to go get bigger, but either on the down or up here. So we're about to get volatility contraction to expansion. A lot of times when that happens on the first 15 minutes, it's a pullback, right? So I'm willing to take the bet that we're going to get these red bars back. And instead of, we could short here, but I always feel like when I feel like I do that, I always pay the price, Jesse. So instead, I'm being patient, long watching versus trying to be like, oh, well, I can short it here and then buy it right back.
Right, exactly.
Trust me, I've tried to do that before, but you're shorting like a rocket right now, and shorting a rocket never works out, guys.
Typically not.
Typically not. Typically not. You see how it's pulling back, right? It makes me like, oh no, but you should have gone for it, Mitch. You should have maybe just gone for it, right? You're gonna pull back a couple dollars. No, dude, don't do that, because you don't know that it's gonna come back down. You just know that the momentum is slowing down.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't know if it's down or up, but you know that there's a slowdown here. Slowdown usually creates pockets where it starts to search for liquidity, essentially.
Yeah.
So it pulls a magnet to the bigger orders. If there's a bigger order down below, well, guess what? The magnet's going to go there, right? This is why people use things like Bookmap, right? Like our partner Bookmap,
exactly,
right? For the specific thinking, right? I'm having fun with you guys, just talking mad jargon here, trading jargon. And I love Jesse, because I know that we can talk about this kind of stuff nonstop. But this is the stuff that when you're a beginner and you just hear this kind of stuff, this is what gets you like really to the next level. Because this comes with the years of experience, and you guys get to hear it here on the stream, right?
Yeah. Hey, if you want to win a 25K eval, check out the link in the description. If we go to my screen real quick, hey, I'm going to sign up. I'm going to sign up right now.
Show me.
I'm going to show you guys how easy it is to sign up for a 25K eval. So here's all you got to do. You guys are watching the live stream. You're watching our pretty faces. We're talking. You've smashed that like button, right? Oh, we need more likes, guys. Make sure you smash that like button. And then go down here where it says win a free $25,000 trading eval account. It's that simple. Click on it. All right. It's a blue link. All you have to do, 2 steps, guys. Just put in your name. Look, mine already just comes up. Boom. So quick, so easy. My email. Boom. And then enter the giveaway. It's this easy. Smash it. Bam. You're in. You're potentially win a 25K eval on us, on Trade the Pool. That's how simple it is. So if you haven't done that yet, we love to give eval accounts out. Okay. We love to do this. We love to get you guys in trading. We want to give you guys more buying power, all the good stuff. So make sure you check that out. And yeah, it's right there. Link in the description. It'll take you literally, you saw me. It took me what, Mitch? 10 seconds? 10 seconds to just bam.
I think it was less than that.
Less than 10.
That's what it's all about, guys.
You won't miss the trade. You won't miss it.
Next thing you know, you're having an eval, and on a day like today, when the stocks are going big up and down, this is the day you hit the gas pedal.
Yeah.
It's an eval. Imagine if you hit the gas pedal right out the gates, you could literally be already cashing in. Think about it like this, right? There's moments in time, especially if you just have an eval on the sideline, waiting for days like today, you have such a higher probability of cashing in that whole eval in one day.
Yeah.
Way higher, because what you do is you use an eval. Normally you trade daily, but you have like a gas power account ready, right? That's how I made this 200,000 jump, right, Jesse? I had it on the sideline. I could even show you guys the tracking. I had it on the sideline for like 2 weeks, and I was just focused on my swing trading, right? And then I was like, you know what? Today's the day. Let's take the shot, right?
Absolutely.
And that's how it needs to be sometimes, especially for like evals, right? We don't really have risk.
Yeah.
Like, get that out of your mind. Like if you feel negative about a trade in the eval, you got to try to stop that. You got to try to stop it, man. You got to try to give yourself the potential to fund. Once you're funded, you hone everything in.
Yeah.
Right. And which is hard to do, right? Go get out of your skis and then get back in it, right? I will say you take some time when you fund to take at least a week off before you go trading. And if anything, wait till you start seeing the current environment play specifically towards your strategy before you start that funded account. This is what's going to get you from not only funded, but to money in your pocket.
Yeah.
Right. And for payouts, right, you figure out how you want to go about that. I always say find that number and stick to it, right? Whatever that number is, if it's I'm going to pay out every $1,000 or I'm going to pay out every 10,000 or whatever that is, stick to it, right? Because what you're doing is you're essentially just paying yourself for your hard work, right? We're all here. We're all here working hard. We're all trying to get success. The best way to do it is to pay ourselves, right? Because there's nothing worse than working hard. I know, Jesse, you probably know it. You work hard and then you look back and you're like, dude, what did I really get for it, right? So
exactly.
you know, let's make sure that that's not the feeling we're getting, right?
Yep.
That we feel satisfied, not because of results, but the process that we are taking, right? The process that we are taking, the catching ourselves, right? Like right now, I'm up big on that swing account, but you haven't even seen me pull it up, right? Like I'm not.
Pull it up, baby. Show it to us. Show it.
Tax
says, by the way, Tax says best advice yet. So Tax loving it. Tax loving the advice.
Hey, just trying to spit it to you guys, and I think it's important, right? And there's days where I can, focus on trying to help you guys, especially mentally. Today's one of those days, right? You could listen to the stream just without like trading. You could just listen to the audio and just boost your thinking, right? As a trader, it takes time, right? Don't act like you are going to be perfect early. If you're a newer trader, it's okay. Give yourself a year or two mentality, right? You can't just think that, hey, I'm going to become the best trader in the world this year, right? My first year in trading, I'm going to be the best trader out there. No, man. Less than 1% will ever do that. Less than 1%. So if you're the type that can win the lottery, then yeah, my friend, power to you, dude. But I know a lot of people have been trying to win the lottery for a long time, man.
Spending way too much money to do it.
I know a lot of grandmas out there spending those dollars and playing the same numbers for 42
every time I
years.
go to the gas station, man, I see people coming out with a wad of the tickets, and I'm like, no.
Or even worse, the scratch-offs, right?
Scratch-offs, dude. Only time I play scratch-offs is when someone gives me a scratch-off for like Christmas present, gag gift or something. All right, cool. If I win here, great. That's fine.
All right. Yeah. I used to see this at when I used to be a manager at 7-Eleven. The guy has barely any money and he's buying a $40 scratch off. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Exactly. What are you doing? Pick up some extra hours. Do another job. Become an entrepreneur. Start learning how to trade. Right?
Trade, dude. Take an eval. That $40 could change your life, baby.
And sign up for the link in the description, and we'll give you a 25K eval if you win. Boom.
And
see how that segue? We went from 7-Eleven gas station, lotto tickets, and get right back into our description so you can sign up to win a 25K eval. And as we're talking, as you're pontificating your points here, Mitch, look at this. You asked for a pullback. And look what the market's doing now, man. You go to the higher
ask and you shall receive, baby.
You will find, baby. There it is. Yep. And the market is. We are giving a little pullback right now.
Yeah. So what we want to watch, what leads here? So financial services is starting to kick off. So global banks doing well. JPM now starting to kick up, right? So we might see what's called like the pistonary effect, right? So the Pistons are at play today, guys. Qs took the Pistons by far, right? They lifted the SPY already a big amount. They've done their job for the day. They might not play in today anymore. I'm sorry to say it, traders. They might not play in anymore. We might need to look at other sectors. Or is it the financials, right? It starts to kick off here, right? Is it the XLV? Do we start to see the healthcare trade kick off? I think some pistons come into play here, right? Where we've already had our day in the sun for tech. I think we could just chop around here. Maybe even trickle higher, but what percentage are we going to go from here, right? Is the XLK going to go another 5, 10%? Probably unlikely, right? At some point, you start to get some profit taking, right? From traders that were long, right? So I think that's what you're running into right now. And at this point, who wants to step up long here? They probably want to step up long, probably back at 171s, right? So just be careful out there. Let's see what sectors can lead here. And right now it's XLF, right? So that's what I'm watching. Last 15 minutes, what's up? Real estate and XLF. So that tells me SoFi, right? That tells me SoFi holding well. So a pullback in SoFi is something I will take the shot in, right? We're still holding well in SoFi for the day. Had earnings last night, some of the best earnings it's ever had, right? It's down on the daily chart near the support. So this is a stock that has a low bar that can bring the bar back today with some good price action, right? So if you were trading this the last 3 or 4 days, you probably hated it. But if you're trading this today, you're loving it, right? And look at that wick, right? That's called the scaring out the traders, the traders that were trading this whole range. And then now you can just send it back. And if it ends up back here, all these traders that got out through all this time, they're just banging their heads on the wall, right?
Yep.
Like we tell you all the time. Same thing with that penny stock, right? You get those liquidity sweeps, and then you get the move higher, right? Look, we're down there now towards 460s, right? Look how we went to 6 a little bit later than we were talking about it, Jesse.
Yep.
It popped
And it
right
fell.
back to 6, and then
Oh,
liquidity search.
yeah.
And if
Totally.
you stay there, you get wiped out.
Yep.
Now, what we need to do is just set an alert right at 5. When it gets back above 5, we take a look at it. And it needs to be looking like a big, and dare I say it on this channel, what the stock tweets call a boner candle.
Oh, Money, Mitch. Hey,
What they call.
DFNS. We should take a quick little peek at that.
Let's go.
It's come back. We're above the pre-market low now. It looks like it's
Starting to squeeze.
halted to the upside. So
yeah, squeezing now. Let's say I made my money as fast as I could in that bad boy.
Me too.
And now it's coming back, right? So at this point, you got to be careful, right? And this could start the NUWE comeback. Because why? Because animal spirits. Animal spirits, man. What the Jane said when we first started looking at this play. Could we potentially be seeing people selling off DNFS and looking for the next one so they're longing NUWE? If they were doing that when she was saying it, because it looked like that was playing, and I can't blame her for saying it, they probably were longing NUWE and shorting DNFS. But now we're seeing a switch of that, right? DNFS is now going long. So could you possibly see this one go long?
Could be. Yeah.
And what are we going to look for? A big old candle.
We need one of those longer beeps. You know, that one almost is the beep, but we need like old school Johnny Carson show when they throw down.
Yeah, so we can just be here just like, hey, you know what?
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah, that's a little more. Yeah. Good thing I'm a lip reader.
Jerry Springer over here.
Right. There you go.
You used to turn that on when you were a kid, and you weren't supposed to be watching that. But
How did you know that? How did you know I was doing that?
And these, let's say,
Tinker B01 says SPY is looking vulnerable for a short. What do you guys think? SPY is looking vulnerable for a short. Let's take a look at.
All right, let's take a look there. SPY. Well, it's all about the rotationary effect, right? Because the SPY's holding in here, and I think what you're seeing is. And dude, I don't like to pull in other services, but I have to pull it in to show you guys. I have to. Look right here. Last 5 minutes. You see what's starting to go, like you're starting to see what? Multiple sectors, very few in the red, right? So this is that pistonary effect at play. This is, okay, so how do we keep the SPY up? Well, we have to go buy the other areas, right? Other sectors need to start slowly trickling up higher, and then you need a minimum amount of sectors going down. That's what happened yesterday. It was the opposite. We had 8 sectors down, only 3 in the green, eventually only 2 in the green, and that's why you started to see the SPY fall off, the Qs fall off, right? So the pistonary effect is at play. So what we want to watch is, can this hold, right? Is it going to go back to tech? Or is it going to kind of fade off into like kind of the financials, right? So right now the pistons are at play. You're seeing it a lot of chop, right? But from the open is what I always pay attention to. You're still having tech at the top, utilities pulling back, communications trying to load up a little bit, financials hanging in there, energy the fade off. Let's see if the industrial trade can push right back up. That would be, of course, like SPCX continuing strong, like I've mentioned, right? Because oil down. It might be really interesting to put that on your chart, right? Like XLE on top of the SPCX trade, and watch how those relationships play in, right? That's something that I look at all the time, guys. So of course, this is another service, not trying to advertise them, but just wanted to kind of bring it in. I always keep this above, right, guys? This is how I'm telling you guys all the stocks, and then you'll see me put the tickers up. But hey, we're getting a little pullback. We're getting that opportunity. Let's see what's going on out there, guys. Let's see what we can do today, guys.
D-Rider got a little short going on with NUWE. Good job, D-Rider.
All right, and we got to do some education today. What should we do? Do you guys want to find out why Meta was down? Because that was an earnings report that really got hit hard. I have a video for it. You want to find out about Meta? Guys, let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to deep dive into, Meta or Microsoft? We can deep dive into either or. I have some education like always. You guys let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to learn about today?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're starting to see that pullback there. I have the alert sent for NUWE, so that starts coming back, Jesse. We will trade that, but not now. Yeah. Not now. We got to be patient. We got to be patient like grasshoppers now. So what are we looking at? 15-minute 9 EMAs, right? Come back to the 9s. Don't just hang up here, because when you hang up here, what do? You give me no risk to return. You give me a tight risk with barely any return on the upside. I need you to come back so I can actually get a return.
Yeah.
That's the real truth of the matter. So the SPY might hang up here fast. The Qs is what I want to see go fast down. And that can be more the opportunity. If tech just stays up here, it's hard to buy up tech right now, right? Like it's hard to chase and go buy Soxel right now through 114.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's just hard, right? Like I can't blame you, right? I got out here, dude, right? Like I missed a little bit of this tail, but you know what I mean? Like
I did good. Do you like to typically let like 1 or 2 runners run when things are in an uptrend, or do you just take your profits, say, boom, I got some good money on this, go next trade? Like what's your methodology?
I used to do a lot more halves and quarter takes, right? The way that I've been training my algorithm, and I'm still working on it to perfect it. That's why you haven't seen me even trade it here, guys, because until it does really well, there's no point, right? So I'm keep pushing on that. But I have it right now as 75% sell on first and 25% runner. And that 25% runner also has a stop, but on a trailing EMA. A medium-term EMA, whether that be the 20 or the 50, right? You could also trail it on the 9. So like, let's say if a stock breaks out above the 9, right? You sell 75% on your target area, your first target, but then you have that 25% if it breaks the 9. You're still above break even. You're still going to take some money. But if this line breaks, you just get out, right? And you just hold onto the line and you just run with the line. Mm-hmm. This, I'm telling you, is probably going to be one of the best ways, right? Is just staying with short-term momentum and riding the trend, right? And what you want to be doing is maybe doing this mentally, not always putting out the stop, right? Because if I put out the stop, I shield the hand. I'm the poker hand open, right? You can put out stops in the green. That's fine. You're going to more than likely get triggered for those, but at least you're in the green, right? Right? There's nothing wrong with that, but nice action to the upside, continuing here in tech. Let's see what's leading here, the Qs. See if we can see something that's called what's called a leaders to laggards trade. We're going to try to find one, right? So a lot of times we don't get a chance to do this because I'm actually trying to trade them. So let's go try to find them right now. We want to look for leaders. We want to find a relationship play with it, and we're going to look to see that that stock is at the support, not the resistance, the way the leader is, right? The leader is a scout play if I want to play it, and the laggard is more of that swing mentality that I can try to get better risk to return. That's why I would try to play the laggard, and if I do play the leaders, I usually think really quickly, it has to be scout mentality. That it has to be, because I'm buying resistance. If I'm buying resistance, I should be trading momentum up immediate gratification and going break even fast. Right? Like as fast as I can, I want to be break even, because at that point I can do what? Increase accuracy level.
Yeah. And it's a free trade essentially once you break even. Once you're there, it's like, okay, cool, I broke even. I'm good now.
Because you're in the green.
Yeah.
And so if you're in the green and you're not break even, I think you're doing it wrong in scalps. Because the whole idea is that it instantly goes green and you instantly see momentum. That's literally the thinking behind the trade, the strategy. So that's the price action that you need to see. If you're not seeing that, you just get out of the trade, right?
Yeah.
And like, so you want to see pops, immediate pops. Yep. I think sometimes we say that we're going to scalp something, and then the stock starts teetering and just hanging out. No. Just get out. Get out. Get out of the scalp. Just get out of the scalp. Scalp is instant momentum.
Tack trying to make me jealous in the chat. He's taking a trader for lunch at NOBU today, and they're going to have lots of sushi. Tack, I thought we were going to get sushi together. Come on. Taking another trader out. I'll remember that, Tack. Come on now. And, yeah, Nigel, good to see you.
Well, the people on Trader TV at least owe me some lunch, because I told them watch for the reversal in Intel, and this was one of the most hated one, and that was at when, right? I was doing that at 8:30. Not a bad trade if you were taking Intel at the open.
Look at that. That's like everything. Yeah. Good.
That all I can do is set up the trades, right? And then we got to see what happens, right? But did our NWE wake up yet?
No, it's dying, baby. It keeps falling.
It is flushing out those traders.
Yeah. Yes, it is. New low in UWE at 420 now.
DFNS though is hanging in there. That's I don't know how.
Yep, it is. I mean, it's just above this pre-market low. We'll see if we can get above VWAP.
All right, guys. So tech is the only thing, and utilities green in the last 5 minutes, and it's just barely green. So that just tells me more and more. Watch out. Computer systems, though, being the leader on the day now with semiconductors and solar. So definitely computer systems is, of course, your Dell trade, your SanDisk trade, right? Those stocks really doing well. ANET doing well, STX, WDC. I talked about really quickly out the gates when we were starting the day, talked about STX, how this one had good earnings, right? And was being held down, right? It's popped really well. WDC trades really with it, and look at that action, right? Relationship trading, guys, is so important. When one industry gets hot, the boats just start to come. It's not the stock specific, guys. It's not this stock wanted to go up. The industry wanted to go up.
Yeah.
And I think there's too many times where we're so stock specific as traders. It can happen instantly, but it's a tell sign, right?
It is so important to pay attention to the sector. One of the things that I do is if I'm trading MU, I want to see what are the rest of the other semiconductors doing, what else is going on out there. And so many times, if I'm trading Marvell, it's imitating or emulating what MU is doing. And not every single moment of every day, but often these sectors are, conjoined. They are aligned with one another, and it makes the trade a little easier if you know today is overall, or in the next half an hour to an hour, this trend is bearish or this trend is bullish. That really informs my decisions when I go in a trade, for sure.
All right, looking for that lag type of trade here. So I'm going to look at, I looked at Marvell. I was really thinking about it. I think it still is lagged. I think you're still getting an opportunity there. But this end tap is looking a little bit nicer for me. What did I talk about? Off the support, right? There's leaders in this space. I'm looking for one that's near the support. This is it. Right here, right? I got an opportunity down at the 172s. It's now recovered 172s, so I know my risk is 172s, and now I'm just looking for anything back below this 174 to take the shot. Right? I could take the shot into the 173s and risk down there towards that 172s. So I'll try to get an order there ready, and we'll try to get it.
Nice.
See if we can get it.
in taps. A high day is 174.50. Looks like we're on the 200 EMA. Yeah, this looks primed to maybe go on up to the upside here.
Yep. Just need a little pullback. Can't rush myself.
Yeah.
Because the idea was to find it on the support. We were talking about this. This is the perfect example, right? So you look at leaders in this space. This is computer systems like Dell, like SanDisk. Those stocks are ripping to the moon, right? Well, those stocks might see a little pullback, and this stock might play a little catch up. Right. So what it really is, it's algo searching, doing the same mentality that I'm doing. Literally, they go down the line. They start working down the line. They start buying 100 shares in their SanDisk trade, right? And 100, you know, those 100 shares that you're seeing? And then they just start literally like sending out slices down the industry. I'll take a slice here. 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 Slice here, slice here, slice here. And what that does is they capture the beta of the move, right? They're trying to capture that alpha. They're trying to capture that momentum. How you do that? You diversify, right? So you diversify in the industry and you're looking to capture the ones that are really getting that beta type move, that are jumping. The ones that don't jump, you sell and you get out quickly. But then the ones that are jumping are going to make up for all those that you just sold for a little bit of a loss, right? So that's how algos work a lot of times here. SPY continuing to work higher here. We're not getting the pullback. Qs are holding their 9 EMA, and we are pushing and pushing on those Qs. So for the time being, we're just on a lift. Now I want to start seeing names that are red try to reverse. Like Google's red today, believe it or not, right? So like we'll see if those names start to come back. Meta,
Now,
right?
ServiceNow is red, down 7% as well today.
Look to see if Meta can go green. If Meta goes green, that's the same example trade as we're talking about here, right? That's hey, give me the chance to get the stock that's at the support and let it start to wake up. Right?
Yeah, well, if Meta can turn around, that would be a phenomenal turnaround, being down 9.5% right now. That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I'm going to give my producer here our video here for Meta so that we can dive into Meta and dive into what's going on here with Meta.
Meta. Yeah, that's good. Yep, so Qs are up over 3%. Tesla's really just been kind of rangy down on this bottom. I mean, it taps around the 300 mark and then pushes back up to about 308, 310, and then back down to flirt again with 300, sometimes 298. I saw it hit 298 in the after hours, and then pushes back up. So it's wanting to stay above the waters of 300, but we'll see. We'll see if it can hold that. Obviously, with tech being up, at least is seemingly it's helping Tesla right now too.
SoFi continuing now 1589. So good action there in SoFi, as I talked about a wake up stock, and that's woken up. And now I just need a pullback. Looking at Meta to see if it wakes up, guys. What are you seeing out there?
D Rider's shorting NUWE right now. He's in a short with that one.
Get it, Michael.
I just wonder where the bottom is, Michael, with NUWE. Where is the bottom potentially? Because that thing has been falling to the downside for a little bit now that we've been looking at.
You can always trail it. Use the 9, right? Instead of thinking about where the bottom is, think where can it reverse back against me, right? So it's above that 9. You might see wicks that go through that. Like I always talk about, wicks are tricks. Tricks are for kids. Don't be that kid. But definitely watch for the 9 to kind of be that area. When you see that whipsaw back through, it tells you, all right, well, now I get out, right? Like you see how the 9 like starts to play here, and I'll show you right on the chart here, guys. So when you started to see that breakdown, you start to see that price action stays below the 9. Whipsaws are going to happen. It's going to wick right through like it did right here, but it doesn't really go through the next one. So what I've shown you guys is you can use a medium term. You can put like a 20, right? So it should break the 9, but not break the 20, right? It can break the 9, but not break the 20. That keeps you in the trade. And you just keep trailing it and trailing it and trailing it. And then when it gets back above that, you get out. Will you miss some of the gains? Yes. So always have a target also that you're saying like, hey, I make $600 on this. I'm just going to take it and run, right? That's your target on downside breaks. right? But if you're not getting that, you keep trailing it. You keep trailing it. You keep trailing it. You keep trailing it. And that's what I did last night. That's what worked, right? That's the same thing that works in a lot of these trades that I'm making longer term trades, right? SoFi to the upside today, right? You're looking for downside breaks, continuation, right? Momentum trading. That's what that is at the end of the day.
Love it. Momentum trading.
All right, guys, let's go into a little bit of some meta conversation here. Of course, meta got hit hard. It's still getting hit hard. We'll see if it gets reversal. Let's talk about the earnings. Let's dive into it here. I got a video. Let's go right to it and see what we got today.
The massive, capital-intensive transition to artificial intelligence is rapidly splitting the global technology sector into two entirely opposing economic realities. On one side, Alphabet continues to operate as a highly profitable, cash-generative virtual hyperscaler. On the other side, Tesla is executing a structural pivot away from premium automotive manufacturing, pouring its capital into physically unconstrained automation and humanoid robotics. This chart tracks the operating margins of both companies from 2024 through the first quarter of 2026. Look at the endpoints. Alphabet scales its operating margin up to 36.1%, while Tesla's compresses down to just 4.2%. These diverging financial metrics are the direct result of the engineering medium each company builds upon. One is scaling in a virtual environment. The other is forced to manipulate physical atoms. This bar chart visualizes Alphabet's segment revenues for the first quarter of 2026. Out of $109.9 billion in consolidated revenue, their core search and related services grew by 19.1%. This expansion is reinforced by Google Cloud's operating income, which surged by 203.1% year over year. If you pull Alphabet's net income from third-party financial databases, you will see a reported figure of $62.58 billion. This waterfall chart deconstructs that gap reporting based on official SEC filings. We can isolate a $37.72 billion non-operating net gain, driven primarily by unrealized equity gains, that skews the actual operating baseline. Tesla's financial reality for the exact same quarter shows a sharp contraction. Total revenue dropped 10.1% sequentially, while GAAP net income fell 42.8%. This compression is driven directly by lower vehicle delivery volumes and average selling price cuts across their legacy automotive segment. This table compares Tesla's market capitalization against legacy automakers like Ford and General Motors, mapped to their respective quarterly net incomes. Notice the structural gap. Tesla holds a valuation exponentially higher than traditional manufacturers, while generating only a fraction of their net income. The public market is mispricing Tesla if it views the company as an automaker. Investors are valuing it strictly as an artificial intelligence and robotics platform, currently enduring a costly physical transition. Alphabet's guided capital expenditures project near 100% year-over-year growth to reach $185 billion, placing it alongside Amazon and Microsoft. They justify this spend with their expanding backlog. Google Cloud's committed contract revenue surged to $460 billion, nearly doubling sequentially. 60% of Alphabet's CapEx is deployed directly into custom hardware. In 2026, they plan to deploy 1 million units of their 7th-generation tensor processing unit, the TPU V7 Ironwood. Designing custom silicon yields measurable operating efficiencies. Alphabet's internal architecture delivers a 67% reduction in energy consumption per token compared to commercial graphics processing units.
What happened there?
Their 50% of Alphabet's CapEx is deployed directly into custom hardware.
I skipped
In 2026, they plan to deploy 1 million units of their 7th-generation tensor processing unit, the TPU V7 Ironwood.
I don't know. That was some
Designing
EV
custom
Mux
silicon
sorry
yields
about that.
measurable operating
But just to
efficiencies.
mention, I am long
Alphabet's
Meta
internal
now, and I
architecture
am long
delivers a
NTAP.
67%
And look at
reduction
that
in
trade,
energy
guys.
consumption per token compared to commercial graphics processing units.
Dang.
They are also securing a Horizon
That's in the swing
compute
account. We're
advantage
back in,
through
Jesse.
their Google Quantum
Boom.
AI division,
Boom.
anchored by a new 105 qubit
At
superconducting
30 shares of
processor
Meta.
named Willow. Willow recently completed a molecular simulation benchmark in
$15,000
under
in Meta.
5
Let's go.
minutes. Classical supercomputers would require an estimated 10 septillion years to perform the exact same
10
calculation.
septillion
Septillion
years.
By
years?
designing
What?
highly efficient silicon
10
and pioneering
septillions,
quantum
guys.
architecture, Alphabet insulates itself from external hardware bottlenecks, securing internal control over its unit economics. While software and virtual infrastructure can scale infinitely,
Go
Tesla
back
is
to
forced to
talking Meta.
manipulate heavy materials and retool physical industry.
Nice pop with Meta
In May
there. Wow.
2026, Tesla made
Hey,
this
you
pivot
know it,
literal
my
by
friend.
fully
His name
dismantling its legacy Model
is
S and
Buddy.
Model X assembly lines at the
Bitch.
Fremont facility. They immediately repurposed that cleared
Let's
factory
go.
floor to
Meta
establish
Meta
modular
woke
assembly
up right when we
cells for
wanted
the
to talk
Optimus
about
Gen
it.
3 humanoid robot. This requires a shift to microtolerances and precise actuator calibration. But physical supply chains disrupt AI development. In April 2025, Chinese
goes.
export ban on rare earth magnets bottlenecked Tesla's pilot production,
Oof.
forcing them to
Go
restructure
Meta.
their material sourcing just to build out the Gen 3 platform. This physical
We're
friction
also having
extends to
healthcare
the
wake up,
autonomous
just to
vehicle
mention.
battleground, highlighting the divide between Alphabet's bounded AI approach and Tesla's generalized AI approach. Alphabet's Waymo operates a bounded Level 4 system. It relies on a sensor fusion package costing an estimated $100,000 per vehicle. This capital-intensive hardware has
SoFi's
delivered
starting
an
to pull back a little
81%
bit there,
reduction
so
in
you might
injury
see
events compared to
try
human
to take lead
drivers.
here.
Tesla's full self-driving system omits LiDAR entirely to keep hardware costs under $5,000. This low-cost approach allows them to deploy the software to millions of customer cars, collecting billions of miles of unstructured training data.
Meta.
However, this camera-only model carries safety frictions. During unsupervised pilot programs in Austin, Tesla's test fleet recorded a crash rate 9 times worse than the baseline for human drivers. To counter these hardware limitations, Tesla designed the purpose-built Cybercab. Using their unboxed assembly model, the vehicle eliminates the steering wheel and the paint shop entirely to force low-cost manufacturing scale. Tesla's pivot into generalized physical AI carries inherent material, logistical, and safety constraints that software-only hyperscalers simply do not face. This heavy execution explains their ongoing margin compression. Beyond financial and engineering limits, both platforms face a final structural constraint: the state. Alphabet's market dominance triggered antitrust mandates from the Department of Justice, legally banning Google from maintaining exclusive default search engine contracts. A secondary judicial mandate now requires Alphabet to provide competitors
Dude,
with direct snapshots of its
I
search
think
index and
I'm
ongoing
gonna pause
user
this,
click and
guys,
query.
and apologize. I think we made a mistake somehow. We put up Google's video instead of the Meta video. So that's why it's been talking about Google not. I'm like here confused as day, and I'm like, there's something wrong here, guys. So do you guys like? Let's pause this. Let's not play it again. We put the wrong video on, so we will
Do another
pull
one.
that back.
Do
We'll pull it
another
back. Josh, you look like a hurricane, dude. What's up, dude?
Man, I was just diving deep into that, man. I was like, oh, okay, I like it. Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. Simmy's.
Josh looks like he had a later night than I did trading last night.
Oh yeah, no, it was. I was
Good
probably
night
up.
last night.
Oh yeah, and then up super early this morning. Yeah, it's been it was a good 5 hours of sleep though, which is all. Hey, five's good. I'll take five. It's
Five's
not-
okay. Five's
Five-
okay. I'm still
I can-
tired at 5, but yeah, anything below 5, dude, it's over, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I'm good to go. Hey, I love it when it's a Thursday, and it sucks when it's Monday and you start out the week that way. But when it's Thursday, you're already going, oh, I got the weekend
You got
coming
the
up.
weekend,
I got
yeah.
the weekend coming up. Wife's gonna be out of town, so you know what I'm gonna do? Nothing. I am laying on my butt and not doing a darn thing, watching a bunch of TV and movies.
There you go, my friend.
I'm going to need to head to Arkansas and hang out with you then, brother.
Cooking some good food, you know. So come on down, Jesse. I'll probably get the racing rig out, you know, and get some.
Slow and low, baby. Slow and low.
Yes, 100%. Old man Smith. Unlike the semis today that are just absolutely ripping.
Yeah. Yeah, man, they're looking good.
Are you still in DRAM, or did you finally get out?
I'm still in DRAM.
Okay.
I was talking to the wife
Ramming it,
earlier,
baby.
and I said, look, it's not looking so good, babe. What do you want to do? And she's like, let's hold. I'm like, oh, are you sure? Because I might just want to cut it. But at least there's a pop. Hopefully this is not going to be a pop and a fade kind of day with the semis. But, I'm sure
You know,
Mitch has some thoughts.
what's your goal, right? What's your goal with that
Profit.
trade? You know, one of the time,
Profit.
profit.
Money.
Okay, so one of the things that you have to admit sometimes when we were looking for, like, if you're looking for like bigger, like big profit, big reward, is it like an investment type? Then you got to be thinking that, right? But one of the things that I would think about is a lot of times, sometimes you'll get an opportunity if you miss time to trade to get out break even or near break even, and sometimes that's okay too, right? I think it happens often with swing trading that you get that opportunity to get back out break even or near break even. Let's say you're down $200 in the morning on a swing trade, and all of a sudden in the intraday action, it pops back. You're down $20, $40. It's okay to admit that, hey, maybe I just mistimed this trade. I got a bad entry. The stock is being a little bit more range bound than I expected. I'm going to get out here and take a $30 or $40 loss versus where I think what might happen, which is wreck me down back to the low, right? Not only go back to where the low is, but break that low. And then the next thing you know, I'm holding the bag. We don't want to hold the bag, right? So I think some of the times we think about that, Jesse. So we say, hey, if we get back to break even, do we want to reestablish positioning? We're not tied to our entry. We're only tied to it if we make it that I'm going to be married to this entry, right? So it's okay to make it come back and minimize what we call minimizing the risk, right? And then now that the risk is minimized, just take the out. Say, hey, I mistimed this trade. I'll look for the next pullback to get back in.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you might get back in the trade. But if you don't and you get wrecked, then you definitely miss the trade on the next time around, right? So timing is a lot of investing and swing trading. So the number one thing we need to be able to admit is if our timing's off, so that we don't just push it a little bit too much and wreck ourselves, right?
Yep. That's good.
Like, let's say like Meta, right? I wouldn't let it go through the low today because then there's no point. If I timed it right, this thing's up here, right? Think about that kind of stuff, right? With investments, if we time it wrong, we can really pay the price for a lot of years before we see that price appreciate to the return that we're looking for, right? So,
Makes sense.
but it happens often. It's happened to me. I've had to take, let's say, like Genie. I've told you guys about that story where I took a huge bag loss, but I waited for it to get kind of close back, and then I took it out for like 4 points down versus 7 or 8 points down, right? So sometimes you get a little move back, you take the gift, right? It's called managing the trade. That's managing the trade. That's being a manager and saying, hey, maybe I was just off on my timing.
Yeah.
It happens.
Speaking of, are you still
Are
you still in your meta trade? You still long?
Oh yeah, man. We're meta. Look,
Yep, I'm in
NTAP
it too.
and meta. Remember I talked about NTAP going back and filling me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just put the trade out there and it came back and filled me, and now I'll look to see if it goes back up. I know my risk. Stop set for that one. Really, it's all about meta working. That's where I took the size, right? Because it's meta, right? Like this stock had earnings last night, could see the flipping, and if meta goes up today, it doesn't mean that meta's earnings were good. It means that the industry lifted the boat. The sector itself just said, you know what? To hell with your earnings, Meta. We're still going to push you up. To hell with your garbage earnings. We'll still push you up, right? Well, we'll see what happens there, guys. All right, guys, 10:47. We can talk about some of the trades that you guys are looking at. Maybe Josh, some of the trades that Josh is looking at. And, of course, don't miss it. Day show coming up. Big day, of course, earnings. And we got a giveaway right there in the chat. Click that and keep the party alive. Go get the eval today. There's still ways to make money today. SPY is starting to trickle back, and the Qs are holding on. We could start to see the Qs up and SPY down. We'll see what happens there.
I got to go back to the Tinkerbell over here. Tinkerbell or Tinker-B01. Ask about NUWL, and that's not a ticker. Did you mean NUWE? Just going back to that, I wanted to touch in on that real quickly. Ryan asked, hey, do you guys have a direct funded accounts? If not opposed to the evaluation, just wondering. Yeah, I have two myself. So I have a swing funded account, and then I have a 100K funded account. Then I've got a 50K eval that I'm growing actually as well currently with traders on my live stream, which now after another $376 win today, it's up around like $1,200 since we which was the buy one get one, right? Well, essentially it was a buy. We ran a special around July 4th. I think it was July 4th, where if you buy a 50K or 25K eval and you blow it, we'll fund you back that again. So essentially, if you buy an account with us, a 50K or 25K around July 4th, Independence Day here in the States, no matter when you blew it, didn't matter if it was a month or 3 months, you would get credits for another one. So I'm like, buy one, get one, heck yeah, I'll do that. So I'm growing that currently, and so that's up to around like $1,200 now or something along those lines. But yeah, so yes, we're doing both. Mitch, what do you got?
Yeah, I have the swing accounts at 20K, and I've had a couple of 10K swing fundeds. I got up to as high as 2K on one, didn't cash out and paid the price for it.
Yeah.
But trying to get back towards, I'm trying to get the bigger accounts, right? Like I've been pushing up for bigger swing accounts, guys. I'm pushing on that side. And just to kind of mention. Yeah, and to mention the question about direct funding, Ryan, there's been talks about it, right?
Yep.
I can tell you, at least in the background, we get some type of look behind the doors, not fully, unfortunately. Trust me, it would help us all, but
We're working on it. We're definitely.
you know how it is. You know how it is. They still know we're traders out here. They still know we're trading. But what I would say is, Ryan, it did maybe the worst in the future, but right now we don't have that direct ability. But doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future, right? We're always making new plans. If you guys don't know, we have the max and the flex, right? Completely two different styles. One, you could last forever, right? I think too many. What we try to do is we try to look at the strengths of prop trading and the weaknesses of prop trading and try to help you guys on the strengths, right? Give you guys the buying power you need, give you guys different opportunities that you guys need, but also understand on the weakness side and kind of address those and try to help you guys on that side too, right? Whether that be managing the risk side, whether that be kind of giving you guys more of this eval to funded strategy, right? And we want to get to straight funded, but of course, that's more for the trader that already knows that he has success, right? Going towards him, right? You don't do that as a beginner, right? You don't just go straight to a funded as a beginner, because that's an easy way to find out that you're not an expert, right?
Yeah. But we're working on a lot of different things. You know, even like the structured rules, like everyone talks about maybe the 10-cent rule or the 30-second rule. These things we hear from you guys, of course, the Discord. We have Joe, we've got Annette. We've got a lot of people in the background, so we're working on this stuff 100%. My trade of the day was DFNS, just a short here. It's still moving. Well, we've seen defense. This play is going bonkers from essentially single digits to 100 this week, Monday to Thursday. We're going to be looking at it tomorrow 100%. The fact that I thought here's why I got in. I was like, hey, I'm getting in on the short, getting on that halt down. I love trading the first big sell-off halt down. Usually we get a gap down. And I even had some good profit all the way down, of course, down into the 60s, but it comes back up, stops me out. And then I didn't know what I was going to do at that point. I thought maybe we could chop, go up and down. It became a halt fest. But I'm telling you, tomorrow, this play is going to be on high watch for another banger ringer. We go back to, real quickly, NUWE. Now these had a little...
Banger ranger.
Yeah, we get a little jolt in coffee. We just haven't had really good small caps hold their gains this week. It's just been really bad. It's been this way where the start of the week we have a runner... and it continues. And of course, in defense of that, defense is this week, and we've had one all week. But when we get to like Wednesday, and then it's Thursday, Friday, I'm usually like this, like, something move, do something. And we're getting that today. So that's the one caveat. We have to get back over this pre-market high node, which I alerted for a possible dip, 450s-ish area. As you can see, we got some dippage there, but this is the one thing you got to be worried about. For the dip, you're adding in at the lows, risking pre-market low, which is right around 365. The reason being, go back to mini plays that ramp back on around, and we go back to AMIX. No, it wasn't Amex. SkyQ was one. Oh, I can't remember what we have. I look at too many tickers, but they U-shape at say 11 o'clock into noon, maybe even it's power hour. So you're wanting to see the bottom is what you're wanting to see here, and the U-shape back on around. So you're essentially adding in at the dip for that push and rip back through later. It's not happening now. It's not going to be the dip and pop. It's not happening. It's a bottom base that we're going to build, and we're going to watch for a U-shape back on around. So watch for that, Mr. Who was that? Tinker B. So there we go.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what we've been. You see, hey, you know it's good when great minds think alike, right? Well, Josh, that's exactly what we said before you came on, bud. So.
Oh, that's funny. That's awesome. Me and Mitch, a lot of the time.
We said at this point, that's why I set the alert at 5. You'll see it on my screen. I set the alert at 5. I said, you know what? Like, stop paying attention to this. It will tell you when to look again.
Yeah.
Right? It's that type of stock. It's going to go sideways. It's going to play out. It's washed out the traders, right? The early traders got washed out.
Yep.
You want to see it wake up. It's a show me move. It's what we call in the stock twit industry. You're gonna love this one, Josh. The boner candle.
There we go. There we go.
You did the beep after you said it.
Yeah, exactly.
You like it, right?
Oh man, Jesse's
We'll
talking
see
about
it.
Jesse
That's called a big old green candle.
a big one.
A big one.
Let me know you're back in. So
Yeah,
Ryan, go ahead.
Let you know that the momentum came back, right? That's how these penny stocks do it. They wake up out of nowhere. It's like a slumber hits, and all of a sudden it's like nap time's over, buddy.
Steven, what stock you talking about, boss? Says, what price should I set my limit buy for? Oh, JMKE. Okay, I thought that was actually a word, but it's not. JMKE. Oh, I don't have JMKE. You guys are just killing me today on the tickers. Which one is this, Steven? All right, Steven, got to come back on here. Looks like a young trader. Look at that picture. Oh, young little whippersnapper.
It's about
Jersey
my son's
Mike's.
age.
Jersey Mike's. Okay, so this is the way that I would play this with Trade the Pool.
That's right. My bad.
So-
we have that. We're covering that. Steve will have some information on that during the call-in show. So join us during the call-in show, which starts about an hour and 5 minutes from now. Steve will have an update for you and a report on that too.
And Meta's pushing while the Qs are going down. We got the right name in the lag trade, guys. So that's looking good. You're starting to see the Qs pull back, SPY pull back. Watch for those 15-minute opportunities from the 9 EMA. For Jersey Mike's, guys, I did this strategy for SPCX where I set a stop entry. Right, I tried to get in with a stop and set it up here so that the moment it goes live, it gets me triggered. I think this is one of the best strategies for trying to do IPO entries. So instead of saying to yourself, hey, I'm going to wait for the price action to show up, I have no idea when this is going to come out. I want it to trigger me on the first print. Like as fast as this thing opens, I want to be in. Right? What do you think the algos are going to do? The same thing I'm trying to do. So you got to think like an algo. You got to get in fast and you got to take the money and run on that first pop, right? That's what I'll be looking to do on Jersey Mike's, right? You can't put out your limit right now, but you can try to figure out like a stop order, and that's going to instantly trigger into a market order. So it's going to fill regardless of your limit order, right? This is only a strategy I think you can pull off on Trade the Pool. Just to mention out there, this is not other brokerage type of strategy. These are advantages that we have with Trade the Pool. We try to tell you guys where you have advantages. There's some competitive advantages that we do have for you guys. Like let's say shorting IPOs. You could be short this IPO today, right? There's not many people that are going to be short Jersey Mike's today. You just can't do it. The borrow fees, things that come into play. Use the strengths that Trade the Pool has to offer you guys. Like I mentioned earlier today about the 24/5 trading, right? Those types of things are the true reason why we are who we are here at Trade the Pool.
We are who we thought we were.
Yeah, I love that commercial.
You like that one, right?
Who we thought we were.
We knew it.
The coach is so mad.
And competitive advantage of trading stock prop, right? Who else is doing this like we are, right? And so, hey, you know where you're at, guys. First time chatter, second time catching your show. What's your thought on Hood? Hey, guys, what do you guys think about Hood there? We'll take a look at that, and appreciate you coming on. And also talking in the chat, right? Because it takes a little bit to come on there hot. So good to see you out there.
Oh, hey, Josh, Courtney just notified me. She said she did win the 25K account from yesterday, so she did win it.
Well, she should have.
Boom.
She missed it, man. I wish I could announce it to her live, but that is so awesome that she won it. That's the first thing. As soon as I saw it, I said, "Corn dog."
Yeah.
It's gotta be Courtney.
Hey, let's go to my screen here. Let's take a look. And I said, Ayo,
Yeah,
ayo,
you're getting it.
okay.
I literally, as soon as I moved away from Meta, yes.
okay.
I was like, it's make or break time. Make or
Okay.
break time. I knew that was coming. There you go.
And the best part is we've been break even sitting. for the overnight trades, and I'm just sitting in this bad boy. Let's go. That's what it's all about.
Nice.
And we made a $7,000 trade in the $200,000 account, Josh, in seconds on DFNS. We're killing it here, baby. This is what it's about. This is why you're here on Trade the Pool. I mean, who else was probably talking Meta long today? I think everybody else is probably talking other stocks, right? And I can't blame them because the Meta earnings were bad. That doesn't mean that the stock's going to be bad all day, guys. Right?
What was your tell on that, Money Mitch? What was the reason it's down? It was down 9%. Nobody else is looking at it, but Money Mitch goes, "Hey, yeah, no, this is primed to pump and go up." So what was your thesis on that?
Leaders to laggards, right? That's all this was. The same trade that I talked to you guys I was going to go after, right? I went after it with NTAP. I got stopped out, but I also went after it with Meta and got rewarded for it, right? NTAP, of course, can still kind of keep going, right? And still have that look. So I told you guys I was going to dig deep into leaders, industries that were doing well, and I'm going to look for stocks that are at support versus stocks that are at resistance, right? Stocks that are at resistance are scalps up. And you saw that because Qs went down fast after that. Those scalps probably went to break even, right? But if you went for the lag and you tried to buy the lag and you're trying to buy stocks that are at support and almost in the red on the day, they can go green when you start to see that action happen, right? So Meta was a pure example of that. It was actually red and going sideways, consolidating here, and almost what's called lagging, right? You can see the price action. The price action is lagging the Qs. The Qs are way higher than what Meta is, right? So then what comes into play is a mean reversion type of play, where now Meta can get the lift and then others could pull back. Like Intel could be pulling back now. Let's say even the trade that I had on, right, like Soxel can be pulling back now, and you could also see Meta start to lift. That keeps the SMH higher, right, the semiconductors higher overall, and gives you the potential to look for these names to get some dip buys on the 15 moving averages. Remember I said 9 EMAs starting to come back into plays there. So that's what I'm going to be looking for on these tech names. So when tech names come back to the 9 EMAs, can they start to find some buying? Right? So you see how these 9 EMAs are sitting there. We're going to start looking for some further pullback here. It's 11 o'clock already, guys. It's one of those days where I'm literally on fuego. And so that means I got to chill out. That means I got to chill out. I got to get out of here while the fire is still hot. But I will leave you two in charge. So Josh, like we always say, my friend, you got big shoulders on your hands, and it's time for you to keep those big shoulders going. I'm leaving you with the Qs up 20-something points. Don't break it. Don't break it, my friends. Of course, keep up with all of us, of course, and get those likes in there so that we can hit that giveaway. We're 50 likes almost there. We need you guys to hit that like. If you want to get that giveaway, you got to hit that link and hit the like. So smash that up so we can give that giveaway as soon as possible. We will be doing it on the earnings stream later today, and there'll be more. Right? So tune in today, guys. Big earnings tonight, of course. 2 other mega cap names, right, reporting right tonight. So the trend's going to be hot, right? Have fun, traders. Had a good one with you guys today. Made some cash.
Weekend, brother. Have a good weekend.
2 accounts and 4 digits today. Not bad. It's time for the J&J. I'll pass it to you guys now. You guys got some money to be making. J&J show. Let's go.
I love it. How we doing, brother? How we doing? How we doing? Got to go back to Hood. I don't want to leave the guy hanging on the hood of his car. Who was that asked?
Don't
Hunter.
hang on the hood of the
Hunter.
car.
It looked like Hunter, but we'll go with Hunter asked about Hood. Thoughts on Hood? My opinion, Hood continues to come back on down. This chart's starting to look a little more constructive, possibly back down around the 82.50 to 80 handle. I like it down there a little bit more. What are we doing? A giveaway soon? Okay, cool. Yes, you're good. I thought maybe we were going to do the giveaway. We do have a 25K eval giveaway coming on up, so don't forget about that. There's a link Where is it at? It's in the chat. You guys are chatting. Huh? Yeah, I was close. I thought I was decently close. But yeah, sign up, sign up, sign up. The link is at the very bottom. It's in the link of the not only in the, I should say in the description. Sorry. Okay, I was getting text. I'm getting text. My phone's going from all over the place. You got WhatsApp going on, but in the description, there's a link there. I think most of you probably have seen in the chat it pinned where it says trade the pool, win a free $25,000 trading evaluation account. Yeah, that's true. Click on it, enter your name, enter your email address, click submit. We'll be doing a giveaway very shortly, very soon. Back to Hood. I like this down for more. I like this area. Now, if I zoomed out a little bit more, I don't, kind of coming back to the lows of the year, that's where I would be going to if you really wanted to add in heavy, but I do see this play, right? We go back over to here. Boop. I didn't mean to do that, but I like this area. And then I'll do this, and I like this area down here. Now, what I wanted to do was to show you certain like this right here, and that's that up.
That's a break. Yeah,
we're breaking on down. Now, this is a little. What am I trying to say here? Oh my, the word's not coming to my brain. Do you see how this is nice and constructive on the way up, and it's more slow, and this is a little bit more dynamic on the way down? It's a little severe of a pullback. So it really reeks as if it wants to come down for more before it does see that pure bounce. So I see this down for more, honestly. Now, levels on the way up, this is going to be a key level right around 94, right? 93, 30, 50 area. So somewhere into that, right through this node is going to be key. And then we're going to start working our way back up into this little node-ish area. And then once we get through that, then we're probably smooth sailing. I wouldn't worry about this too much. I think we start to soak back up and maybe even then move back in, of course, to the mid to high. Well, I'll say mid to high, like 105 to 110 area. I just see it down for more. I see this down. Come back to me in about 2 months and say this play didn't bounce somewhere in the 70s before we moved up. That's just my take on the chart over there.
Let it burn, baby. Vlad the Cell Impaler. Get rid of Hood. Destroy, destroy. I'm personally biased against Hood. I don't like what they did a few years back with the whole no sell button business. But yeah, I think your lines are perfect, Josh. That looks right on with a very good thesis. And sorry to see DeRider. He's red today, and he's not having a great month. So sorry about that, DeRider. I know you'll be back. You're a good trader. Got to reset, recalibrate, get that drink in, get a good weekend ahead of you, get some good sleep, man. And I'm sure you'll be back in no time.
Yes, sir. Yep, and yeah, I think I saw Tony earlier. I don't know if Tony was asking. I should say if Tony was talking about DFNS. That may have been the one that he was trading earlier, possibly. That worked him over. He was talking about the halt up, and there was a halt down, and I traded that going back to that play. Still moving. Speaking of DFNS, this one's still moving around, rocking and rolling. Again, I took the short on the way down there.
That's what my short was. Yeah, that's where I took some shorts too today.
Love it, love it, love it, my man. Love it, my man. So yeah, flatten out of that. Let it get choppy. I was hoping we'd get the mega sell off there. Honestly,
yeah.
I knew we'd run into yesterday's high of day, and it was right what we ran into, and we bounced right off of it. But if we crack that, in my opinion, we were going to head back down into the 40s. And yeah, I didn't even go that heavy share size, but it still paid out pretty nicely, right? So
yeah.
That's why I love these. If you can catch some moves, I got 13 points overall from top to bottom. But this
good
was
job.
A nice.
Yeah, you did a little better than me, and I also went small share size, but I was happy with the green that it gave me, and it was a relatively easy short just because of the general direction that it was. Seemingly, it was obvious, right? Like it was kind of some moves are just a little more obvious than others. And that one seemed a little bit simpler. I wish I had sized up more, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And Tyler Smith wants to know if we can look at Apple, please. He's at work, and he cannot look at the charts right now. So just want to know if we can look at the Apple.
Yep, got to sell off here to start the day. I got to get out of this 1 minute time frame. I just can't do the 1 minute time frame when it comes to these mega kappas. I got to go to the 3 minute minimum here. Really flat right now. Tyler, if you're looking and I can't really look at the charts, we're really just consolidating. And we had this one kind of ripper when we had the SPY. I think that was right when everything was pulling back, possibly, so it had a little effect with that. Possibly we saw a nice good sell-off there just about 30 minutes ago now across the board from a lot of different tickers. But regardless, overall, it seems like we're consolidating with bases being around 331 for the most part. We have some wicks down below. We're seeing some 330.60 support as well. And then major resistance coming in right around 332.35 to around 332.50, 60 area.
Yeah.
really needs to move back above the 50 for me to get bullish again. And once we get back through that 50, she'll be looking pretty good. Has been down, and of course, all morning long, really just been trailing below that overall since we've cracked the open bell. And again, we have earnings today, so a lot of time on plays. It doesn't happen every earnings, but what I've seen, and it seems like it's going to maybe it's already in that boat. Still a little early in the day. Now I'll know way more so once we enter in the call-in show. But this has that look of I'm not going to do anything today. I'm
Yeah.
and we're going to see a good move in after hours. So
Well, plus Apple's been moving so much to the upside, making some
Right.
new all-time highs.
Yep.
It's been moving for the last several days. With earnings today, this seems like an expected play. Now it looks like in a moment of consolidation. Tyler says he went long here in the consolidation point, and he's looking to reclaim the 340s.
Gotcha. Oh, he's got some. I was gonna just go back to I love going that a lot. He got high hopes. He's got that. That would, I would say right now, Tyler. Let me just go over here to the charting system among the charting system. So let me go to my cheat code over here and let me just see if what would be possible for Apple today for Mr. Tyler. Right now, I would say if you are long, watch for the break, especially if we get to here. We're starting to get it now. We're getting out of this consolidation zone. Let's all just form and put our powers together for this long for Tyler here. DV. Okay, well, you know what? It could happen. I would say the best you're going to get is 334.50. If you do somehow get through 334.50, I would say if I had to do AK stamp of approval, I bet you wouldn't see more than 36 today. Now with earnings, yes, I could see 340, 341. I got it. I could see that. But in market, whoa. I would say best 334.50 and then maybe 336 at this point. But still, you're looking good right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy, D-Rider, how we doing, Bonetta? How we doing? Smash that like button too, by the way. How close are we? We got to be getting close.
I think we're getting pretty close. Bonetta, you said you're holding 2,000 shares of Netflix. What's your price point, though? You said you're having a bad day. Where did you get in at? That's the real question. And hopefully it'll turn around for you because
yeah, this has been that one I talked about too. It's kind of like Hood, just that chart setup overall. I'm not just the biggest fan of it. It does seem like it wants to see. I know she doesn't want to hear this, but this was earnings from a couple of weeks ago, whenever that was, and I was right. Didn't get the 50s like I wanted. And this is going to be just going out just a little bit further here for you, Bonetta. All right, let's go zoom in out a little bit right here. Yeah, see this little neckline right here, and then we'll go back in time. I have to go further back in time, unfortunately. Anyway, that's going to be key right through this area, right, Bonetta? Getting back through, there's going to be a huge volume profile node through that area right around 75. Anywhere between 70, I'll go 73.50 to 77.50. That $5 range, and especially right in the middle, about 75, is going to have a lot of resistance for you. Once we get back through 75 and we get the move to reclaim. So what a reclaim for me is when we actually go up, test a higher node, then come back, touch 75, and go up. That's what you want to see. And when you see that, then you know you're good. You know you'll feel a lot better and safer about your trade. So I know you want to see it up. So that's what we need, Bonetta, if we want to see Netflix going up. And one play going possibly back down and for more. NVDA here, I've got a forever line. I don't have it, of course, on TTP, but I have it on TOS. And my forever line is at 195.30. And I put that line in on October the 28th of last year. So essentially, right after I got back from the trade or the money show. Thank you, Trade the Pool. That was an amazing event. I said, what? 195.30, right? 190 right here, this area. Boom. So we're kind of bouncing on it earlier in the morning, and then we come down, and then we were failing at it. So a line that I've had in ends up being beautiful support, then becomes resistance, and that's going to be the key area for the move back on up. If we don't, watch for a crackback of this. We will move back on down to around 193.50 if we crack through here. So watch for a 194.30 move and a move down to around right here for NVDA. And Jesse, going back to yours, which we got, we'll bring it up. We'll bring it up. Yep. DRAM is what I was trying to get to in the first show on my chart earlier in the day. I don't know how this circle got so darn big right there. What are we doing here, Circle?
What are you doing, Circle?
What are we doing? Why are we so big? Yeah, that was my circle. Yeah, where'd that oval come from, Jesse? I didn't ask for an oval. I asked for a circle. I knew this was going to have to reset. What I was, we talk about from threes, running in threes. And once you get past three, you have to be, you're going to get a little overextended, essentially.
Yeah.
That was kind of the word I was looking for earlier with that move down.
Oh, okay, sure.
Overextended move down.
Overextended.
Yeah. So we're a little overextended here. We have one, we have two very similar looking circles and moves up, right? So we can see the leg behind it matches the head, another leg and a head, or really, truly, the pole, the flag, the pole, the flag. Very similar in angle, the way they work, the mechanism of them, the range, etc. Now we really start to overextend and do a very similar fashion from before, but check the range on it now. Now it's 2 times as big as it was before. Yet we ramp up again, same angle, not as much legs as big as it is here. So what you're seeing is same size leg, big leg. Well, we need another big leg. When we don't have another big leg and the leg is the size of the legs from earlier, then you're slowing down and resets coming. So this is consolidation mode. I'm not surprised. Could even form head and shoulders. A little ghostly one where, again, we have shoulder, head, and this could be shoulder number 2. Back below the neckline here of $50, we'll call it. Watch for move back down to the moving averages, the VWAP. This last consolidation area looks for a good bounce. But if that cracks, Jesse, then you're gonna see your heart's gonna start hurting and palpitating. You're going, oh boy, here we go. Wife says to hold it. I say I don't know. Now I see green and wife's right. Now you crack this and Jesse's gonna be going, what are we doing? Just what are we doing, Duramatronius? So the Duramatronius has just been beat up 100% by say Apple
semiconductors, right? I mean, what's reliant on it though is what is SanDisk going to do, what is MU going to do, Samsung. It's those semiconductors that need to lift it over a period of time too. Look, my entry point is $67, so it's not going to hit it today. It's probably not going to hit it next week. I'm going to need it to come back through a time period. It's that kind of longer term hold that I have it for at the moment.
They call them DRAM. Yeah. Okay.
And as we're speaking, Apple is falling down to 331s now.
Oh, that was that's what I'm like. And again, maybe Tyler, hopefully you took some profit there. It just in these candlesticks not confirming. We got to get those candlesticks to confirm above, and especially like I said, 50, the 50, the 50. So it would have been a great short there at the 50 if someone would have listened to me. And I said, hey, gotta reclaim the 50. We've been failing at it all morning essentially. So the 50 is going to be key there. I've added a couple. These are the key moving averages. I don't have them on every chart. I just don't need these lines. I only have them on one chart. When I need them, I'll use them. I typically can just glance at and understand. Typically, just looking at a chart, what it's going to do. I've seen charts. I've studied Apple. This is what I do every day, right? I look at the same tickers all day, every day, generally not going outside that box. I stay in the same sandbox, so to speak, every single day. I know what almost every single grain of sand looks like in my sandbox. I don't have a lot of sand in it, all right? It's very minimal sand, but I know what my sand looks like, okay?
Do you go outside and play in the sandbox in between trades?
What's funny?
Go outside and have some Tonka truck action and stuff like that, and get in there with the dogs.
God, man, you better.
Dude, growing up, sandbox, that was where it was at for me, man. I was a digger. My dad was like, "Quit digging holes in the backyard." So he gave me this. He literally dug out a huge sandbox area for me, so I could just dig all day long because I love
that. Digging. Is funny. That is awesome, my man. My sandbox is the beach. Yeah, that would be nice, Steve Canyon. Yeah, I would love to dig. I would love to. That would mean. Just man, yeah, I love the beach. Love some ocean, especially the beautiful white sand, soft sand. Beautiful emerald water that's just clear as Oh man, I love all water and I love all sand. But yeah, if it's that kind of beach, oh man, you've got me hooked. I do that too, Josh. Almost the same tickers. Yes, yeah. But yeah, sandbox. Funny how that. I mean. Having kids, anyone else, is that still a thing? Do they still have those anywhere? Do kids really even have sandboxes anywhere? I mean, no one really goes. Does anyone really go to the park anymore? Like those little, where you have the outdoor, you have the, oh my God, what was it called? Where you would where you're hanging,
monkey bars? The monkey bars?
Yeah, monkey bars. Yeah, monkey bars. All that kind of stuff. The slide, you'd climb up it and have different things you could do, on the playground.
Yeah. We still take our kids. Yeah, I mean, we take our kids to playgrounds and stuff. We also have 7 acres, so it's we've got a huge garden, an orchard. The older boys love to hunt. You know, there's lots of other things that we do here. They dig massive holes far from the house. I'm like, now I've turned into my dad. I'm like, no holes by the house. Get out there further away back where the trees are. That's where you can. It's like, whoa, I just turned into my father in the last decade or so.
That's awesome. Hey, it happens. You start, you know, just because you have it ingrained in your brain because it happened to you so much as a kid. Now that you have kids, you're like, no, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, right? That's what I was told to do. So, you know, and so that's, I would just only imagine that's why we end up doing that and you become kind of like our parents because it only happened to us so much. So now it's like, oh, well, that's what I'm, that's what, unless you're those kids like, I'm not going to be anything like you. And then never parenting their kid. And then he's the hellion. Back to Sky Q there. Snowman, look where it's bouncing off of. Actually traded this long yesterday at the 410 area. Was a great bounce play as it ripped right back on up. So it came up to start the day, boom, we bounce. We're bouncing a pre-market there, and we rip up, and we came down. I was actually in a one-on-one, got filled. I didn't get filled. He did. I had 411 and 407. It was just not filling me at 411 there when it came down. It just was wicking, right? So I just market ordered in. So I was in a trade with him. My average ended up being 414. And just like I said, I'd say where it was, all the targets got hit. I didn't think we were going to get back up to pre-market high. Again, I'll look at the upper and lower VWAP bands. I have different things that I'm looking at over on TOS that let me know essentially where a play can get to. Again, just based on all the algorithms in my head from the charts and the stocks that I've seen in the past. And look where we come in today. This is freaking absolutely phenomenal. Look where we bounced out today, guys. So it's the same area. We are trying to W shape. We can see we need a candlestick back above the 435 mark. We'll have a little resistance here at 440. Above 440, that's to me where we can get some lift off. I'll have to take a look too, go over here, check out where my bands are at. Because bands make the stock dance.
When you say bands, are you talking Bollinger Bands?
The upper and lower VWAP bands. So they're similar, but gotcha. They work much better for intraday trading for me, like day trading. Bollinger Bands to me would be better for more long-term holds or maybe even short swings. To me, this is way better for if you're trading for a minute, if you're trading for 5 minutes, you're trading for 10 minutes. You don't really know a lot of the time how long. Like yesterday, the Sky Q play, as you can tell. Let's go back to it. I'm filled here. It isn't until literally I get filled because I just finally marked somewhere in here. So it's like 9:45 locally. I'm not taking profit until almost an hour-ish later. And then the big piece of my portion about an hour and a half later. So I don't know sometimes if it's going to be an hour and a half till my play works out to target because the stop loss never gets hit. So I'm going to stay on my play till the stop loss gets hit. Or, maybe it's choo-choo, wow, bounce, boom, we're right back up. And whoa, freaking, was I in it for 30 seconds? So that's kind of the mixed bag with small caps. But then that's why I love the upper and lower VWAP band because it really lets me know and identifies what the potential is. Where these are caving together, when they're caving together, usually you're going to get most likely less movement. You want to see them expand. Sideways is fine, which they were sideways yesterday, and that let me know when they're just sitting flat sideways, you're probably just going to stay within those bands. Now, when we're caving into one another, that usually lets me know there's going to be some really tight consolidation and most likely even some fake out breakout. So watch for that if you are trading Sky Q to the long side here. Really want to go back quickly. Want to go over to NUWE. NUWE. I know someone said earlier they were long on NUWE. I'll go to a 3 minute to get a little bit more identification on this. And I still just don't think we're ready yet, right? That V shape was trying to work out, not doing it. Mitch said something about back above 5. He would be, back on his radar along those lines, letting him know that, hey, traders, and that's what I always say, like, let me know you're there. And otherwise, all you're doing is adding at the bottom. So adding in, essentially, at these low areas, like I talked about, waiting for the U shape. Now, this has the potential now to double U, and you're going to want to see the neckline break, which we talked about the 460, 450 area earlier. Now is going to be that key neckline, which we're failing at. Again, the big other thing, let's get back above this 50. That's going to be nice as well. Right, really just riding down on that 9 and kind of pushing it down. We'll go to a 5 that should push that 9 up a little bit. Yeah. So just riding through those moving averages right there. Once we get through those, we're good to go back on up. So those are the two things you'd be looking for: the reclaim of that area and for the pop, or just add in at the bottom, risking pre-market low area as your stop loss and saying I'll cut out if it gets below 365, and you can add in at 380 to 365, right? If it starts getting below, you just cut it. That's how I would trade this if you're looking to trade. I wanted something that just yells at me, like, Josh, trade me, kind of thing. And then that's when I will go trade it. I don't trade heavy, or a lot heavy. When I say heavy, I don't have a lot of trades per day. There will be days I have 4 or 5, trades where I'm in 4 different tickers I've traded, or 5 that happened on Monday or Tuesday. I think it was Monday. I was 4 for 4 in the first like 30. It was like, oh, no, it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday, right? We were coming in like, oh man, I over traded in the first hour of the day. I say for me because that's a lot of trades in the first hour. Trading for, I was in Jesse. I was in 3. Count them up. 3 tickers at once, and they were all halted. Check it out. Yes,
bro.
Is that three
That's-
different?
To me, that's just scary, man. That's just like, well, if I can just break even if I'm in all 3.
And I guess
right?
what?
Like,
Guess what? Not only was I went 3 for 3 on all of those, I was 4 for 4 on the day, and I was
Beautiful.
2 short, 1 long. I was long on DFNS, and I was short on a couple others that were just pump and dumps, and I was taking the backside down. God, this was on Tuesday or Wednesday. 3. I've never in my life have ever been in 3 day trades at once, let alone 3 plays that were halted.
Dude.
So yeah, managing those, that just lets you know when you, So I was like, okay, I'm reaching expert level that I can manage, and I'm like, okay, and because trust me, when I was done, I was like, whew, that was a fun roller coaster ride. I'm glad I am 3 for 3, and I know how to trade these halting plays because I've seen on the Discord on the Trade the Pool the other day when they were halting. There's a guy named Johnny that alerts over there a lot, and he's a pretty darn good trader, it seems like. And yeah, me and him can trade them. And there are some, but most, it's very hard to trade those halting plays. So again, thanks to Trade the Pool, I think last November they kind of unlocked the, hey, you can go trade halting plays now. Because used to the rule was you had to wait 1 minute after the play was live until you could actually trade it. You couldn't, if it halted, you couldn't go right away trade it. Or if
That's tough.
so you had to trade it before it halted. So if you had to catch the first halt, is my point. So if it was like, if essentially it halts up once, you have to wait a whole minute after that to trade it again. And at that point, a lot of time you've missed that move because it's either going to go into another halt up, or it's you're gonna miss the bounce when it comes down and whatever. So you're missing the move. And I asked about that, and that was pretty much right away. They got on that and then unlocked it to where we could trade it. And so I have my trade, my team today, and this week, really since we've gotten back to halting plays, which was late May when we got back to halting a lot. And I mean, literally, where the halt scanner will have like 4, 5, 7 plays halted at once, and 3 at once, my man. I was in 3 at once.
beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Where are we at? We got to be there. Well, there's no way we can't sound that horn yet. Or are we there? 55 likes. Yeah, we are.
Whoa.
There we sound the horn. Come on, baby. Let's go.
So good.
Let's go. How about in 5 minutes, we do the 25K eval giveaway. So we get 5 more minutes. And this is from yesterday. After hours earnings got over 50 likes. Boom, we're going to give away a 25K eval. We talked about that yesterday. And again, now you guys have done it. So we'll give away a 25K eval here in 5 minutes from yesterday. But the one that you just unlocked, we'll do this afternoon on the earnings stream. So Steve, Alejandra, of course, Jesse will be back this afternoon. Boom shakalaka. He's on fire. Good job.
NBA Jam. I recognize it. That's where that's from.
Speaking of NBA Jam right there. If you
There
guys
it is.
There, boom shakalaka,
There
bam,
it
bam,
is.
little NBA Jam. Yeah.
I want to win the 25K eval. I showed everyone before you got on here today, Josh. I showed everyone how to sign up to win it. I showed my screen. I actually signed up live here on the stream how to win a 25K eval, and it's like it takes you 5 to maybe 10 seconds at the most.
Oh, yeah.
It's so quick. It's so easy. Hey, for doing that, I want to win the 25K eval now. Come on.
There's NVDA. Where did I say it would go to? There's your 193.50 handle immediately if we crack 194. Next level down under 93.50 area. Ooh. It's going to go all the way down the low of day, Jesse. I mean, this could see more tug down to 191.50 underneath this. And so you get to see, when you see this dog. So Jesse, you probably haven't seen Domino. And the reason why you see her, and you'll see more of her next week, is because Avery again's out of town, going to Colorado, visiting the family, taking a little, really almost a family reunion road trip together, which is really cool. None of the husbands are going, it's just the sisters, right? And anyway, so, right, I'm going out with mom and dad, and then, of course, other family members are meeting out there, so that'll be fun for her. But yeah, so this girl is a frantic mess. Like the first 24 hours to 48 hours that she's gone, she's just like, where's mom? Where's mom? Where is my mother, dad? I know I love you and you're fun and all, but where is my dad? Where's my mom? It's funny because this one right here is the same way. So if I leave this which is literally her blood sister, that one is the same with me. So if I leave, she is like, Dad, or Mom, where's Dad? Mom, I love you. Where's Dad? Yeah. So she's like nonstop. They both go to the back. They go to like the garage door. Like,
yeah.
Where's mom? Okay, I could see out there, but I don't see anything. Okay, when's mom coming?
Yeah.
Looking out the window into the
Well,
garage.
let me tell you, I have 2 daughters, and when mom leaves the house or leaves out of goes out of a room, they all, "Where's mom? Where's mom at?" Well, let me tell you this: when I go out and I leave, nobody asks where I'm at. None of the kids. They're like, we don't care. Wherever dad goes is fine. But man, if mom leaves, everybody wants to know where mom is.
That is.
Everybody wants to know.
Here comes some pullback here. We're looking like we're going to get it. Tyler, I don't know if you're out of Apple, but it is coming down a little bit more. I have that still pulled up over on my side. So hopefully took a little bit of that. Mr. Tyler, just going back overall. Look, NVDA, though, among one of them that looks like it wants to pull here. And I know one thing Jesse does not want to hear.
Is a drop in DRAM, baby. That's what I don't want to hear. You know it.
It's holding well.
Well, I mean, the semiconductors are temporarily up for the day. What I said earlier, and I do wonder about is, are we in a sort of flash in the pan kind of bounce kind of thing where the last few days have been really tough for semiconductors, but all of a sudden we're in this thing of like, oh, well, maybe we're getting some false confidence, right? Like, oh, cool, they're up today. It looks really good. And are we actually going to be up by the end of today? I don't know. And I don't have any uber amount of confidence in the semiconductors just based on how they've been trading for the last few days. Well, really the last, week and a half or so. We've had a couple of nice days with it, but overall, pretty bearish.
Yeah, SanDisk, and yeah, you're saying a lot of those semis doing pretty. They're holding. They're trying to hold.
They're holding, but I'm not a believer right now. I'm not a believer.
Oh man, you're gonna be singing. You're not, and so essentially you're not. I'm a believer. I couldn't. You're saying I'm not a believer. I'm
not a believer. You gotta show. I'm from the show me state. You gotta show me the money. I'm from Missouri.
Show me the money. All right. Well, I love
Crow
it.
trades. Yep. Bear market rally. That's what I'm wondering too, Crow.
Hey, I'm down for. I just want clean movement. As long as it's clean for me and I can trade it, like NVDA right now, or even Tesla was a great trade. Getting into just long as everything moves like it should, right? I don't like when we get really erratic movement or not clean charts, running in weird reversal areas. Just give me clean charts. I don't care if you're going up or down. I'll go either way. Of course, we're trying to get Alejandra, which I know you finally thank you coming in again yesterday. You finally got a little live stream in with Ale. She's usually a shorter. But now we're getting some longs out of her. So, it's one of those things where I don't really care. I go long, I go short. I just want clean charts. Clean charts.
It was great, man. FOMC, I went long to SPY. That was a great trade. And Allie was in, DFNS. She was doing the trade the whole time, and she did great. She managed her trade, did really well. So, along with listening to FOMC, which sometimes can be interesting, right? The questions and are we going to get a rate change, all that kind of stuff. It's definitely interesting, but we added some pizzazz to the stream by actually trading it live, which was a good time. Pizzazz. I was thinking salsa, but then I'm like, no, I'm not going to say salsa. Let's go pizzazz.
Okay, I like it. A little salsa. Yeah, the monkeys. Well, my dad was a morning show host on radio, so that's all I listened to was music from some 50s, but mostly 60s and 70s. I mean, it was just literally, I remember going home from restaurants and passing out in the back seat, but just not that it mattered. I was just tired. I remember, I'll just always, or road trips. And of course, when you got old enough to have a Walkman or of course a CD changer or a portable CD player, because I was tired of listening. That's all that's ingrained to the brain. I can go through so many old songs. I am the unfortunate one that we have to watch out for. Josh, don't sing too long. We might get copyright smack. So, I'm singing usually old songs. I'm not usually singing new stuff. It's always old stuff. So, I know some monkeys. That's why that song came up. Let's see here. The oldest person, it's got to be coming around like Paul McCartney. So I've seen him live, and I'm trying to think of the oldest, that dates back to the 60s. Who have I seen that's from the...
I went to go see ELO. I don't know.
There we go. Yeah, my mom did recently. That's awesome. Yeah, I love some.
Courtney and I went to go see them. We were the youngest people there.
Yeah, I love a lot of their songs. Me
too.
That's pretty loaded. Yeah, pretty loaded band. One of my first concerts ever, I'll never forget, is Three Dog Night in Kansas. So that was my first concert.
Nice.
I was a kid. I just never forget that because my dad had always usually attend those, and so if he was attending them, of course it was a concert that mom was going to. Well, I'm going with them most nights. It was the local one on the river here. It's like an amphitheater on the river, so it's got a cool background. Right at downtown. It's got downtown. You got the river. So yeah, I've seen some. I mean, BB King. I can go through all kinds of people that I've seen.
Old-fashioned love song, Three Dog Night, man. Still love that song.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Old-fashioned love song.
Oh yeah, that's, yeah. They got some good ones. They got some good ones. But yeah, no, I'm old. I'm old. I can't believe I'm old. I turned 40. What is it? 42 in about 2 months from now, 3 months from now. But yeah, it's just like, man, hey, but yeah, I got the old soul, baby. I got that old soul.
I got the old soul too, and I'm right there with you, man. I'm turning 40 this year. We're brother month brothers. How do we say that? We're not the same day, but we do share the same month of a birthday, right? October.
Yes.
So
yes,
I'm heading into my 40s.
That we do. There we go. I don't want to get so we start singing some doo-wop. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it back to the 40s and 50s and sing some old stuff. But yeah, and that's the thing too. Back in the day, of course, I guess it was just ingrained from my dad being in. That's what these albums are from. If you see these are Journey, Duran. Anyway, some old good stuff. Platinum albums that he got. I love concerts, love live music. So I've seen hundreds. I have so many concerts throughout the year. So that's definitely one thing I've always loved. Some old stuff.
Oh yeah.
Listen to Kansas. Yeah, Kansas is good. I like some Kansas. Good stuff. But back to yesterday and Ollie's trade. Yeah, it was funny. I had to go get a rental car, so I had to leave the house right here, like during the crazy move. So we'll go to the 2 crazy moves from yesterday. Just kind of recap yesterday. I leave literally right after I leave. This spikes. I don't get to see this. I leave literally right about my house right around 1:15, 1:20, and I literally don't get back until right before the start of the after hour stream. Literally right here, which would be 2:30. So I literally missed all of this, and I come back and I'm like, "You got it." Of course, and I get a text from her where she like videoed the live stream, and then at that same time yesterday, no lie, same time yesterday. Let's go back to it. Look at the move I missed. So I leave yesterday. I see the first good move. That's right. I caught the first one. So I leave right about right here. It's settled. Okay, we're done. Oh no, Josh, you thought you saw the move? You thought you've seen something? Oh no. I come back again right about right here-ish. Look at this, and then to come back, and then on the live, and then we see. Oh man, what moves from yesterday that we've had and even traded on the live stream with you guys. So that's why it's coming over here. We got you covered each and every day, whether it's in market here like we've been doing today so far, all the way to power hour and after hours. A nice strong push here from the SPY and the Qs now ripping right now. I'm gonna see if anything's data wise, or not say data wise, but anyone say something or tweet something or
right.
Yeah, here we go. U.S. military says no. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. It might. Military says no U.S. aircraft were destroyed or damaged in recent attempted Iranian attacks. All missiles and drones were intercepted or failed to reach targeted area. So that did just drop. I don't know if that's anything really too much. I don't follow Bloomberg like Mr. Knox does.
Yeah.
But there we got that nice little. I wish I was 40. I wish I was 40, says Bonetta. I'm sure one day I'll look back and say that, just like anyone who's in their 40s say, well, I wish I was 30 still or whatever.
Hey, I asked my 82-year-old grandma the other day. I said, hey, Grandma, is 40, does that sound old to you? And she's like, no. I'm like, all right, Grandma, when you were 40, did 40 sound old to you? She's like, yeah. So it's all a matter of perspective, right?
Yeah. That's what I was saying whenever we were talking about that recently. Like, it all depends on how old you are, what old is. Because when you're like, and even like we were talking about Unk the other day, right? I was, getting called Unk or whatever, and then talking about that 72 Hours movie with Kevin Hart. Yeah, if you're 20, even in your mid to late 30s, you're old. You're like, oh man, damn, 35, 40, that's starting to get old, But if you're 40, like now, you got to go a little higher. Like, 70, 80's old. Like 50, 60, exactly. That's not that old. 80's old, 90's old.
Right.
But yeah, when you're like, it just depends on, to me, the perspective and especially how old you are, because if you're 10, 20, 25's old, right?
25's like, old, right? It's all perspective. It's all where you're at, right?
And guess where I'm still at? 17. All right, baby. What? I don't know. 21.
17. In your mind, right? That's what I kind of think. Like in my mind, I'm still late 20s. That's where I'm still kind of at. Like, okay, I know I turned 30. I've been going through the 30s for almost the last decade, but surely I'm not really approaching 40. That can't be real.
Surely.
It's crazy.
Yeah. No, time flies, my man, especially when you have kids. I can't imagine. So,
buddy, it does. The more kids you have, the faster it goes. I feel like I'm in warp speed.
Oof, Jesse's agent at warp speed now, guys. All right. Now, speaking of warp speed, man, big reversals, man.
Yeah,
Look,
Q's falling.
This is exactly why, unless you're a scalper, I'm not trading these zones. NVDA is the tradable area because we're working through and reversing off. Again, I have a line at where 193.50, as we talked about, and look what this came up to and is reversing off of that 193.50 node. And what's the next level? 190, 150, 192 areas when you come up next is where the next level I have in for NVDA. On the way on down. I just like this chart. It's running really technically sound today overall. And honestly, being constructive, I know, and what Jesse does want to hear is just we've just been a pretty nice bullish ticker. Now, it's not doing much right now, but there's areas to trade. This is an area of short. Cracking it, we go down, right? Bounce area here. So we have areas to trade on MU. Just got to wait for, wait for the move.
I feel like MU's a temporary short at the moment right now. On the 1 minute, we're below the 9, below the 20. And I feel like it can continue to crack on down for high of day yesterday at 838s maybe.
838s. That almost sounds like a club in Vegas. You've been to 838?
You've been to 838? Well, what do they have? They had the 38s, right? Before they had around the time of vinyl?
Right.
38s, right? Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be a good club name.
45s were next or something like that.
Yeah, 45s. Yeah.
I know about them albums. Well, another main reason I know so much about even albums and old music, besides my father being a morning show host and radio, my grandpa, old Pappy, was a square dance caller and ran the whole thing. And when I go out and stay the night with him, of course it's on the weekend, and it's like every time I stay the night with him as a kid, they had some square dance event to go to. So it would be at some gymnasium somewhere, some church, some school. And 40, 50 old people getting in 3 or 4 big ass circles. Pappy's up there on the stage. Get around, and I mean, he was, and actually had awards and stuff for being like, a really good square dance caller. But yeah, he'd set it up. He'd go up there, set the table. He had his gear he'd have, set his table up, had his big old thing of albums, had his record player, hooked it up to the speakers and all this stuff. And so yeah, it was. Pappy, pretty much a one-man show, would show up, and everyone know. I mean, that was the thing too. Of course, if you're the caller, you're like the dude. You're the man. He was a big boy. Ain't no way Pappy square dancing with that. His gut was the size of a. I mean, he looked like a walrus. I mean, he's a big old belly boy. Big old belly. I mean, you could set 2 or 3 TV trays on that belly. So he wasn't doing those dancing himself, but yeah, he was. Yeah, I love to hear it, but he was, was in back again. I wish I had a recording of it, but yeah, he was definitely and sang and had albums, right, too, as well, which was funny. Of course, country music, but yeah, it was. So I was around records nonstop. Of course, as my dad had to play them, he even had the, oh my God, what were they called? What was in the late 70s, early 80s that lasted for like 3? They were like cassette players before cassette players.
Before cassettes?
Track. What
8-track tapes?
8-track
tapes? Yeah.
So those ended up being like carts, as they called them, but they played all their commercials from the 80s, even into the early 2000s on these 8-tracks. They would record them on. And so they would stick them in that, and that's how literally even like about 2002 or 3 or 4 until they moved out of the one radio station, Cumulus bought them out, and they got to all digital stuff. They literally would play commercials and record it on these little 8-tracks, and they called them carts. That they would slide in, and Dad would play the, it was just crazy. So I'm around all that old school technology. Even like yesterday, went to go get the rental car. They had one of those old school printers that fax machine. It's got where you tear off the sides of the, it's got the little perforated holes on the side, and you have to tear those off or whatever. And I was like, man, I hadn't seen one of those in forever. And it was an old guy working the front. Like, yeah, that's why they got me working the front, because I'm the only one that knows how to work this damn thing.
Sounds like when you're trying to get online back in the day on America Online, you finally get on, and then it opens up your screen after 5 minutes, and it goes, "You've got mail." Yeah,
no, and that was like, you were like, oh my God. Because as a kid, no lie, that at night, I'll never forget, at least at my friend's house. So my buddy Jeremy lived out in the boonies, kind of like he had the like the double wide trailer out in the middle, way out there. And right next to his computer desk, and I'll never forget this, was like 98-ish or so, somewhere right around there, because we were watching like MTV and watching like the Backstreet, whatever, all the, whatever, it was Friday night, and watching TRL and the Countdown, and so I know it was like 98-ish because they were all on it. So point being, that night we're not supposed to be up. I mean, parents are in sleep. We're supposed to be in the bedroom or whatever. We sneak out to go get on the internet and look at whatever, just stuff. Like, I remember Rotten.com was a gross, weird, stupid website that would show like just weird, like, oh, look at that car crash, and just stupid stuff we'd look up that you're not supposed to look up when the parents are around. Just stuff like that. But he had his back glass was right there, and it didn't have like a curtain or the little the blinds, didn't have anything. It was just, you could see straight out to his backyard, but it was boonies, so it's just black, just nothing but black. We're looking up alien stuff too. You're looking up at that kind of. So I'll never forget when, like, logging in anytime I stayed that night at his house, and it sounds like you're in a damn MRI machine, but you're just logging into the internet. I mean, that would scare me. That, like, 10, 30 seconds, however long, and it's making all those noises. I'd be like looking out that, like, oh my God, they're gonna come. And then, even that was just as a kid, those things that you would do, in your head. But that sound as a kid, no lie, and especially at Jeremy's house, it kind of scared me until I grew out of it and was like a teenager and was like, yeah, well, it's just good old dial-up.
That's great. The crow trades. I remember downloading Hendrix Purple Haze on Napster. It took 5 hours.
Yeah. That was the other thing too as a kid. I remember that late 90s, but especially early 2000s, downloading songs. And I remember when we finally got faster internet, and you'd go over like my buddy's house who had maybe the faster internet. Like my buddy Caleb had like the crazy fast internet, had the fast burner, so you could get like
fast burners, baby.
Yeah, you could get
burning
like
CDs.
So you could get like 5 CDs done. I'd go over there and hang out, and like within an hour, I'm done, got everything I needed. And like,
the best thing to do was to go to the local library, because they had the music and they had audio dramas that I used to listen to back in the day. And instead of purchasing it, you could just burn it. And there, as far as I knew, at like 14 years old, there was no hard and fast law at the time that said do not do. You know what I mean? Like they weren't. It was kind of the Wild West of the burning era CDs. And man, I was just burning everything.
Yeah,
it was a real barn burner at my house from the library.
I'm like, my point being that, like, I'm just thinking about your kids, even. I'm like, what? Those small little things, they just won't ever. Like, what do they look forward to?
Right.
Like, those were cool things.
Because they're never going to do that.
Yeah,
right?
Like,
we're never going to do like rotary phones like our parents and you know what I mean? Like the whole spin the phone thing like my mom had. I remember her showing me that. I'm like, what is this gadget?
Or and being wired. You were not, you until like a wireless phone, but so many phones recorded, for my first bit of my, so you're like, you were attached to the wall. You could only go so far.
Attached to the wall. And then when we got caller ID, man, I thought like the world was revolutionized when you got caller ID and you could actually screen who was calling.
Yeah. And you got call. Oh, and when you got call waiting. So you're like, oh, hold on. Yeah. My parents hated it. I was, of course, Mr. Social Butterfly. I'm talking to girls. I'm talking to guys. I mean, I literally would talk to probably like 2 to 3 girls, maybe even 4. Like, I don't know, half the time now. I look
at a time, you call.
Well, I had a girlfriend like Melinda. I remember the names: Melinda 8th grade, Allison 9th grade. But I'm like, did I tell them I was also? Oh, I wasn't like talking to other girls, but I was like friends with them, right?
Sure,
so they would call and just went. Or like I remember like Stephanie Husky one time. She's got a boyfriend, but she was like, Josh, you just listen. You just give the best advice. But yeah, I just love to talk to girls, right? I'll talk to you, But no, it wasn't anything like
player.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I was thinking back. I'm like, did they know I was talking to? I'm like,
did they know I was talking to 5 girls at once on call waiting?
Yeah, because my parents hated it. Because they would be like, their call would come through, and they were like, yeah, but I've been like, I'm done talking, right? And like, yeah, and they'd come to me, Josh, so and so's been trying to call for the last hour, and I'm like, sorry. But yeah, that's notorious. We bring that up because then eventually, no lie, I got my own line like around 9th or 10th grade. That's how much I remember getting my own phone. I remember it was like a cool Christmas gift. Got my own wireless phone for my bedroom. I got my own phone line. I never get like Christmas night like I never like to this day because I had Nintendo 64 playing whatever game, and then you could like had fast dial, so you could just press 1 or hold down what Also, I was going like, who's my top person? Leon's number 1, or whoever my girl, someone's number 2, and then so you could just fast dial them and programming all their numbers in. Yeah, that is a kid, but I was a chatting box, my man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my first cell phone was that Nextel phone, which was about as big as a brick.
Yes,
but you could do the walkie-talkie feature and function, which was tons of fun.
Yeah.
So hey, our producer is telling us let's do the giveaway now.
Oh yeah, the giveaway.
Let's do the giveaway.
I got a giveaway. 25K eval. All my dogs and kids over here. All right, I got it.
I hope it's me.
Okay, well, guess what, guys? You have literally within seconds to sign up. There is a link in the description, and there's also one pinned in the chat for today. Click it. I'll give you guys 10 more seconds to click it and submit. You got 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. When I say 1, you should press the drum roll. 2. Drum roll time, baby. Drum roll time. Oh! I was going to say Jesse, but it says Ryan. Ryan got it. Was Ryan in chat today? Congratulations, Ryan. Handsome man. Got you a little 25K eval. Because I've seen Ryan's name. Maybe that was yesterday in the earnings stream that I saw it a lot. Because we have seen a Ryan. I know I saw him consistently. I think that was maybe from yesterday. Congratulations, my man Ryan. Hey, guess what? We're going to be doing another one this afternoon. Join our earnings stream coming up this afternoon. We started around 3:30. And somewhere about an hour or so in, Jesse will be doing another reveal. And we'll be getting another one of these out to you guys. So, Ryan, congratulations. Yeah, thank you, Ayush. Thank you.
And during the earnings stream, I'll be doing live trading on the earnings. And we got some big earnings coming up. We have Apple, we have Amazon, Coin, RBLX, RIVN. It's going to be crazy, guys. It's going to be crazy. Steve has a lot to cover.
Got to do a little Ric Flair right there for everybody.
There you go.
Bonette, congrats. Yes, Georgino, how we doing? Matthew, going to the gym, Georgino. Hit it up, brother. See you back in a bit. Tinkerbell, yes, congrats. Nigel, Bonetta. Yeah, and speaking of, let's get to the segment we're about to get into very soon. We have Jersey Mike's IPO coming up today. I'll make sure Steve, the first 5-10 minutes, I'll try to keep him snappy. I'll give him, hopefully, I think he still has it, Jersey Mike's rundown for you guys. So he'll give you a little play-by-play on what to expect today for Jersey Mike's. Steve will have that coming up for you. Jesse just previewed the earnings. And Jesse, need your take on what we'll also talk about in the next hour, which is the call-in show topic. What does your pre-market routine look like from start to finish, Jesse?
Okay, yeah. So my pre-market routine, it's pretty simplistic. I will look at anywhere from 5 to maybe 10 tickers. I will set parameters as far as where is the pre-market high, where is the pre-market low. I'll look at yesterday's high, yesterday's low. I want to know where the price closed at also. From yesterday. So I look at those particulars, and then as the pre-market session is going, I used to trade pre-market when I very first started, and they were more small caps, but because I do large caps, now it's just more or less, hey, what is the price action? Where is it going? Where has it been? And then just kind of watching that, seeing how they interact on the 9 and the 20. That's pretty much my pre-market, and I will probably start looking at charts an hour before market opens. So I'm already doing that work beforehand, and then looking at SPY, looking at the Qs, and then I'm also reading Benzinga and StockTwits and the news and other places as well, just to kind of look maybe at that fundamental thesis opportunity of what are some articles saying as well, and then I'm scrolling through X too, in conjunction with all of that, just to see what's been going on, especially overnight for the hours that I missed. So that's essentially my pre-market setup. About an hour before, of course, have to make sure I have coffee in me, and I'm ready to go for the bell open.
Yeah, like it. Good job. Good
Opening
stuff.
bell. Just Yoda that.
Yeah.
Bell open. Yes.
There you go. Yeah, Shaw, all the DVD, CD stores. I remember those were just fun to go to back in the day.
Tinkerbell, there's a small pony behind you.
We have 14 dogs, my man. 14, and 4 of them are Great Danes. So yeah, we got a few small ponies in the house around me. Tinker, a lot of them. What's up, G Delcor? How we doing? But yeah, Shaw, those were the good old days. Those are the good old days. And Shaw, yes, talking. I was just talking. I remember the names. Her name was Amber Redstat. Amber. There's Lori I would talk to. I could go through the name of all the different girls. I would Kristen down the street. I just like to talk.
I talk to a lot of girls too.
I just like to talk. But I had my boys that I talked to as well. Oh, Whitney, I talked to Whitney, and she'd always be hanging out with Emily. And yeah, hey, this guy's got a memory like what is it? Elephant, I guess, have great memories, whatever, for whatever reason. Yeah, like 50 dogs. 14, close enough, D-Rider. A lot of them. Well, Spy, before we do get into the call-in show, which again, join us this next hour for that topic, and we want to hear what you do, what's your process, guys. What's your process? You can go over to the Discord. We'll put the link out in just a minute for the Discord. I'll read it if you want to go over to the Discord and tell us what your, like Nigel, Shaw, Bonetta. Let me know what your pre-market routine is. Would like to know that. I'll read it and go over it. Of course, you can even click the link and join us at the top. First time people to join us, if it's your first time to join the call-in show, which again, it's just a Google Meet. You just click it and then you can talk from your phone, which most do. We'll give you a 5K eval and our Trade the Pool book for free. SPY, the main thing, what I was going to get into right here. Let's see if we can at least hold the 50. It's going to be key for me. We're getting back. We held it here. We're holding it now. We have this move at the 50. We have the 9 at the same spot. That's key for me. We're holding it. If we hold, watch for this to continue to push back on up. And what do we, just real quickly for Jesse, because I know, you know, is this your only real long-term swing right now is DRAM?
No, no.
All right, what else?
I also have SK Hynix, just a few shares when it IPO'd, and haven't touched that. And let's see, I've also got SpaceX.
Okay.
From the IPO.
Okay.
Still in that. And Big Bear, small cap, doing terrible right now. Big Bear, BBAI, and SoundHound, had that one for over 2 years. And Viking Therapeutics.
Wow.
VT, yeah, so Viking Therapeutics, which that one has actually been going up. That one's been doing pretty well, and we've been kind of selling that off in small amounts and making some good profit with that.
So are we gonna hold the 150? We'll just start with and then stay with just do the only, which is SpaceX.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So hopefully, yeah. I mean, I'm in at 135 with SpaceX. 135. With SpaceX.
So you got the IPO price.
I got the IPO price. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it. I just didn't know if you'd stay into it. I don't know if that was going to be your sticking to it, so to speak. Real quickly, what don't you? I don't get that. What, Bonetta? What don't you get? Let me know. What was it? Me? 14 dogs? I don't know. I don't know which one.
Maybe it was talking to so many girls at once on the phone. Maybe that was it.
Or that.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I just like to talk. Yeah. I would just. Oh, yeah. Because it would just be talking about like anything. I don't know. I just like to talk. Yeah, I don't know. It was just one of those things. I did not get the account. Well, Bonetta, I told you to DM Joe or even me if you wanted to. Over on, I asked you if you had the Discord. You said you did, and I said you need to tag me in a message. Which really you just need to hit up Joe, which you see Joe every day chat on the Discord. You did, huh? We did. Okay. Well, tag me again right now. Say I am here. I need to see, and I'll say there we go. So there we go. Go to the trading floor. Go to the trading floor because I don't know. Go to the trading floor because that's the one I'm always on. So go to the trading floor. We have a lot of different rooms, right? Go to the trading floor, and I want to know who and I'll tag Joe and say, Joe, reach out to her because I don't know what your chat name is. I'm AK47 because I have my own Discord, and that's what I originally was. So reach out and DM Joe, or you can DM me, but Joe's the one you need to reach out to, and it's just reach out to Joe, and if not, I'll smack Joe around. I know Joe's been busy; he's been picking up a lot of stuff, doing some extra stuff for us in the background.
Yeah,
yes, go to the trading floor, and you'll see I am here. I need to see Bonetta, and I'll make sure you're getting taken care of. I will take care of you, I promise you. Tinkerbell. I thought it was gonna be because I talked to all the girls. I mean, I talk to dudes too. You know, a lot of guys. Leon Mitchell. I had one best friend in Little Rock, and then I had one best friend in my hometown. You know, I said, listen, I was talking. I'm a talker.
You were talking.
I was talking. Okay, let's go to Citigroup. Who was that asked about it? Tinkerbell. Today looking good. Let me just go back a little bit further here though. Tink B. Well, we can see what we just bounced off of. That's really nice. So I do like this area. We need to hold it. Obviously, it looks like we're going back on up. This is going to be your next keynote area, in my opinion, Mr. TB, Tink B, right through here, right around this area. You could do that's going to be a massive, huge volume profile somewhere in this 132.50 mark. Maybe a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but that's going to be all through where it's going to be at, with maybe the highest node right there, and it kind of matriculates from it. But that's huge. Then the very top of it, right there, right around 135.30. When you reclaim this, and again, reclaim, what do I mean? Go up to 137.50, come back to 135, hit it, bounce off of it, go to new highs. Avery's updating me on the road trip. On the road again.
Oh, so she's driving to Colorado. Wow.
Yeah, because her parents are going to drive. I said, I was like, why don't you fly? Well, she wants to take her baby girl and her baby boy. She wanted to take 2 dogs. And her parents were driving, and so her parents were paying pretty much for everything. Well, I mean, not we got the rental, but like, yeah, they're paying for, the Airbnb and this, that, and the other. But I was like, we can fly if you want to, and that way you can meet them out there. Surprised she didn't want to, but like I've said before, especially anymore by herself. Her dad, speaking of that, she's gonna go see, was in the biggest plane crash here in Little Rock. I say plane crash. What's funny when you say that, it's not like the plane is crashing; it was on landing. I think most times sometimes they do air, because when I think of crash, I think of, oh, we didn't make it. We're going down.
Right,
But a lot of the times, like we know, it's either on takeoff or on the landing is when you really worry the most. And it was, they try to fly in on a crazy bad storm. Look it up, flight 1420 here in Little Rock. Plane split in half. People were ejected anyway. So it was, So, needless to say, she's not the biggest fan of flying in airports. And again, that's why I am not either when I'm by myself at all. But when we're together, I've got to be like the He-Man, I have the power, you'll be fine, baby. You'll be fine, I promise. And I usually just put really positive music on, and I'm always good with her because I know I have to be the strong one with her. And then we usually take dogs, which always helps. But yeah, so anyway, she's good with driving. Yeah, she's driving. She's on the road again.
On the road.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So, Citigroup, there are your key levels. They're back to you, Mr. Tink B. This is the key level. We have to hold this one too as well. So, if we don't, we crack this, we're going down. This would be the next key area, 124 to add in. Then down here at 119.80, essentially 120. Those would be your next key areas on the way down. I like it though overall. It's very constructive. It's beautiful. It's a technical sound ticker. I like this staircasing up. Essentially, old resistance is becoming new support along the way. Right now, we're just due for a little bit of maybe a possible pullback. We've seen this across the board from a lot of different stocks and different sectors. We get a little overextended. We're starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders. Getting back to over 135, the higher low pattern, I should say, the higher low pattern continues, and you'd want to see, of course, that higher high pattern. But I do like this stock. I'm not big into fundamentals. I don't really care about those ever. I just worry about what the chart looks like, and to me, this chart looks good.
Nice.
What do you got? You're heading out. See you possibly, and hey, and one of the newest 25K eval winners that we can talk to about. You're going to join us tomorrow on the Friday Night Live.
We are going to try to. Yep. We hopefully will be there. At least I will be there, and then I'll try to grab Courtney, and she can come in for a little bit too.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, and like we talked about, it's funny they're doing there's like a West Coast meetup, and then I forgot who's doing some meetup and said, hey, they're going to do something. We'll have to do like we talked that old school. It's the Saint Lunatics. We got to do a little Midwest. Yeah, we got to do a little Midwest. We'll have to get together.
Are you coming on earnings? Maybe popping in a little later today?
Yeah, I got a lot of office stuff to do, especially prepping, even for us in the live stream for next week. But I will definitely pop on once I get most of my work done. I have the afternoon off from one-on-ones. I try to have that off for Thursday so I can get work done, like true office, literally my kind of like clerical, so to speak, work that I do. But I'll pop in for just a little bit for sure.
All right, sweet. Well, I'm out of here unless you want me to stay until Steve arrives.
You're good. No, you're good. I can talk to myself, but if you want to stick, you stick around.
Dogs, you got the chat, you got the charts, you got so much going on right now. It's crazy. You don't need me.
Hey. Every once in a while, and then I got the list, and then you just got horses and ponies down here playing together.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm gonna go get my 3 eggs and banana, and I will see you this afternoon, brother.
Yeah, you're lucky I didn't get you too hungry and talk food.
That's right. All right, good to see everyone in chat. I'll see you guys all later.
See you, Bubba. Rocking and rolling. Now it's just the J Show. Hopefully Steve will be joining us soon. I need to let these dogs out eventually because they're yelling at me like, Dad, let me get a little energy outside. I'm so sorry it's taken care of. There we go. Hopefully now, Bonetta, if you've gotten it taken care of. Hey, we want to take care of you right away, all right? We don't want you, so to speak, lagging and waiting for the charts to load. We wouldn't want that, would we, love? Nice move back up, though, today for Citigroup. Nice, good move. And earnings today, I'll give some levels here until we get Steve to rock and roll and join us. Let's go here through some of our tickers. I know, guys, you're fine. Hey, Merlando, as I call you. We call him Ricky, Ricardo, Merlando. Let's go to Apple. Let's go to Apple here. Ricky, don't lose your number. I know, you're handsome. No, nope. Lay down. Down now. Yeah. Come on. Listen to Pops. There we go. Let's go to all-time highs. That's where we're at. If we continue to go down today, it's never, even we know with earnings, it's not like, oh, well, this earnings is great, it's going to go, or it's bad. We really, truly never really know the direction, right? We may have some sort of inclination sometime of, like I was pretty right on and dead on with Tesla. Yeah, it's not going to be that often. And that I still could have been wrong. On the way down, just giving you key levels, I think we're minimal going to hit 320. I think that's a minimal. Max, I think we come down to this low 300 node. I need to go out to the 4 hour now. I need to might as well just stay here to be honest with the rest of the tickers I'll be looking at. Let's go to it. Let's zoom on in just a little bit more, right? This area is going to be crucial. I think this is a minimal. I think we go through that, and if we do, watch for move down to around 310, maybe down to around 305. I don't think we get that much bigger than that, to be honest. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it becomes more of a large move more than a medium move. I have this as a medium move, not a large move. Next area down here, ultimately we'd get lower than that. We'd come down to 290. That would large it. I think we're minimal here. That's a small move. Medium move takes it around 310, 305. And then if we get the max move, it's down to around 290. Now on the way up, we're going to blow through all-time highs. If we blow through that, obviously 350, it's a magnet. I think we go through 350 easy. I think it's going to be, in my opinion, a medium move to the minimum side up. I was bigger on this, maybe for a possible move to 400 by the end of next month. So I like this strong bullish to 400. 360 though, watch for a move to 355, 360. Could see a little bit higher if we do go through 345. I don't think we stop at 350. I think we hit 360. So that would be my top side move, 360, 365, somewhere in there. I think there's more ample support downward and more of a bigger possibility downward as well. Now, you never really know. I was pretty right on ARM yesterday. I said 200. It hit about 200 after hours. Finally, right after hours on in, hit about 201 yesterday, only to go back up to the 250s or whatever it went to today. That's why I say this is never a certain guarantee, just key levels that I'm usually pretty accurate on hitting. So that's why I like to give them just so you can what to expect, so to speak, some expected moves for myself. Well, I think Amazon's almost like a duh that if we go down, we're going to hit 225. You know traders are going to want to hit that up. I mean, I would if I was a long-term investor, which I already am, but I don't want to add into a 93 position. That just doesn't make sense. And you can see even further back in time, do you remember? And now I do remember Mr. Michael Jackson when we were back in these key areas. Now, if we crack this key area, I think we come back down to here. So minimal move here, smaller move at 225, max move around 210, 215s. I don't think we'll see 200. I just don't think it happens. Main reason why, the nice good move back up here that we've made. Now, top move. I think we minimal hit 245, 250. Kind of the same thing. 10 down, 10 up, minimal, max. Well, you know it, right about 20. This is my max area right around, well, we can see it, 258, 257, some change. Those are my levels on the way up. And then, of course, down. Let's go over to Coinbase. There's my little... I like this down. This is one for me, down. Now, if it does go up, I think this is kind of going to be a medium to large move to me today on coin. That's going to be the key pivot point. Back over 177.50-ish area, we get the spike. We go minimal to 192.50. I think that's, to me, the small move we make today. And then the max move goes back up to 215. On the way down, watch for this 140 handle to hit. That's a minimum move. I think we go even lower than 140. Watch for a crack to the 120s into tomorrow. This one could be some nasty dumpage. And there he is. He's back to normal today. How we doing, Steve?
I'm doing amazing. I see you, and you hear me, and they hear me. They see me. Give me a 1 if you can hear me. You can see me. If we feel all right, I'm feeling a lot better, Josh.
I want to give you 2 1s, baby. That's what I want to give you. That's what I'm going to give you. Last one I'll give everybody is Mr. Roblox over here. Mr. Roblox. On the way up. I love Steve.
I think you're saying Rob Lowe. Okay, yeah, he's great.
Because I'm small cap. Everything to me is so okay. What would that say if I had to say that? Okay, that looks like Rob, and his last name is Locks, and he comes from the Shire. Minimal. I say minimal move up to 58. I think that could be hit here. Max move up to around 64, 65. On the way down, minimal move right around this 40 handle. Max move goes to new lows. We'll see the 30s there. So just giving you guys some levels before Steve gets on. And Steve, do you have a little Jamocha Joe? And when I say Jamocha Joe, because that's the first thing I think of when I say JMKE, do you have some JMKE news for us that maybe you want to give us a small little presentation, maybe possibly
Yeah.
before we really get into
Yeah,
the
I could do
college?
that. I could do that. Let me prepare here, Josh. I woke up and the market was ripping. I don't know if you've noticed, Josh, but we are green for the first time in a while. So I'm a little disoriented here. I definitely have some stuff on Mr. Jersey, Mr. Mike. Just got to find it on the desktop. So how about in like 5 minutes I can
Yeah.
get into that?
You're good.
Awesome.
You're good. Yeah, we're seeing green moves back on up. Still small cap sector, just dead. Even in UWE for Muriel Newey's not doing anything. It's not really a small cap price anymore. Probably still a small cap company. As DFNS is making its move back on up today here. So keep your eyes on defense. Defense. All right, watch out for defense. It's still moving. I like it. And to me, we're looking at this tomorrow. I thought it would happen today. It had a little bit of reset. You could see the short I had on it earlier. Got a good win out of it. Took the short. Thought we were going to maybe be done, Steven. We're going to get the dumparuna kuna boona banas. We didn't. We were kind of getting consolidation. And when I mean consolidation, we've made great moves up the last couple of days. Today, overall, it looks like we're just now consolidating. We're relaxing. We're not going to make that move. We might, though, and that's my point. Look what we did late in the day, and Alejandra got it. You know, of course, which is crazy, not going long that often, but boom, we got it going long more often joining us here on the stream. Ale took that up and got the Riposaurus there. That's why this is on watch for me. It's consolidating. We're in that area of the chart where there's just nothing really to hold this play down anymore. It has nothing, as we would say, but blue skies up ahead over 100. So keep your eyes on defense as we move through the rest of the call-in show, as we get into the after-hour show later, as we get into Friday trading tomorrow. This is going to be on high watch.
Speaking of high watch, can I pick your brain here, Josh? I think it's going to be useful to a lot of people out there. So me and a lot of other degens were up last night, scalping the market till we could try to find a bottom. I managed to secure me some MU at 720 cost basis. What's the deal? What gives? When should I be trimming? What do you like? What do you like here?
On MU?
Yeah, I did trim, but still just want to get your opinion there.
Well, you were just filling your mustache just a little bit, and I think we don't need to trim it. I think we need to let it get a little thicker into October and no shave November. It is building a very beautiful, just almost picture perfect bull flag right here. Watch for the squeeze, next leg up. I would say watch for a move up to 900. That 900 handle here is going to be the next sexy target. I would hold this for the next leg up. I think you might even see 900 here later in the day. If you've already trimmed, you've trimmed. You know, you've gotten it nice and in shape. You've trimmed your mustache. Good. Now let's let her grow. Let's let her grow.
I like that. Yeah, plant your garden, let it grow. Plant your mustache, let it grow. Either way, let it work for you. Let it cook. So I'm gonna trust the plan, Josh. I'm gonna trust the process. I do have a hedge on just while we're talking, so I don't freak out, because that's the worst feeling when you look over and all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoa, okay, everything I thought was wrong. Gotta keep talking about Ben Affleck or whatever we're talking about.
Speaking, that is so funny. Speaking of Ben Affleck, last night I saw Celebrity Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on, and he was. They had like they'd have like a guest with them that wasn't a celebrity, and then sometimes they would. So like last night, Ben was on, and they actually
Seriously?
yes, he was on last night, and not only was on last night, but he was on with like what's after that. Wayne Knight and Jason Alexander were on the same team, but then after that, I forgot who the celebrity was, but they were kind of with like me, a normal, like just bystander, right? So anyway, start the show where like they usually do. It may end the show with you still going because hey, we only have so much time, and you know those ones that like they start the show at the $500,000, so they're almost already there. So they started the show with the $500,000 question. So of course that's a great. Oh, join us next time on Trade the Pool. And they're like, oh, you're gonna leave us now? They're just about to be there. I gotta watch next time now.
Yeah, that's how we get you.
Yes, right. And so they opened the show with Ben Affleck and the guy, and they won the $1 million. They got the next two questions right, and the last question, which was a crazy question, was. Which of the following turkeys had not been pardoned by a U.S. president? And it was like peanut butter and jelly. The answer, I forgot, but I remember this one. The answer was, and they had, usually it's three, right? You have three, phone a friend, half and half, or whatever. They have three kind of like save whatever saves. They actually added a fourth one, I guess, with Jimmy Kimmel, and they can ask the host. And so they had that one left in their bag, like, all right. And so Kimmel, of course, because how much he covers presidencies, being what he's done over the last decade plus, right? Being the late night host of whatever. Anyway, so He's like, I'm pretty sure it's spaghetti and meatballs. And sure enough, they're like, all right, we're gonna trust you. You know, like I was like, we came this far. I want to go for it all. We might as well, right? And so went for it. Final answer: spaghetti and meatballs. And yeah, Ben Affleck and his guest that he was with won it. And of course, it was for charity. I forgot what charity it was for, but yeah. As soon as you said, I was like, wow, just saw him last night on Celebrity Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Dude, it's so funny because I was literally thinking as I said Ben Affleck, I was like reaching for a reference, and I was like, why did I say Ben Affleck? I haven't thought about Ben Affleck in so long. So that just kind of blew. I'm not even like, I'm not playing this up, hamming it up for TV. Like I'm legitimately a little bit spooked because I'd always say like, get out of my head, Josh. But like, why? Well, I think I'm in your head now, and we got some kind of connection going on. Anyways,
Yeah, I love. We got CYCU halted up, running into this 80
Nice.
cent area. So this would be an area of resistance that I would see probably comes into play. Go over and let me look at my halt scanner here real quickly, showing an 82 resumption price. So let's see if this doesn't see a quick pullback and snap out of it. And if we don't and continue to push your next area and target, it's gonna be right there, that $1 handle, which does make 100% sense. That's usually generally the golden rule, $1. Then after that, usually we're under 120. It goes to 140 though in this case, so we can see a couple of nasty reversals here at that 140 mark. So yep, if we are talking true pennies, this is running and has been all day. I don't trade sub $1 plays, never even look at them. I mean, I'll look at them, but I don't trade them. The nice cup and handle though, there's your cup, big ass handle. We cup and handle again, Steve, and to yet another high of day. So this is a really nice chart. Although, and I've seen CYCU in the past. I definitely have. I've probably even traded it. And I'm going to venture to say, I'm going to put it on my chart and go further back in time. And I'm going to say that CYCU has been reverse split to reverse split Kingdom Come. And yes, it has. So CYCU, no way that stock was ever 3,000 or anyway. So yeah, CYCU, if you go back in time, let's go back at least just even a year here. You can see this way has been reverse split to Kingdom Come. Well, can we go back further? Well, nope, we're not seeing it. Maybe this doesn't have the reverse split chart, but we have seen CYCU in the past. Just go back on my daily chart in this play. I have to go further back, but this play is showing a 3-year high of $2,045, Steve.
Something's up. Something's fishy. I sense some financial accounting. That's just normal. Financial wizardry. That's. I need coffee, Josh. I don't know what I'm talking about. But that is a crazy chart. That needs no coffee there. Yeah, I like that you're just not interested because it's under what is it, under $1, right?
Yes.
That's a good level. Yeah, it's like you can look, don't touch. It's no good there, right? It just doesn't.
You can look it, no touch it. No soup for you, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Really important to kind of steer clear of the things that are less reliable in my book. So for me, anything under $1, it's already pretty heavily easy to manipulate. Push around a stock under $10. Like it just gets easier and easier the lower it is, and also there's like just a lot of shenanigans afoot, and also you got to worry about like the 10-cent rule and for that kind of stuff. It's messy, it's sloppy, and for me, better to just.
If you want to get messy if you want to get messy and sloppy at the same time, eat a sloppy Joe. Okay, that's
Whoa.
what I'm saying.
What did I have for dinner last night, Josh?
Sloppy Joes,
Sloppy Joes.
Did you really?
I really did. I'm not lying. What's going on?
I don't know. But while you were eating sloppy Joes, I was thinking about him, and while you're talking about Ben Affleck, I was watching him. So I don't know how that worked out, but it did. What do you think about a SPY short here? Says Perplex 1T.
Let me take a closer look. It doesn't spark joy just because we've been screaming all day. That being said, it is lunchtime. We are at a prior high from highs not seen since this. Wait, hold on. SPY's chart's crazy today. Sorry, I've mostly just looked at my plays, the semiconductors and stuff. What's happening? It's just up, down, up.
Yes, and I guess he's wanting. Maybe I get this Perplex wanting to short off these highs right here, so we don't kind of reverse off of them and maybe form an M shape. And if we do, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm mostly agreeing, just half-heartedly. Like,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll jump in after you're done.
No, you're good. Yeah, I mean, if it just didn't work out earlier, it took a while for the sell-off to happen, right? So it's not. If you are, I wouldn't be looking for the home run move. It does look very bullish and it looks like it wants to possibly go and do that thing. We talked about this actually being a good long. It just seems like just about Oh, how long ago? Not long ago. Right here in this big candle, I said if we reclaim the 9 and the 50, this is looking really strong. And then we not only did both of those, we did the VWAP. So, oh no, it was back here. So it was a little longer ago. So yeah, no, that was it. It was a big week. Yeah, it was a big week down. So this was huge. This wasn't that long ago for the longs. We're talking just 30 minutes ago or less. Talking about an entry here somewhere right around the 36s. Now we're all the way up to the 30, almost 39 handle. So anyway, I like this for a short scalp. Not an overall double top or what you'd want to see that maybe in a larger time frame and reversal down. This does look like it could squeeze and go for more.
I love it. I love it. What I see here is just V shape. We were talking defense. How about V shape? Because that's what we got with just a straight V. It's really scary shorting these. Does it work sometimes? Yeah, sometimes you get the M. Often you'll run out those shorts. You'll run out all those fine men and women like Perplexit. And you know what? Good. Sorry, Perplexit, but you know, we've had enough pain. I want to see them smoke the shorts here, and then I want to see a back test of the highs, and I want to see consolidation into the close, and then pushing higher. Just the strength in the leaders. Oh my goodness gracious! Look at Microsoft. Make my people whole, Josh. Make my portfolio whole.
I was thinking of you when I kept seeing it climb and climb. I go, oh, I know Steve is going to be happy. And opinion on Spy Delonte. Well, we're doing that thing, you know, just go back to a little bit larger time frame. Got to do that for sure here. I like the 4 hour. It's my favorite once we start blowing through levels, which I said yesterday, 410 minimum, 420 max. Well, we were all over it. I set to somewhere in the 420 area. I gave it out hours ahead of time, just like those levels I gave about 10, 15 minutes ago. Well, we're doing it. And not only we're doing it, we're freaking doing it. I think this Steve continues to climb. When I know Steve wants to hear this, this is going up, baby. We did find that double bottom. I know it liquidated a little bit lower. Stopped out some longs. It trapped them. It scared them. They're out. They said, no, why did I get out? Because now they're seeing it a full 100 points higher at this point, and we're going back to the 470s, baby. Count it up. Lock it in. Just like I said, Tesla to 300 and maybe a little lower. Mamma mia. This play is going back to the 470s.
I love it. And pour went out for my good friend Bellingham, who manage his risk into earnings. He had half his port in Microsoft, and his poor little heart just couldn't take it, so he had to sell half. Rip to him, but you know what? At the end of the day, he still got 25% of his port in Microsoft. So you know,
yeah, we get in the call-in show. Let's get in the call-in show. I just want to make sure, we answered all the questions and showed some charts. We've yapped enough. Let's get into today's topic and let's get into that call-in show.
Let's do it, baby.
The way I ended that, the dogs thought I was like, I'm done. They got up. Oh, is that done? Like, no.
They heard, have a safe, food-filled, blessed. Sorry, I'm pulling up the link, but I gotta.
Naturally, you know. There we go. I'm in. There we go. I'm in. There we go. I'm in. Have a great, safe, blessed, fulfilled day. Guys, lay down. I'm almost done. I gotta get my studio mode. That's right. There we go. All right, cool. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Steve, waiting to hear you on. You're still not in the Google Meet. That's why I was wondering. I was like, where's Steve at? A little gap and go there. CYCU is halted up yet again. So CYCU, this time resumption price, still the same thing. Watch for the third halt up. If you are long on CYCU, know that after the third halt up, we start to get a little sketchy. What do you think, Steve?
I think I'm in.
I think I'm in. You are in, my man. You are in like mother freaking Flynn, because your name today is turned into Stephen Flynn.
I'm in. And you know my good cousin from Indonesia, Larry. Oh wait, that wasn't Larry Flynn. That was Larry Floyd. All right,
Larry Floyd. Larry Floyd. Let's not listen. He's made every wizard book. Okay, Market Wizards. Well, what are we doing disgracing Larry's name for, my man?
It's a good question. Another good question is, why is my speakerphone not working? So let me figure that out real quick, so I don't have to hold this to my head like a boomer.
Hey, can you hear me?
There we go.
Hey.
Yes. Oh, much better. Much better.
Hey, man, I can't hear you.
I just, you know.
All right, so today's call-in show question, click that link, join us, team. We want you to join us. Last week, we were packed. 4 people joining us last week. Absolutely bonker sauce. Today, great topic. Steve, what is it, you may ask? Well, the question of the morning or afternoon, depending on where you're at in this fine world. What does your pre-market routine look like from start to finish?
Great question. I have 2 versions. We have my usual version and today's version. What should I start with here?
Let's go usual, and then we'll do today where your whatever today's scenario may have been.
Sure. Usually I wake up about an hour before market opens, sometimes half an hour. So I kind of have 2 modulated versions depending on how much sleep I need. In general, what I always want to do is make sure I know my game plan, check my levels, check the gamma exposure as well, so I know kind of roughly what the path for today is. I know what I'm looking for. I have my directional bias ready to go. I have a few trade ideas ready to go. I'm not married to any one of them. Usually there's one that I like the most, but I'm not married to any of one of them, and that's important to get kind of in the right headspace. So that's the next step. I prep my charts and then I prep my mind. So I gotta get my head straight. You know, I go through a little checklist, but basically the gist is that I make sure that I'm ready to meet the day and I'm not so stuck in a bias that I would not be willing to pivot if needed. So that's the biggest thing for me. Then I, just finish marking up my charts. I watch the first 15 minutes of open. I consider that part of my checklist because I very rarely trade the first 15 minutes. And then from there, I give all the information I need. I have the opening range. I have the kind of just all that opening information. And I feel like I can make an informed decision. So that is the way I handle that in general. What about you, Josh? What's
Oh
your?
no, hold on, you're not getting off the hook
Oh,
here.
okay.
What is your routine today then? What was today's routine?
Today's routine was wake up in a panic because you realize that you did not you did not account for the unforeseen variability, which is that your phone is not working anymore as a charger. So I needed to use the wireless charging to get the charging port died on me. This is like a metaphor for my life, Josh. So we're just like this week I'm going to the Apple store and fixing it. That's also the metaphor for my life. I'm fixing my sleep schedule and all that because if you don't wake up at the right time and you don't wake up feeling sharp, I felt like a chicken with my head cut off. Luckily, it was a lot of it was a as good as a chicken with his head cut off can feel because woke up to the market definitely going in my favor. But yeah, just just better to be prepared. That is always the way to go. So get your sleep, get a good breakfast too. That's one thing that I forgot. I always get like a little snack at least. Sometimes I can't eat a full breakfast, but a little muffin, a little protein bar, a little smoothie, something like that.
Yeah,
Got to get
or
your
there's
brain
the other
juice.
side of things where you're like kind of have all you need to wake up to is just some water, and next thing you know, you're just rolling a trillion miles an hour like this guy over here. So what's funny because I don't ever eat in the morning. I don't eat like I said, so usually about 1:30 or so, and that's typically when I eat for the first time. Who do we have joining us now?
How's it
Hey.
going, guys? This is Sterling speaking. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Hey, Sterling.
Sterling, how are you doing today? Yeah.
Good, very good, guys. How are you guys? Good.
Oh gosh, yes, it's Thursday. It's almost the end of July, which means football season's just around the corner. That means fall's around the corner too, as well. So cooler temps heading my way. Can get back to washing my beautiful rides and actually enjoying it without just melting in the sun. Dogs are healthy. Yeah, right now,
Let's go.
we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. How about you, Steve? Steve, after yesterday, I think is on cloud 9. He couldn't get any worse almost for Steve yesterday.
It was a comedy of errors. Let's put it like that. It seemed like everything was going wrong. Josh, did I ever tell you? So my webcam wouldn't work. I fixed that. It was some rare esoteric glitch in the software. I had to reset the firmware on that. My webcam on my laptop wouldn't work because this genius somehow I honestly think it was my cat who hit a keyboard shortcut that I had never heard of, which shut down the webcam entirely. That took half an hour of troubleshooting. I'm just so glad you guys can see me. Of course, now I need to get a haircut. Now I need to actually look presentable. But that's, like I said,
I need one
that's
too. Yeah, haircut.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Love it.
We're
Real
too
quick,
busy, Sterling.
I want to address this. Hold on. So I'm fairly new to trading. Do you know why I can't can't buy CYCU? Hunt, whatever. So I know I've messed your name up. I'm just calling you Hunter.
Haunted 420.
Yeah. Oh, haunted.
Ah.
Look at you. Look at you. Now
You got to put your gamer
tag.
tag vision on, like you're reading Xbox Live tags. All the letters and numbers.
Yeah. Well, if you have TTP, what you need to do is shut down the platform and pull it back up. Because sometimes, whatever reason, there's this weird little glitch that'll happen. You pull up a ticker and go, why can't I trade this? It's grayed out. It's not letting me put orders in or a market order in. It's because you have to exit out of the system and pull it back on up. If it's a different broker, I couldn't quite tell you why. I know that you're new to trading, but I couldn't tell you why. Sterling, now let's
Could be
get back
halted,
to you.
right?
Do what?
Maybe he tried to buy when it was halted. Didn't
That
one
could be
halt?
true. Yes,
Yeah.
that could be true too as well. Haunted. If a play is halted, like frozen, stuck, you're not seeing it move. That means it's halted. You can't place orders at least through TTP while it's halted. We're gonna get there to maybe we can put some limit orders in, but regardless, you still can't trade it. It doesn't matter what platform you have. When it's halted, it's stuck. You can't place. You can't buy it or sell it at that point.
Yeah. Marcus says no touching. We're
No,
figuring
still
it
for
out.
you again. Okay, let's get back to Sterling. Let's get to the topic of the day, Sterling. What is
Yep,
your pre-market routine?
All right, so what I do, you guys know that. So I trade futures. So my pre-market is when I get home in the afternoon before Asia session open. So what I do when I get home, first I see, what the market did during the day, the New York time. So I go to Qs and spies and I check what they do. Then after that, I analyze, the daily time frame. I do for the levels to see the clear high and the lows. Then I go to the 4-hour chart, see, what point, what levels, matches. And then I go to my 5 minutes. So, to establish, the market bias and I like to mark, all the key supports, the resistance and, all that, like I say, and also the VWAP. And that's what I do like every day and I'm sticking to that. And then, when the session opens, I start predicting what's going on and I just wait for the price to come to my level. And that's what I do every day now.
Love it. All right,
Beautiful.
we got 571 and we got Nigel in chat. So hold your horses. We're gonna get to you, File. I want, especially on a phone, we'll have a lot of crossfire. So we'll get through Sterling. So Nigel, just hold your horses there. 571 will come to you next. Mr. Sterling. Yeah, I love the routine.
Yeah.
It's in depth there. So Sterling, how the kiddos? How's the wife? Everyone doing good?
Good. Everybody's good,
Good.
They're
Awesome.
enjoying.
You gonna join? Are you joining tomorrow night on Friday Night Live?
Yeah, of course. I'll let you know how I was want to tell you how the weekend. So
All right, good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
all right.
we'll get some more chat in there from you, so we can get to these other callers. I know you can join us tomorrow night and talk up to how your week was and such. But man, love that you called in. Talk to you soon, brother.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys. See you.
Yeah,
Thank you, man.
Oh.
Take care.
Love it, Sterling. Wait, this is 2 weeks in a row. See, we got 3 all on the call at the same time. Let's go to 571. Who do we got on the phone with us?
Tinker B, how you doing?
Oh,
Hey, welcome.
So, are
Thanks
you
for
new
joining,
to
man.
are you new to watching the live stream? I haven't seen you too much on the live chat.
I am. This is my first time. So I want to thank Steve right quick. I don't know what you said. I was watching one of the YouTube videos and you said something and everything kind of clicked for me. So I'm looking forward to this.
Whoa, well, thank you, man. I promise I didn't pay this guy. This isn't a plant, but that's literally it's the best thing that I ever can hear in the day. Like something, because I don't even know if you'll know what it was, but you know what? Sometimes something just hits us and we get the right message at the right time. So awesome, man. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you for joining.
Yeah,
That's right.
love it. All right, so Tinker, I do want to ask though real quickly,
yeah.
Tink B, how did you find us at Trade the Pool? Was it just suggested? How did you get to us?
Man, I've been looking for it. It just dawned on me to say to myself, will somebody fund my account? If I could trade with somebody else's money, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
And aren't you?
Love it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Amazing,
It is really
dude.
awesome.
Very, very cool. Awesome. You know, I got to say, when I heard the voice, I was not expecting that handle. I was thinking that that maybe it was one of our women callers, because we've been getting more and more Tinkerbell. So I'm curious, what's the origin of the name? Are you tinkering over there?
No, that's my last name. I've heard it.
Right. No shade at all. It just made me laugh. Always great to hear new people in the chat, and thank you so much for calling in. And I'm curious, what's like your favorite thing to trade, or what are you, either something you're watching today, something you'd like to trade, something you've been trading?
I look at the math. I look at centered moving averages, and then I find the variances from there, and from I can tell the probabilities from that perspective. When one scented moving average will have a channel bound that will, when superimposed upon another, it'll show you the institutional order flow.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna have a lot to talk about. Definitely keep on tuning in as we go forward here, man, because I want to pick your brain. That sounds really neat, and I think I understand where you're coming from.
You guys are the guys.
Thank you so much, man. Josh, this is like my favorite part of the week, I think. It's starting
like
to be.
it? Yeah, well, there you go. Hey, that's why I came up with it, man. Yeah, it was something that me and Kevin thought of a while back, just to get some traders involved. To actually, instead of chat, talk, and type, hey, let me actually get on to and chat it up with actual other people. It just comes back to my dad being a morning show host and radio. It was always fun to have that feedback from other humans and getting them on the show to just talk. Whatever it was to talk about. There's always a topic at hand to talk about. It's always fun to hear feedback and from other people.
Absolutely. Ain't that the
All right,
truth?
so then, Mr. Tinker, Mr. Last name, Mr. Tinker, as I will start calling you. What's your pre-market routine?
And well, I wake up in the morning, I look at the charts. Lately, it's been watching you guys and trying to see if I can keep up. Right,
Awesome.
right. I look at the daily charts, draw the moving averages, and I'll center it. And then from there, I'll superimpose other moving averages of smaller time frames and jump from there.
So this is super cool. Let's talk about this more going forward, because I also have a system which superimposes a moving average from various time frames on the current time frame, and I found it very useful too. So I want to compare notes there. I bet we'll have an interesting conversation.
Fantastic. That's awesome.
Very cool, man. Awesome. Josh, anything else for Mr. Tinker here before we send him on his way?
We've 100% Tinker. I guess it sounds like you've been trading for a while, at least is what your setup is, but then it's how long that's my last question for you. How long have you been trading?
Oh, I've been trading for. I started out doing commodities, and that didn't go so well. Yes,
dude, I'm so glad you're here. I
Right,
also
right.
started with commodities. Sorry to
Is
cut
that
you off.
right?
It's just like you don't hear that very often.
Yeah. I think with the guy's name was Ken Walsh or something like that. Ken Roberts or something. And that was back in the '90s. You guys can't remember that.
Okay, you got a few years.
Yeah,
I
was playing Nintendo 64 and talking on the phone to like 4 girls at once or whatever I was saying earlier.
Yeah, sure you were, Josh. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, man. This is a wonderful opportunity, and I'm really glad I found you guys.
Sweet. Oh yeah, we're glad to have you. Keep chatting it up. Keep joining our live streams, and this when there's a chance to join. We want more information from you guys, and love hearing it from you every week. Maybe we make a secondary show of some sort like this within the show. So shows within the main show, but where we get more feedback from you guys, and that way you can join. Otherwise, next week call in again and let us know whatever the topic is at hand, and then we'd love to hear from you, brother.
Fantastic.
All right, talk to you next week, Mr. Tinka.
Take care.
Appreciate you calling. Yep. And again, any of you guys that are calling in, Mr. Tinker, if you want to, I know maybe you don't need it, but if you want it, 5K eval giveaway. Hit up Joe. He's on our Discord. You just make sure to put that Discord link out there for us on the in the chat. Make sure you follow us on Discord. And the main thing is go to the welcome and rules, right? You have to go to the welcome and rules when you first get there. And all you have to do is smash the like button. Essentially, there's a quick little snippet over on the Discord. It's really easy. That's the way you get kind of unlocks all the other channels. So if you're not on the Discord, you join today. A, make sure you're joined. Then B, make sure you go to the welcome and rules. It's the very first tab in the top left above all the trading floors and trading rooms. And you just scroll up and you'll see like, hey, smash this, and it will lock everything for you. And then boom, then you can go on to any of the other, the trading rooms. Secondly, when you do that, or if you're already on our Discord, go hit up Joe. You see Joe all the time, like he does. Just recently, see TTP Joe. Hit up Joe. DM him, however you want to do it. Just hit him up on the chat and say, Joe, first time caller. Where's my 5K eval? Where's my book at? Bonetta just got hers earlier. So if it's your first time calling, make sure to take advantage of that.
Yeah, say, give me my money, Joe. Where's my money, Joe? No, don't do that. Be very nice to Joe. He's a treasure. But
all right, on to the next one. Thank you, Tinker. And I promise from now on we'll drop the bell. We'll call you Mr. Tinker. All right.
The respect he deserves. Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, boss. Over to Nigel. Nigel, you're next, and then Brian, you're after Nigel. Nigel, glad to have you. How are you doing, brother?
Josh.
Hey.
You're here.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's great to finally hear your voice after seeing you in chat.
I didn't know you're gonna have
Alright.
that much energy. I didn't know anyone was as loud and as talkative as me. It sounds like you're ready to rock and roll.
I'm trying.
I love it. I love it,
man.
So
How you doing
how's
today?
how's the Caribbean this week?
Cool, good weather, good,
Oh.
sunny.
Beautiful, beautiful. You probably got a few degrees on me. I'm looking out the window. It is overcast and 69 degrees. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably a little lower.
I don't think Nigel sees that temperature too often.
nah, nice cool weather all the time. At most a little rain, but nice and warm.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Getting them raised. So I know Nigel, you're a little bit newer, but still want to hear it. What is your pre-market routine from start to finish? What's it look like? What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, the routine. Now I wake up early, as I did in the past as well. So I start as early as 4 a.m. right, just to see what is happening in the market. Yeah, so it's just to see what is moving, where the activity is, if there's any volume. Take a look at the spreads. Sometimes I notice the ETFs. You can see, so for example, Sanders, regularly you may see Sanders ETF is already moving. So you give a little insight as to what may happen later in the day. So yeah, just take a look at the stocks that the stocks that are gapping, and also what are on my watch list, so I can see what to expect later in the day. Yeah, and I watch the spreads as well.
Nice.
Beautiful. Awesome. I think that's a really good point there, to just kind of get a bird's eye view. And this can give you a good hint on where the markets want to go. Another thing I'll do is for pre-market, when the first pre-market opens, I'll see what kind of sectors are having big moves right out of the gates. And often those are the ones that will continue as well, especially if I see a couple in the same kind of subsector. So great call there. Good stuff.
Yeah, but then I go back to sleep, of course. So
good. That's also good.
Yeah, so
Sleep's
by about
important.
4:30 to 5, right, I should finish with that. Go back to sleep and get the next 2 hours. Wake back up again about 7 a.m. Okay, if I'm tired of the later, and then I see where the real flow, capital flow, the real volume, the new activity is starting before the open, and then I could really prepare based on all the information, all what's happening. Some tickers I see can be tricky, like DFNS today. We're not sure, is it going to continue to go up? Will it tank? Will it go down? So you have to make your decisions accordingly. So yeah, just monitor the activity and then decide from there. But definitely the pre-market, early time for me, I like to get in there early, see what's happening, and then put the data together and decide.
Nigel, you don't sound like a beginner. I gotta say, this is good. This is good systemic trading. I like this. Very cool.
And don't forget, Nigel, I know first time calling on the call-in show, so don't forget to hit up Joe on the Discord there to get your 5K eval in the book. And while saying that, Aches, I want you to make sure you get that. And then Rick Murr asked, book or ebook? I don't know that we have an ebook. We should have something that's downloadable to read somewhere. I think we do. I think there's a barcode on the right here on the back. That takes us to the website. That takes you to the website. I don't know if we have an ebook. Do we have one, Steve? Do you know of Ayush?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
We need one. We need one. It's an actual book though, Rick, and we'll look into doing maybe the ebook to give that away. But yeah, we have actual books. The reason we have these two, we got a lot of them made. I think they maybe made too many of them. Obviously, they didn't realize how many they made, maybe possibly but they were for the money show. And I'll never forget, because I was the one that was responsible for going out because they were getting delivered. Go meet the lady. She's out front. So I went out there to get the books, and I was like thinking we're gonna have like a box, maybe 2 boxes I was gonna carry down. Oh no. She had to get like a moving cart, and it was like it was a lot of boxes, and I was like, this is a lot of books.
Holy Toledo.
Yeah, so we have a lot of books, and they're great books. There's a lot of good information in them, because essentially you're talking to funded traders that day trade, and there's a section for swing traders, and they're giving you their trade ideas, what they do, etc. It's a good book. It's a real good bedside. You can't sleep, whatever you need. Those little books you just want to get a couple, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages in. It's really fun. It's a good looking. I say it's a good looking book, but I love it the way it's for me especially. I don't want fine print when it comes to something like this. When it comes to stock trading, you don't want to sit there and read fine print. You want bigger letters, you want pictures, and it gives you that. Think of me as a caveman when it comes to reading.
It's the same thing with me now. I like being engaged. I like visual accompaniments, accoutrements, if you will.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm not
nice.
from the U.S. That's why. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good, Rick Murray. Yes, I know. It's all good. Trust me. We want to help as many though of you guys as we can. You guys join us, and we want to make sure you get taken care of. Back to Nigel before we get over to Brian. Nigel. All right, Nigel. So
Yes, sir.
we are you mega cap, large cap? It sounds that's where you're at. Are you trading anything micro, small like me?
Yeah, well, I like the small cap.
Okay.
I like the small cap. I prefer the small cap. Well, basically the day trading business is for me is the small cap. Yeah, so you trade the small cap to generate some income, and then after similar to your Charlie Munger them after. I know you say you Warren Buffett them after when you have the profits, so you could invest in some of the longer term plays or the bigger longer trade swings. Yeah,
Nice.
so for me, yeah, definitely day to day is the swing is the pardon me is the small caps, and intraday the small caps. So yes, less than $10, preferably. But there are some I look at the watch list or the gappers list, and I see over 10. Some may be making moves. I think right now DFNS, because it was lower price, it went higher, and yeah, then decided from there. So mainly that's where the bread and butter or the cash flow should come from for me. That's the approach, that's the style.
Nigel, I'm all about it. I'm the exact same mindset here. Give me some short-term trades. I will trade any old trash, and then let me dump that money in something I can believe in going long-term, just so I know I have something I'm working towards. It's such a beautiful loop. It's a great positive feedback loop of doing well in the markets, extracting that, locking it in, but also putting that money to use for your future. So I absolutely love it, brother. Great stuff.
Nigel, thank you again for calling in. I know you get the free 5K eval, so there was an incentive today. How about you call in any Thursday? There's a good topic that you want to talk about. Just loving you guys again calling in and keeping this hour completely full of phone calls, which again this week going to tie last week with the 4 calls already. So let's see if we get a 5th one after
Absolutely.
Brian. We're on to you next. What'd you say there, Nigel?
Thanks, guys. I say absolutely. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much, and of course, thanks to Trading Pool for all what they're doing for the community. Really appreciate it.
Oh man, thanks so much, Nigel.
Yeah, and this weekend, go put your feet in the sand, right at the beach, just right there where the waves are pressing in for me.
I'll try.
And then pour a shot out and say, "This one's for Josh."
Correct. Thank you.
Have a good weekend, Nigel.
Take care.
All right, over to Brian, B Ryan, as we like to call him. That's right, because he's the B man. They just call him B Ryan because it just sounds cooler. Brian, what's up, Brian? How we doing, brother? Brian, we got to sing him a song.
Yeah. So maybe some Brian
O'Connor.
Adams.
It's Brian Adams. Is it Brian O'Connor from the Fast and the Furious franchise? Maybe he's making a resurrection and coming back. Brian Adams, Brian Swayze. That would be Patrick's long lost brother, Brian Swayze. He also from Indonesia.
Oh, of course. Shout out our Indonesian brothers.
Brian, that's all good. Brian, if you do hear us, and maybe he just wanted to join. Maybe a lot of people say a lot, but sometimes people click on it and they don't mean to. Of course, maybe he put the phone down and said, "I'll get back to him," or they're talking to the other people in front of me. Of course, we just want to keep it, first come, first serve, so to speak. We want to do one at a time on these Google Meets. I don't want cross talking. You'll be talking over one another, and so I don't want to have everyone talking at the same time. So I like to do it, in chronological order, essentially as you join. And then there goes B Ryan. All right, Brian, if you want to join back. I think that was maybe what's his face. I think it was maybe because I saw his last name was Tinker, so it may have been Tinker that was on there still yet again.
That makes sense.
Yeah, could have been. So I haven't given mine yet. I know, girls. 15 more minutes. We're gonna go outside and we're gonna run around and have fun. They just cannot wait. When Avery's gone, when Mom's out of town, Avery is just that's like she's the glue. When Avery's gone, it's these two. These two girls are just, where's Mom? Where's Mom? Where's Mom? Where's Mom? And I'm like, I'm here. It's cool. What about me though? And they love me, but yeah, it's funny. They're like, where's Mom?
You're
this
busy
isn't right.
though. That's the thing. Animals do not understand why we stare at a screen and talk at it. They must be so confused at our job. They must think like we're unwell or something.
I've said that so many times over the years streaming live. I'm like, it's funny. Like, what does Dad do? Every day he goes in this room and just looks at the corner of the wall. He's got these screen things that he's looking at. They call them screens, I guess. I don't know. Just these blocks on this big desk thing. And he just sits there and just looks into the wall. and just talks essentially. Like, oh, what is he doing?
It is the most bizarre thing for an animal. I think here's the thing. I think that we're doing the thing. All right, can I get philosophical for just a second here? This is actually kind of cool. So there's this crazy old programmer named Terry Davis. I don't particularly I wouldn't consider him a role model by any means. He said a lot of crazy things. He went insane. But there's a really cool clip of him talking about this what language. He made his own programming language, and he was sitting there with his bird. His bird's looking at him programming on the screen. He's going, I don't know what the hell my bird is thinking. I like to think that he's looking at my screen and he can kind of like make out a little bit of what's going on. But really, he's probably just over there having bird thoughts. And you know what? Sometimes that makes me think like all we can really do is have bird thoughts. You know, it's just, I don't know what the heck my point even is. I guess one of my points is I think animals actually do know a lot more than we give them credit for. Like my cat watches TV with me, and that's weird. Like, because I'll be like, oh, it's just me humanizing my cat, you know? And then like a bird will cross the screen and she'll watch it and track it just like a regular bird. So in her brain, she can, you know, I don't know why. I think maybe people are just dumb and they're like, oh, only our eyes can see on screens or something, you know?
Right.
I don't know what my point is.
Hey, you want to talk birds for a minute. I get it. You're a bird guy and you like them and you're okay with them and you're not scared of them. And that's a good thing because some people are scared of birds. My wife.
Are you?
No, my wife
Oh.
is terrified and is, well, until kind of recently, smaller ones. We have these barn birds or barn swallows, little blue, they're really pretty little small blue birds.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, they took a liking to our back patio and the underneath, like where you can they built a couple of nests up there. And I like saw the process of it. You know, I mean, you should see how long it took them and how every little piece they'd go up there in little piece. I was like, this is so cool. Wish I would have had like a time lapse video of it. Regardless, this year, for whatever reason, maybe too many eggs were laid, but unfortunately, there was one day where we had a couple of birds had fallen out. One was on the ground, so we had and it could kind of barely fly, but literally Googled it. They can't take off from the ground. They have to be in an elevated spot. So we finally trap her. We made like her own little like nest, like hangy thing, and got her, put it in there and hung it up. Like me and Avery had to like tag team it. And then for about 3 or 4 days, we call her Lil A for Avery, Lil A. And finally one day we're like, oh, it was so funny. I think it was a Sunday. Like we always did. We kind of would check on it. Point being, I always sleep in later on Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, I get up, I go out there and I let whatever dog that was still sleeping with me out and kind of, and then check to see if the bird's there. And I was like, oh, she's gone. And Avery's like, no, she is. Like, I just checked on her like literally 30 minutes ago and she was there. I'm like, that's crazy. And then with that time frame, she finally could take off that same day though. So that bird survived and was great and finally did its thing. That same day when we did that, when that bird was on the ground, I hadn't got it yet. There was another smaller one in the nest. There's 2 nests, so it's like ones were a little bit older than these guys, I guess, but one was like sitting on the edge, and I'm like, only went up there. I'm like, that bird's gonna fall, and I pushed our patio furniture over, which is essentially a bunch of pillows on the top of it. And anyways, and sure enough, I'm not kidding you, bro. Within 3 minutes of me pushing that patio furniture over for her to land on something soft instead of the floor and the cement for whatever, sure enough, fell on that, and that one was small enough where I had to pick up the bird. Of course, I have gloves. I'll pick up the bird, put it back in the nest. That then got old enough and flew out. So there's our little bird saving stories that we have right there.
Dude, you're the bird whisperer. That's awesome. You're in the zone. You're in the bird zone. That's very cool.
Hey, and especially the one that could take off, because it was like kind of like trying to do the pecking, like leave me alone, like scurrying around. Finally got it to a spot to where I had it. I kind of scared it to where it was like on because we have a TV out there. It was literally sitting on, of course, your little hands or feet, whatever, was sitting on the wire, kind of leaning up against the wall. And so me and Avery kind of had it trapped to where it was like, okay, let's act fast. Hopefully it doesn't take off. And so I went and kind of got my hands around it and then put it in the nest and said, oh, but put my hands were over the nest. I'm like, okay. Well, and so she'd then had the nest and the hangy thing. So I have the bird in my hands over the nest. And I'm like, all right, let's go over to where we can hang it. She hung it. I then let go of the bird. It plops down into the little nest we made, and then would sit up and like perch at the top of it and wait for the mom and dad or whoever to bring food. So yeah, that was kind of get small goosebumps. That was a cool little, saved the animal. Yeah, you feel like Ace Ventura kind of in a way.
Yeah, I sure do, Josh. That's awesome. Just want to shout out all the animal lovers in the chat because you guys, this is how you know Josh is a good person. How people treat animals, how people treat their wait staff. I think this is a great sign of just how people are. So I don't know. I just want to
Love
It's a day of giving thanks and giving flowers. So you're getting your bouquet too, Mr. Josh. Everybody is. Sorry, I'm paying attention. I just got to manage.
CYCU, I do. Yeah, you're good. CYCU. It was funny. As soon as I was like, small caps were really slow and dead today. CYCU has went from 60, 70 cent area, halting its way up to $1.35 right now, up almost 400% on the day. Again, I usually don't trade sub $1 plays. This is now moving its way up to maybe trade land. It is getting a little too halty for me, not moving, giving us enough direction. And they halt these $1 plays every 10 to 15 cents. They don't give them a lot of room to run. But I'm just letting you guys know this is banging, and we got some banger ring sauce. Back to my trade, or I got, of course, I want to give my routine. Small cap trader, it's the same for me every day. So I'll give you two since Steve gave you two, and I really can give you two because there's old Josh when it was just me trading. Now there's new Josh. New Josh will have morning alerts. So I'm very fast, and Joe, if he was listening, can attest to this. And even when I give you guys levels, it's just zoo, right? I can find them real quickly, and I use those. So what I do now, and I have them every day, of course, I've promoted them before, my morning alerts. That some of you guys have actually on the live have signed up for my live stream or the morning alerts, vice versa. So everyone, when I get up, fresh straight to the more. Of course, of course, we all get up anyway. But after I'm up, anyway, I don't necessarily have a certain time I come into the office. When pre-market small cap plays are running and I have a trend that I'm trading, which in 22, 23, and 24 I did, I would show up about an hour and a half before the opening bell. If there's not a lot of good setups in pre-market that I don't like attacking, like right now, I usually show up about 45 minutes before the opening bell. So as soon as I get in here, 45 minutes before the opening bell, I find the small caps. I use the top gainer board, right? So I'm going to say, hey, what plays are up with the best volume, the right float? Does it have news? I really don't care. I just want to see how much you're up. Why are you up? What's the float? What's your volume? What's the chart look like? And then I just start trading the charts. So like today, NUWE, there was PN, there was DFNS, there was STKH, there was SkyQ again. There was other tickers that I'm breaking down. And the first thing I'm looking at is a float, and then I'm looking at the gap up percentage, and I'm looking at the volume, like I said. After that, then I'm looking at there's a news. Is there a caveat? Is there something to carry this all day long? Or has it spiked too much in pre-market, which a lot of the time that can be the case. Too much, too fast, like call it. They're not letting it run in market. Everyone can't wait to buy this news and pre-market. So it ends up going too much. Today, NUWE was a great example of that. And so then I just go to levels. Where's previous support resistance levels? Where's high of day? Where's low of day? And I'm breaking those charts down really, really quickly from the probably 5 to 7, 8 small caps every day, starting with the top gainer and working my way down. So the whatever's up 120%, it's up 80%, it's up 60%, up 70%, blah, 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 50. Work my way down. It's got to be up around 25 to 30% minimum for it to catch my eye, or I'm just not looking at it. And then I'm also, like I was saying to Steve, sub $1, not get out of here, not looking at it. Then I work my way to large caps. And large caps, I don't really ever care. Every once in a while, there'll be a news caveat like, oh, Meta just signed this and it's up 50 points in pre-market, whatever it might be. And so there's that to worry about. But otherwise, it's just straight to levels. When it comes to large caps, I'm literally level driven. Like we break down all the time when I'm giving you levels for earnings, right? Like yesterday, ARM, I said 200. We got very close to 200. Tesla, 300. Meta, yesterday we said, what, 240s, 230s, and it got to that. And it said maybe even close to 515. I think it almost touched that yesterday as well. So I'm using levels. Where's old resistance? Where's old support? Where are my sandwich areas? So old resistance becoming new support, and a lot of touches. And those touches come to Steve's volume profile levels. I don't need to look at those anymore. I know where they're going to come in at just based on looking at the chart. And so that's what I'm doing every day. Just chart. Now, when I first started, and it was only small caps, and I think most of you that maybe still struggle, like me, I'm advanced now. I'm looking at 20 tickers every day, and I'm looking, and then within those 20 to 25, doing what I used to do. And what I'm about to get into is narrow that 20-25 down to 3, down to 2, down to 4. And those are going to be where I'm going to make my money. And that's what I used to do. So if you're having trouble and you're still early on or struggling, I call them the 10 Commandments. There's a lesson on my YouTube page. Hopefully you guys have subscribed to that and you're following me on YouTube. It's the 10 Commandments. If you do this every morning before the opening bell, all the way through closing bell, Monday through Friday, January through December, you will see a change in your stock trading. I promise you. And that all starts with the front. You've got to pre-track. You got to pre-journal. And what is that? You're coming in every morning and you're identifying what your 2-3 tickers are, talking about some of the stuff that myself, Nigel, all the guys today, Steve, have talked about, and finding what indicators, what studies you want to use. Is news are going to be a big component for you. The VWAP, what moving average is it? Volume profile. Is it the VWAP or the AVWAP, right? Find those. Then you're going to want to chart and narrow down 1 ticker, 2 ticker, 3. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. You're going to be a lot better trader focusing on just 1 ticker or 2.
Every day when I trade, like I was saying earlier, Steve, which is crazy to think. Earlier this week, I think it was Wednesday, maybe. I mean, it was yesterday or Tuesday. Steve, I was in 3 day trades at the same time, and all 3 plays were halted at the same time. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A lot to
And
manage.
yeah, so let's just narrow that one ticker down. And even me, for most days, even throughout the history of my trading, when I just hone in on that one and say, this and but this, if this stock does this, I'm trading it, and this is going to be a great trade. And like yesterday, would just say with SkyQ, for example, I saw the 410 bounce. It even held 410 again today. And like I showed that earlier on the live stream, right? So boom, I see it, I like it, I'm waiting on it. If it comes down to 410, and it may not, but if it does, I'm getting a W and I'm going to make money. Very high percentage chance. And so that's where I hone in at. And I think that's what, if you guys did that in pre-market, find your 1, find your 2, find your 3 plays and just stick to those. Because I would have 3 when I first started, but I would just go back to A. I have A, B, and C. I like A the most. It has most everything I like, has most of the check marks. I'm going to it. Now, sometimes C or even B is going to be better than A, but don't go do the squirrel and go to B or C. Let your A play work out, and then go back later and just journal and track what happened with B and C. Why was maybe it better? Or of course, maybe then why was A better? But that was my, that pre-market cues and setting the tone for the day and making sure you have a routine.
Absolutely. Josh, you're putting out so much wisdom there. One thing that I want to pick your brain on, well, I guess put on your radar, ask if you're doing this, and if not, maybe it's something you'll consider, or maybe you just have your own system that does it better. But what's interesting is that when you kind of do this, I think of it as like kind of building lookbooks, right? Like you're saying, all right, well, when does B or C actually end up outperforming what I thought was the A+ setup? What actually quantifies that A+ setup, right? And so for me, what's helped is just feeding that kind of scenario into AI, into my especially I use Claude, but anyone that has like a history, a memory. So like I have a project for like all of anything that I talk about it with finance or trading stuff. And so it kind of knows me more and more and more. And then I keep giving it more setups. And then it goes, oh, well, based on all this other stuff we've talked about, it seems like you should be looking for this, this, and this. And it's helping me kind of just get that scope narrower and narrower. Yep. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a little more technical now with what you can do. When I first started, when I first started was just, I wrote everything down. I mean, it was just I had the legal pad, the legal, the yellow one that's longer and you flip it over and flip it. I had one of those. I had a lot of those actually. And that's where it all went. I just had my. It took me a little while to get everything down the way I wanted it, and to where then it just became this orchestrated, beauty, masterful thing that I could go to. At first it was a kind of chaotic mess, but it became this beautiful charting system or journaling system essentially that I knew exactly, you knew in the end why A was the A play or why B became better, and that became your A play down the line. And A, you're like, no, that used to be my A play, but now I know that's going to be a C. That might do it, but so it's just one of those things that you have to do that over and over and over. To now, like TAC, we always talk about, I just pull up a chart and I just see it and I said, well, this is what all these other ones have done before. So this is most likely what's going to happen here. So
the best lookbook is always your brain, right? You just build it up over time, and you're just like, I know what that is, and then you say, hey, Josh, it's doing the thing. Look at it.
All right. Well,
speaking of which, SPY doing the thing here. Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just read my mind. Let's go. Giveaway, and then you'll get your book, whether you want a physical copy or you want an ebook. So we do have one of those. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Yush, I'm good. I think we've chatted up and said everything that we need to say for the most part, other than exactly let's go to it, and it's actually doing that thing. Forgot exactly who asked about SPY earlier. I know we've had a lot of great comments and chats today. Again, thank you for everyone that joined in on the call-in show. So I said, be careful here. It's a scalpier short. This play looks like it's bullish. I don't think we formed the M. I think we formed the new highs. And that is happening, Steve. So last thought, Steve, before we end the day. And Steve, if you wouldn't mind, not that you have to do it now, but before maybe you start any earnings talk when you come back on in a couple of hours from now, give us a Jersey Mike's breakdown. Your mic is muted, by the way.
My Jersey mic?
Steve,
might be dumb, but I'm still witty. All right.
Steve with an AK-47 dad joke, and I love it.
Dude, it is. We like to have fun here. What can I say? I'm so bad with dad jokes. This is what I'll leave you guys with. I went out to a Chinese restaurant last night, and we walked in, and they're playing some like traditional Chinese music. Of course, my brain goes, "Love this song." My girlfriend's cracking up like, "They're better live, though." I just love the corniest jokes like that, or just I don't know. I can't get enough.
I'm right there with
I
you.
made myself laugh.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, this is. I remember. It's kind of like that's where Larry Floyd comes into play.
Yeah. Same vibes for sure. Yeah, we do have a similar sense. You make me laugh, Josh. I'm glad we found each other in this crazy world.
Yes.
Josh, just real quick, there's a few comments here. I just wanted to get to just to tie a nice neat tidy bow on it. Haunted 420. Glad to hear that you figured it out. I just want to let you know, Fidelity, great broker for investing. Really not a trading broker. They make it as such a pain in the ass. When you're trading small caps, especially, you got to be able to execute really fast. I implore you, please don't trade these small caps on Fidelity. That isn't even me.
Trade the pool. Trade the
I was going to say that isn't even me being a representative for this company. That's me being your friend. As a representative, I'd say come to trade the pool. As your friend, I'd say anything but Fidelity. Please get you something that you can execute really fast in.
It truly is like I would say investing brokers, and then there's day trading brokers that you can invest in, but then they're better suited for day trades. Like even for me, I'm still with Thinkorswim. I love the charting, but it's much better suited even for myself for day trading. Now, I use trade the pool still most of the time, but every once in a while I will day trade with, and I have throughout the years with. So regardless,
Thinkorswim, I will say they're amazing because I do think they're one of the few that can do both. They straddle that line. They have the features, the robust feature set of a big broker, but you know, you can robust. You like that? It's a good word, right? Yeah. Ooh.
Yes, exactly.
Like
but
that.
mainly and mostly, you just need to be getting over at Trade the Pool. You're here now. Maybe win a free eval, right? We got the 50 likes. Hey, congratulations. We got another 25K eval giveaway coming up on our earnings stream here in a couple of hours. So don't forget about that. Yeah, Nigel. Oh, my.
Sorry, I'm just.
I love it. Yeah, that's good stuff. Hey, good stuff, Steve. Thank you for calling the call-in show, Nigel. Everyone else, great topic today. That pre-market routine, I think, is very crucial. Something I wanted to little touch in on. So that way, if you don't have one or you're struggling and you're wondering why at the opening bell or later in the day, do you have a pre-market routine? And if you do, how in depth is it? We'll see you guys back here for Power Hour. Steve will have a breakdown on Jersey Mike's. Then, of course, it is Earnings Anonymous yet again today. We've got a lot of them to cover. So we'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours for our stream and more commentary. Until then, I'm telling you right now, SPY.
One last thing, SPY, absolutely barn burning. I didn't want to mess up your flow, and here I went messing it up. I need more coffee, I think, Josh. Apologies, but I just wanted to touch base with you. Jersey Mike's right at the start of the Power Hour. I could also hang out if you'd prefer. Either way, just letting you know.
I would say just do it in Power Hour if you want to. Like if you just want to come in a few minutes early. And then we'll put that I'll put that in the chat. So we can tease it. Say, hey, be here at 3 p.m. Eastern. Jersey Mike's presentation from the man. Steve tells you how it is, man.
That's what they call me. That's kind of my last name, actually, if you think about it.
But we'll go tell
You're
you
working on. I was picking up what you're putting down. That was good. So yeah, I will be on for Jersey Mike's. Then I'll also be on Trader TV in 40 minutes.
Yes.
At 15 minutes before I go on the Power Hour. So if I am a minute or two late, it's because Neil and Sean just couldn't get enough of this guy here. But that's where you can find me at.
And hey, when you're on there, when
time.
you're on Trader TV, you need to say, listen, you could stay here if you want to, or you can come watch me over on Trade the Pool break down earnings.
I'll rip them on over to us. There we go. But seriously, much love everybody in the chat, and of course to you as well, Josh. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be back soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Yo, what's up, guys and gals? Steve Tallman here. I'm still Steve. I'm still with Trade the Pool, and it is not quite power hour. Almost went in right to the old spiel, but I wanted to hop on, just touch base about a few things. We got Jersey Mike IPO in here, and we can get into that. JMKE is the ticker. We're going to pull that up. I just have such a hard time taking my screen off of this Micron trade. Absolutely barn burning from our 720 entry last night. Yes, that's correct. 720. So very happy with that. Not 820. Not 780, 720. Hell yeah. So just bragging a little bit. Happy with that one. Also picked up some BE, which is doing big things. The idea here was essentially, hey, I think their earnings were great. I think they only didn't hold their pump because, market was not having fun. AI trade was not having fun, despite them being a big proponent or a big factor in the AI trade kind of reversing here, I think. So on earnings, we saw, where was their earnings? There it is. We saw a really nice pop. Jesse actually traded this one live with us, this 15% pop, and then it washed out all by the next day. Gnarly stuff, but showing that there were bidders into the end of the day there. You can see a nice 10% rally off the lows. We caught this one, I mentioned, at 150 to 160 being the big buy zone. So I took a little starter at 160. That was a very, very nice trade. I did not sell it. I felt like a jackass after hours. But you know what? Sometimes you have to have a little conviction, baby. And you know what? We got rewarded here big time in the morning. Currently sitting up 28%. I missed the very morning pop where I should have been trimming into 210. That's my weekly trigger there. Absolutely pristine price action trading up into this. It should consolidate while the hourly catches up. Maybe it drops half of this to 190. That'd be fine. I don't care. Doesn't even look like it wants to, but maybe. Regardless, next stop up after confirming with the hourly, confirming that short-term momentum still bullish. Then we should rip on up to 228. That'll be my next trim spot. I trimmed just basically over 200 was my goal, you know, and I woke up this morning a little late. We were right about 209 starting to come down. I took 208. 208 was my sell. Okay, baby. Let's see. Michael Anthony in the house. Why is space, data centers, and many tech like chips even up? I think it's a mean reversion trade. I think that well, let's be clear. It could be a mean reversion trade. It could be the bottom. I don't know. What I do know is that I thought it was the bottom once. We'll call it 1.5 times so far. I was wrong both times. Made money both times, but I was wrong, and I had to shift. I had to reposition. I had to, for example, my first tranche of MU, those shares just turning green today. I was hedging very actively, and it's been very stressful, very time-consuming, guys. Being up, burning the candle at both ends, watching the Korean market every night. Those guys trade their pants off. Let me tell you. They do not play. Those markets are swinging wildly, and it felt very important to be involved, and basically pick this spot. So now that I've got my kind of core positions in here, got my Micron for my, AI trade as a whole, Bloom Energy is the kind of second part of that, the infrastructure component. Eventually I'll be picking up AMAT, I'll be picking up some AMD or Dell for compute to kind of round out the basket, but I just wanted to plant my flag with the things that I thought were going to be the most liquid and do the best. So Micron, basically. Sorry, I didn't really answer your question. Why are they ripping? Well, I think that it's either just too oversold and the high beta stuff needs to pop, or this is a bottom. This is looking like a bottom when we have leading AI stocks up 30% overnight, 20% overnight. That feels like the start of a trend, not the end of a trend, in my book. Know what I'm saying, guys? It's like when you had the first big red day on Kospi. Let's look at that. It's like when you had the first big red day on Kospi. Boom. It cracked. Market cracked. Does that mean it can't come back up? No, always can come back up. I don't think that we go any lower, just like I don't think Kospi, or didn't think Kospi was going any higher once it got the big death candle here. That being said, I've thought this before. The thing about bear market rallies is they rip your face off, and they seem so real. They seem so real until they're freaking not. And I think a good example is like the 10%er on Micron that just gave it all back in like 20 minutes yesterday. Oh, my cat's about to puke. Sorry, give me 1 sec. That's fun. Had to get her off the cat tree before she puked on that. So I need to clean that up. I apologize, guys. Give me 1 minute and we'll be back for Jersey Mike's. Don't you want to talk about food now? Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Where were we? Sorry about that. Jersey Mike's. Subs. And we were talking about the tech rally as well. Absolutely surging. Still here on Micron. Still very, very strong. Is it the bottom? I hope so. We'll find out. Anyways, getting back on into it, guys. Let's check out the star of the show here today. And by that I mean Mr. JMKE. That's the belle of the ball. We'll keep an eye on the tech trade as a whole. We'll keep Micron on the bottom here. But we're going to look at JMKE as we start talking about this IPO. Interesting. Is it under a different ticker? Let me know if anybody else is able to find a chart for JMKE. I'm going to look really quick somewhere else. I was told it's trading live. I actually haven't looked yet. So we'll find out together here. Yahoo Finance also loading the chart. Meanwhile, I'll check on my other browser, see if we can find anything to trade this thing on. Listed in... Okay, I see it in my Moomoo broker, my DGen Chinese broker. I can show you that real quick at least. Can I show you that really quick? There we go. There we go. I'm just learning this broker, guys. They had a sign-up deal, so I don't know how to get it off this terrible chart. Look at this chaos. Intraday. Am I crazy? Look at this. All right. I'm going to find a better chart for y'all. This UI is insane. Look, maximize chart. It does that. That's what you're giving me here? Okay. So, all right, I'm going to just read this for you. It looks like it surged from the open at 21.25 all the way up to 22.69. Nice. Now coming back to VWAP. VWAP sitting around $22 by the looks of it. Let's get that out of here. Okay, that's at least a little bit better. Cheesy Pete's. This is like the most unintuitive UI I've ever seen in my life. Oh, and now you don't get me started on this. What is this? Said I wanted advanced charts, and it gives me a Doppler radar or something here. Bear with me, folks. We're going to figure this out. Mountain? The heck is a mountain chart? Come on, get out of here. There we go. Give me some candles. All right. So JMKE. Really strong off the open there at 21. We're gonna talk about it in just a sec, but I wanted to be able to get this pulled up on a screen for y'all. Sorry, absolute brain lag here as I try to separate split view. There we go. I told you guys I'm a bit of a boomer. So now I want to do this. And I beefed it, guys. We're going to get there, I promise. We got a little presentation. I just want to talk you through what we're looking for Jersey Mike's here after the fact. Personally, looking for maybe a little bit of a short here, but I want to wait until we get the sign. So maybe if we lose the 22 handle, that might be a sign to short it back to about 21. This might be a multi-day thing though, like SpaceX took a few days. So we'll be keeping an eye on it. In general, not bullish on IPOs, you know me, but hey, got a nice move out of the gates here. Let me quit yapping. There we go. All right, just a little bit weak here. This is a 1 minute chart. So if we do get an engulfing one through 22.23, you could look for potential wick sweeping at 22 and potential continuation to the downside. All right, all right. Let me know if you guys are here, by the way. Not seeing much comments in the chat. So let me know what you're trading. We can talk about that too. Till then, let's talk JMKE, Jersey Mike's. We Jersey Mike's fans, by the way. I know Josh is. There you go. Jersey Mike's for lunch. He's in. He's thematically on point. We are going to be talking about it as soon as I get to my notes. You guys ever get overstimulated on a big green day in the market? I feel like there's too much going on. So bear with me as I get my stuff set up. There we go. Okay. So we've talked about one big IPO already in SpaceX. This one's a little bit less of a headliner, a barn burner. But that being said, who doesn't love a good sub? And I think there's a good amount to talk about here. So fair warning, this presentation was made yesterday when I could not give it because of the webinar or webcam issues. So just letting you know that, well, now we have more information, so I'll probably be filling it in live as we go. So one idea that I kind of want running under everything here as we talk about it. An IPO is a machine built to sell shares at the best price for the sellers, not for you. Know what I'm saying? This isn't a chance for people who invested in Jersey Mike's as, when they were a private company. This is their chance to offload. This is their chance to cash in on their investment. Does that mean that they don't believe in the company? No, they were early investors. They probably definitely believe in the company. Does that mean they're not selling into this liquidity? They're definitely selling into the liquidity. It's important. It's important. We saw how it acted with SpaceX. I know when we did that stream, we had a lot of bulls in the house just because, hey, it's a big market event. Everybody knew about SpaceX. My mom knew about SpaceX. She doesn't know what the heck a micron is. If I asked her to buy some micron, she'd look at me like I was insane, like I was asking her to buy some scientific advanced material or something. I don't even know. But everybody knows SpaceX, right? So it attracts that kind of extra liquidity. And let's be honest, that dumb money, I don't want to say it, but when people who aren't in the market all of a sudden get pulled into the market, that is like leading lambs to the slaughter, right? So with that kind of framing in mind, the whole gist is you don't have to chase this. I don't care how much you love subs. You'll get a better price. I almost guarantee it. You just don't want to be exit liquidity. And if you don't know how this machine works, then you're just kind of destined to be that kind of somebody else's payday. So it's the same discipline that we kind of talked about for our earnings series. You don't chase, you wait for your level, And, you just apply it to a brand new ticker that doesn't even have a chart yet. So a little bit less to work with, but we still have stuff to work with on the fundamentals. So let's talk about it. Let's strip down the hype. Let's strip it down to terms that actually move how affect how the trade moves. So they're selling 43.5 million shares at $21 to $25 a piece. That was the range that was set pre-market yesterday. That raises about $1 billion, and it values the whole company at around 7.3 to 7.9 billion. The one number I want you to hold on to is right here. More than 10 times oversubscribed. That's a good thing. I think that this is off the back. Well, it's actually kind of interesting that you would see this so oversubscribed considering what happened with SpaceX. SpaceX also very oversubscribed. You'd think that they'd learn. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the golden goose, and we check in next week and Jersey Mike's a $50 stock. I don't really think so, though. I think it's going to take some time. Let's see. Getting back into it. Here we go. So we know what happened with SpaceX. We're waiting to see if this is going to start curling out, rounding out on top, and start flushing here. Let's talk about who's selling, actually. I don't think we've talked about who's selling yet. We talked about who's buying. So that imbalance, 10 buyers for every one share, essentially. That 10x oversubscription, that's what launches at the open, right? And that's why we saw this kind of move from 20 to 2250. Not a crazy barn burner, but hey, what is that? I don't know. 5, 6, 7, 8%. Don't make me do math. The point being, that is where the people who could not get their allocation that they'd like, only 1/10 of the shares that people would have liked to have bought were allocated to them, right? So because of that, they flood the open, and that's how you get this kind of pump. Once the day traders leave, then all of a sudden that can leave, or that flow can leave very quickly. We saw that with SpaceX. It took a day or two, but when it happened, it was an absolute riptide move. So who's selling, though, is Blackstone. So that's the private equity giant that owns them. And it's important they also keep the voting control even after the deal. So what we've got is a real quality business. It's priced in full, and it's being handed from smart money to the public. So that trade, to trade the handoff without getting run over, you really need to know how that machine works. So we're going to get a little more into the details there. All right, this is how it works. Before you can trade an IPO, you have to know what one actually is, because it's the whole process is designed, remember, to keep regular people out of those cheap seats. Let's walk through the pipeline here real quick. The first step is the roadshow. What's up, Cleo? Hi. She's so polite. Could you see that, guys? She gets over her tree and just taps me on the shoulder. Like, hey, what's up? Fix my camera here. That's not fixing it. That's not fixing it. Sorry, guys. Why am I so short? Better? All right, we're going to rock with that. I wanted to show you my cute cat. Oh, well. There she is. So back into it. We have the roadshow. That's step one. The company and its bankers, basically they spend a couple of weeks flying around pitching big institutional funds. The second step is going to be building the book. So these funds place their orders, how many shares they want, at what price, and the order book is exactly where we're getting that 10 times oversubscribed numbers, right? Because we're seeing, where their orders are. Step 3 is the pricing. So the night before it trades, the bankers are going to look at the book and set one single price. That's, let's say, $25. That number you see that's the number that you're going to see in the headline. And then the fourth step is going to be allocation. They hand those $25 shares to their chosen institutional clients. Not to you, though. I heard a lot of people for the SpaceX one, they requested 10,000 shares and they got 2. It's like, come on, man. Who's getting them all? Not us. That's it. It's a big old club and we're not in it. So step 5 is the first first actual trade. So that's what we saw today. Only now does it actually hit the exchange. Only now can you or I buy a single share. And that's the punchline, right? It's the most misunderstood thing here. That 21 to 25 range that we talked about is not where you can buy it. It's the price where insiders bought at, and you buy wherever it opens. So what we saw here opened at about 20, actually exactly 21. This raises the obvious question though, right? Who got the cheap shares? Who's buying it open, right? And in general, people buying it open, either smart momentum traders who know what the deal is with the oversubscription, or dumb retail who's not going to sell when they're up 10%. They're going to feel very galvanized that they made the right call, and they're savvy investors. And those are the perfect marks to just hammer. Real quick, going to check in with the market, just see what we're doing. Nothing doing, just hanging out in positive gamma. Beautiful action there. Let's go SPY as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, just wanted to make sure. Sometimes in this market, you never can feel too complacent about buying a dip and expecting it to stick, right? Especially in the chips. So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to turn around into into some carnage. Let's see. I think we're ready to keep on talking about how to actually trade it. So no, yeah, we quickly talked about this. I guess I could expand a little bit more. So it's all a big game, right? Allocation. A handful of big institutions, they get shares at the IPO price before it even trades, and that's the guaranteed profit seat. You know, it's really very straightforward. Game 2 is the open, so you know it's just kind of a cluster, right? It's chaos. After a deal that's 10 times oversubscribed, the first print can open way higher, and that can be really hard to deal with. We saw that for SKHY. We saw that for what was it? I think SpaceX as well opened at a nice premium. So great if you got those shares prior. Not many people did, you know. And the gist is like, okay, now what do we do? In general, gap up over, you know, that's a bullish signal. So often I think the move is to play momentum out of the gate, but it's just very easy to think, man, I'm buying this narrative and it's up. Why shouldn't I hold, right? Well, there's a mechanical reason why. I think we understand it intuitively, but let's break down this pipeline as well. So here's the shape of how a first day hot IPO often will go. And it's basically, you know, a story of why chasing the open is basically the worst thing you can do unless you are trading very quick momentum and you're a very seasoned scalper. So oversubscription means way more demand than there are shares. I keep saying it, I don't know why I kept writing this in my script. Essentially, that's where the gap comes from. What really is happening at the pop, though, is that this is the exact moment that allocated institutions, those folks that got in more the earlier range here, you know, and even below, well, this is when they're actually ringing the register, right? So they're selling into all that demand, and it's very often the same first day, because this isn't the first day for them. This is game time. This is the Super Bowl for them, for their stock, you know. So they came to play. They already had their positions. They're trying to get those off the books because they got them a lot lower probably. The gap up is not necessarily an uptrend. Don't confuse those two. It's important. Sometimes the gap up will continue, but very often the gap up will not. So it's just important to kind of watch for these inflection points. And if you are looking for the easy trade on these, it's the fade. It's always the fade. I said this for SpaceX. I don't know if it's going to take 1 day or 3 days, but I know that if you're patient and you wait for that short, it will pay dividends. And it did, and I missed it because I was greedy. I wanted a better entry. So it is what it is, but these things, they're not investments right out of the gate. So not investments right out of the gate. But let me be clear. I think it's a good company. I like the company. I just don't like the stock right now. Unlike a lot of hype IPOs, this one is a genuinely strong name. It did like 724 million in revenue, up double digits last year. Here's the part that I think is really neat. It's actually profitable. I think it's pretty neat. It's pretty cool. I don't know. It's sandwich business. It's 55 million in net income. Most companies that IPO are losing money, and they're selling you that story, right? Even companies with cool stories, like what is it? SRBS, That one has a cool story. Still selling to you, right? They're not making that money yet. This is a little bit different, and it reminds me of when Chipotle and Kava both IPO'd, and those had absolutely explosive runs. So maybe they can do the same. I just think that they need a bigger washout, and I'd love to see that happen as well. Where was I? Oh yeah, we're just going over giving Mr. Mike his flowers. System-wide sales, that's everything sold across all the stores. That came in at 4.3 billion, and that's up 13%. The model's franchising. The franchises are putting up the capital and taking the operating risk, while Jersey Mike's collects the royalties, and that's why the margin is a fat 47% EBITDA. So capital light royalty machine. That's a good place to be. That's a good business. 2,800 plus stores, 1.4 million in average sales per store, and the same store sales. Say that 10 times fast. Up 50%. Cumulative since 2020. So I want to say this clearly. This is a good company, right? It's a good franchise. It's not a junk company. I like them. I like the sandwiches too, actually. They're not bad. So hold on to that thought. It's good business. Doesn't mean it's a good entry, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. Moving on. Every IPO ultimately comes down to one big tension, and that's good company, but at what price? And here, both sides are genuinely real, right? So the bull case is that it's profitable, 47% margins, a brand people legit like. You know, I don't think I've met a Jersey Mike's hater. Like, you know, some people maybe they don't like them, but I haven't heard anybody like. There's a lot of people who hate Subway. You know, maybe I'm one of them, but not so much for Jersey Mike's. The 10 times the demand as well on the oversubscription, that tells you something, right? And that's a real point in its favor. So Blackstone did actually cut the target. Earlier talks had this thing at around 12 billion, and they brought it under 8. So they basically deliberately priced it to get it done and pop it, right? So that's confidence in my book. The bear case here just as real. I like the company, but I'll give you the bear case as well. Roughly $8 billion is about 11 times revenue and north of 100 times earnings for a sandwich franchise. So this is why I wanted to talk, bring the comparison to Kava and Chipotle. Those were kind of wild in the valuations they got. They were trading like at higher like valuations than like stuff with insane. I can't even think of a good example right now, but you know what I'm saying. What else? Let's put it another way. It's like 8 times Sweetgreen's entire market cap. I don't know. On top of that, Blackstone loaded $2.1 billion of debt onto the company before selling it to you. So it's also a controlled company, which means Blackstone keeps the votes. So the public shareholder is a public shareholder, I should say. You don't really get any say. I don't really care about that so much as the other stuff, but it's just worth noting that these are the kind of what investors are considering before they hit that buy button. My honest read is that it's not a bad company, but it's priced to perfection and then some, probably similar to how Kava and Chipotle were. And let me show you those charts as well. We'll go high time frame here. These things were priced for so much growth that it's like, dude, where the heck can you put a Chipotle? There's one everywhere. They're modeling it like there's going to be twice as many. They were modeling it like there's going to be twice as many stores, So truly wild moves on these from IPO. This one is just a unicorn. It never really stopped. Kava was supposed to be the Chipotle killer. And you can see, even with a high quality company that was going to absolutely go gangbusters from 30 at the low all the way squeeze into almost 200, 175. Insane there. Even with a move like that, you are going to have a prolonged period of selling before it happens. So this is the best case scenario. I'd say like maybe 1 out of 20 or something are so insane that they just go straight up and never look back. Maybe like that Chipotle. But Kava here, it opens, tries to pop, big washout. Tries to pop again, bigger washout. Then it finally gets some traction. This is the big pop, but still, even then, this is just smart money selling to dummies. Then blow it in the streets. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Cut it in half. That's usually what you want to see. 58 down to 29. There you go. Cut it in half, just about. Now we can talk about actual fair valuations. See how that works, guys? This is very, very common. This is when it works really well. Look at this insane move. And also just goes to show you, when the market tells you something, listen. This is the most obvious sell sign ever, right? Try to go parabolic, gap way the heck up on good earnings, close at the lows. You should just short that. 100 times out of 100 times you short that, and then you look 2 months later, and then you're up like 50% or something. When the market talks, listen. Sorry, not what we're talking about, but you should still listen. All right. Moving on. Essentially, we can wait, right? We don't have to buy this right now. Even if we really, really like it. What we can do is look to short it, starting to get a little bit, what in tarnation? Okay. I don't know what's going on with this chart, but now I'm seeing that we are cracking the level I was watching for, that 22. So you could take it short here with stops over 22.30. I think that's reasonable. I don't hate that at all. Let's watch how it plays out of this. It hasn't confirmed yet, but I think it's looking a little bit weak. It's starting to test. Interesting. Okay. So on to the last couple slides here. One thing to note that we'll see playing out with SpaceX first and then Jersey Mike's later is the lockup dates. So essentially when a company goes public, the insiders like Blackstone, the executives, and early holders, they're contractually barred from selling. Looks like Jersey Mike's is weak here. JMKE looking like it's starting to crack that 22. But essentially they're contractually barred from selling their shares for a set window. Usually it's about 180 days. So on day one, the only that small slice of shares in the actual offering is floating around and everything else is locked up. So here's why that really matters for the pop though. With that tiny float and 10 times demand, that's part of why this thing's these things rocket, right? They almost always push at least a little bit before they drop. So there just aren't many shares to go around, and it's a very mechanical thing, right? But roughly 6 months out, that lockup expires, and suddenly a flood of insider shares can hit the market. More supply, same or even less demand, and the IPOs very, very often are going to sag or sell off around into and around that lockup date. So it's one of the most reliable edges in the market. If you guys aren't playing these, you're missing out on some free money, to be honest. I'm missing out on free money by not playing them sometimes. So that's the goal for this year, to catch all of these that I can. SpaceX is the big one that I'm waiting for. When that lockup hits, I'll be looking for any pops to short heavily into that period. Because I think Elon is I think he's going to dump on his his investors, to be honest, as much as he humanly can. So here's the action item here. This is the one to write down, right? The day that JMK starts trading, so today, we're gonna find this lockup date in the filing. So I can look this up after I get off stream and let y'all know. I'm gonna put it in my calendar, and this date is basically a known scheduled supply event. Imagine if we had a known scheduled demand event, like, just on this day, all of a sudden, half of the shares are just going to become untradeable. That'd be crazy, right? So make the free money, make the easy money. All right, let's summarize. If we were going to compress this all into just one process that you can kind of run cold, this is what you do. You don't buy the open. You are not allocated at the good price, so just chasing the first candle. I know it says 25. It should have said 20 or something. You are not allocated at the good price, so chasing the first candle means buying the single most emotional price that the stock will ever print. It is a very bad idea. I've seen people do this and literally top tick and then be holding a coin share at 350 or something. for like forever, you know, and it went all the way down to like 100. I forget what, something crazy. Don't be exit liquidity. Don't be emotional. There's no need to be. Next thing is let the first day range form. Remember, brand new tickers, it's got no chart. It's got no support, no resistance, and nothing to trade against on a technical level. So give it a day to build it high and the VWAP, and so you actually have actual levels to play, right? 3, wait for that base. All about that base. Most IPOs need days to even weeks to digest all that hype and carve out a real setup. So good entries can come way later, but not at the open. So number 4 is trade the levels and not the hype. Don't get caught up in the, you know, all the hubbub, the hullabaloo. You know, it's just trade it like anything else, right? In terms of if it looks like a short, short it. If it looks like a long, maybe scalp it, but really be looking for the short side on these things. If you get like a clean breakout or a reclaim of real level, then yeah, maybe with a defined stop for sure. But just basically like every other setup that we teach here, right? So 5 is mark that lockup date as a supply catalyst months out. Read the banner. You were not early. The insiders were early. Friends don't let friends be exit liquidity. Look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I will not be exit liquidity. So that is what I got for you here. Last thing here, if you want some things to just kind of walk away with, I know I kind of summarized already, but we'll do the double summary. IPO price, it's not your price. Don't chase it. 2, a good business, not a good entry. Very different things, very different things. 3, let the base form and mark that lockup. All right, guys, that's what I got for you here. I am viciously hungry. I'm going to hop off. I'm going to be back on Trader TV at 2:45 market time. I'm going to be doing a 15-minute spot there, and then I'm going to be heading over into Power Hour, on into one of the biggest earnings that you will ever darn see. We have some real barn burners up on deck. So I'm looking forward to talking to these with you, about these. I'm going to go get some food. See you soon, guys. Yes, there is, Mr. Jack. There is a live talk today. Hello, Snowman. Hello, hello. Sorry, guys. I'm running a little late because I just couldn't stop chatting with my friends over at Trader TV. Good to see Neil and Sean, as always. Had a lot of fun taking a victory lap because thankfully the dip buy is working. Thankfully. All right, so guys, how we doing today? How we doing? Are we used to this? Do we trust this? Do we like it? I know we like it. How we doing? I want to hear some wins. I want to hear some big green in the port. Mull, the MULL, the 2X up 37%. I'm just going through my watch list, looking at these big numbers. AXTI up 27%. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Absolutely barn burners here. Even Microsoft, 16% day. What an absolute crusher. Wow. Hey, Adrian, good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right, bear with me here, guys. I am a little overstimulated. Big numbers go burr. I'm trying to get the presentation up. What is up, Joe? So bear with me. We're going to hang out for just a minute while on the other side of my monitor I prepare this presentation because we got a lot of good stuff coming up. It's going to be a blast. Big, big earnings ahead. How we doing? He says, I was down 13K in the past 5 days, made it all back since last night. The amount of times I've heard you say that, Adrian, you're like, yeah, I took a 30K beating over the past week, but then all it takes is the one dip buy, right? And I'm right there with you. This was big for me. The only thing is I feel bad about not like putting out a signal, but I was looking short, guys. I was looking short. Short didn't work, so I took a long, put my stops in, and I went to bed. And here we are. So you know what? I'm not a genius. It just worked because I'm stubborn, and I tried it 4 times. So that's the only thing, got to keep it realistic. This wasn't like, oh, we transacted my level precisely, and I executed my plan to the penny. Not exactly. I could have definitely played it better. But hey, sometimes the best move is to just trust the levels, trust the lines. As Josh would say, put your lines in, draw your lines, and trade them. Your baskets are wild, dude. Yeah, you are in the most swingy stuff, especially the IRENs. Yeah, exactly. Core weaves. Oh, you're in the space names, Rocket Lab too. Okay, I see you. Started overnight and haven't slept yet. Yeah, dude, I couldn't do it anymore. I was up burning the candle at both ends every night this week because I was like, man, I need to be here for the bottom. I need to trade the volatility till then because it's an amazing opportunity to scalp these moves to the downside too. But it was wearing me out emotionally. Mentally, my capital was getting expended. So I'm so glad it was tonight. If the bottom was tomorrow, well, then I'd be kicking myself because I don't know if I don't think I'll be trading tonight. You just got to hang in there, right? And it goes to show that trading is about resilience and it's about trading the system and not getting emotional. I got emotional on one of the dip buys. So I also want to be clear. This could be not a bottom. It could be a face ripping dead cat. I really think it is the bottom, but hey, who cares what I think? I think that because I'm up a lot of money today. So, so who the heck knows? Tyler Smith in the house. What is up? How we doing, guys? We're going to be getting on into some fun stuff here in a second. We're going to be talking all the earnings coming up, giving a little presentation. We'll have Alejandro Trades and Jesse Pfister in the house hanging out, trading live with us. Meanwhile, we're just watching Microsoft, Micron, everything, just absolutely goon up and to the right. It's beautiful, beautiful. So we're stair-stepping here. Qs in particular, beautiful breakout there on a 15-minute flag. If we look at it like that, just precisely, mamma mia, actually perfect. What can you look for besides this? Where are we going? That's the big question. Big thing is we got over yesterday's highs. I mean, man, I knew we were close yesterday because there was just despair. It felt terrible, dude. It felt terrible for me too. I thought this was the bottom. I bought this one. I trimmed here because it was over the prior high, and I've learned my lesson doing the dumbest thing, not taking the money time after time. I trimmed, so that felt smart. But holy moly, I came back 10 minutes later after my stream, 20 minutes later, and we were in the gutter. It felt really demoralizing. Whenever you have a 2.2% move on an index, off the lows, and then you just give it all back into the close. A 2.7% move in half an hour there. Truly one of the wildest things I've seen this year. So that showed me that there was a lot of, capitulation essentially, because I knew that like I don't have that. I'm not like super exposed, even for me, not losing any money on this, it felt really just bad. I was like, man, I thought we were ready to buy the dip. I was ready mentally. So yeah, just absolutely brutal. And I think that we're just about bottoming. Tyler saying Apple lagging because it's a lifeboat. We don't care about Apple. Apple is so yesterday. In the words of the great prophet Avril Lavigne, I believe, said that. Apple, I still like it. I think it's a higher low. I think it's coming back into support. But it's not the star of the show. You had your time being at all-time highs while everybody else was dying. So this is what a lifeboat is, guys. They're all in this until it's time to shift on into the momentum. Then they sell this to buy, I don't know, stuff like that. Oh, heck yeah. Look at that candle. That's looking like a bottom. That being said, we could very, very, very easily trade a little higher, then come back down, form a higher low. Scary for everybody. Something like that. See? Test the downtrend line. Higher low. Higher low is be like that. And we look for buyers there, and we look for buyers on the back test. And those are your two spots if you did not catch the bottom. And this is Fred. Fred has a hat. All right, sorry guys. I'm a little out of it today. What else do we have going on? Hey, Scott Mode. Thoughts on Weeble? Continuing up or take loss? Are you short Weeble? Let's take a look. Hey, this played out pretty nicely. Cool. We're trading into this point of control here. This is definitely an area of interest. So big shelf at 708. I would not want to be short this unless it loses this. If it does lose this, you can short the momentum. You can short it down to 650, 630. Heck, I don't know. Short it down to $5 for all I care. But I would be careful while it's over the point of control. To me, it broke above the point of control, retested. If you're going to look for a short above this, it would have to be a bit of a risky one, but it would be off a pop up to this 200 day. And that's 750. So if you're leveraged in a day trade, for example, I would not expect this to go down. I'll go to the 5-minute just in case. Yeah, especially if it makes new highs. That's kind of your last line in the sand. Otherwise, it's gonna be looking like a nice constructive higher low double bottom off of high volume. That's what I'd say there. Let's see. Adrian's saying, I don't know if I trust it. I somewhat trust it because we already removed tons of margins from the market. Yes, we did. Absolutely. And the bounce was kind of too big to be dead cat. I think you're right. I'm inclined to believe that, but you know what? I've been wrong before. SPY, it would make me feel a lot better if SPY got over yesterday's highs. But Qs, they're cooking over yesterday's highs. And I think Qs are obviously what really the problem was, and more particularly SMH. SMH, I mean, hey, the bottom was 500. Sometimes it really is that simple. I wanted 400, to be honest. Wanted 400, but you can't always get what you want. Wanted 400 on AMAT too. I had AMAT shares at 450 3 different times and got stopped out of them each time. Break even, but still stopped out. I think it's like it's over 500 now. Oh boy. The nature of bottoms. That's why I'm not letting my Micron shares go. The ones that I bought at 720. Oh baby, look at that 1-minute candle. That's not done. Let's go. All right. Oh, Scott, you're long. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you there. Let me reevaluate from a long perspective. Yeah, you're good. I think you're good. Watch out for the 200-day now. Watch out for that falling 200-day. You saw how it bonked its head here. It can still break above it, showing an incentive to try to be a higher low. If this is, I see, you're probably long from a while ago and wondering if it's going to bounce anymore or take the loss overall. I think at this point, it's probably worth it to hold. I don't think it's a bad company so much as it's just brutalized from the post-IPO hangover. And this is what we talked about actually today. So it's a good stream to go back and look at if you're interested in that. What the hell was I drawing? Oh, okay. It was the volume profile. Looks interesting. That's distracting. I'm going to remove those. Must be cold in here. I think it's fine on a higher time frame. I think that you've held this long. I'm assuming you've held for a while. Probably hang in there. Adrian saying, yeah, I'm in Micron at 743. Nice level. Just bought 100 shares of the 2x leverage. DRAM. Is DRAM 2x? I thought it was 1x. It's just normal, dude. Or maybe you bought a different one that's 2x. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Okay, guys. We can chop it up. Shoot the breeze for maybe 5-10 more minutes. We talk about whatever you guys want to. Then we're going to get into the presentation. You're a Euro bro, right. You got all those wacky derivatives. SPY surging. Nice. We want to see this through the yesterday's highs like we talked about. That'll be 742.64. I should have bought those calls, 742 calls this morning. If I did, I would be freaking rich. Because that is how big of a move on SPY? That's only 1%. Only 1%, guys. No biggie. Where's the hat? Steve. Great question. I had to make myself look a little bit presentable for what's it called? For Trader TV. Not that I don't love you guys, but I need to. It's like a first date, you know. There's a lot of people who see me for the first time over there. I need a haircut. I need a haircut bad. I got it's almost like Christian Bale in American Psycho to match my personality, I guess. So I don't know. I think it's time to either cut it or get some really expensive business cards. One of the two. What am I talking about? You're loaded into Rocket Lab at 61. Nice. And Tyler's in CRM puts. Let's talk about those. And yeah, we'll talk about Rocket Lab. What's up, little buddy? Good to see you, man. Told you we're going to be all right. This is my good friend from, 3-4 years back by now? 2, 3, 4 years? 2, 3, 3, 4, 6, 7. Oh, okay. We're getting back. We're getting back. Whenever Little Buddy comes in, we have to look at Rocket Lab. 13% off the lows. Little Buddy has his entire net worth in this thing. From much lower, don't worry. And he's a Chad, and we applaud him for that. I'm being a little superfluous, but but I know he's having a good day if Rocket Lab is trying to put a bottom in. We shall see if it is. It's possible. It's better than yesterday, that's for sure. That was an ugly close into 58. But if we reclaim the 69 handle, the 70, 72 handle, that's when we really get popping. Really get popping. No, not for real. Not for real. He's a respectable young man who has I don't know why I'm saying that. He's my age. He's a respectable peer who has safe investments. This is not one of them, but this is not one of them. But we like to have fun here. 303 shares at a 50 cost basis. Yes, sir. I'll put that up on screen. Little buddy, you're just a long-term investor. That's all. Why would you sell when you know it's going higher? Don't answer that, chat. Don't tell him, chat. All right. CRM. Let's talk CRM and CRM puts. CRM and CRM accessories. You got the puts. Do you hold the puts? I wouldn't be buying puts here. Let me put it like that. What you could say, it's coming back a little bit today, which is interesting. So we're seeing money leave the software well, it's interesting. I was going to say we're seeing money rotate out of software as a service a little bit to go into the other risk on basket of chips, memory, photonics, AI, all that good stuff. But Microsoft, absolute barn burner on earnings. So I'll have to dig into that a little deeper, look under the hood, see what there is going on there. Let's see. Yeah, Adrian, I believe, is correct in this, where it still is kind of, here's what I'll say. It is an established pair trade at this point. Those take on time to unwind. There will be a big correlation there for a while, inverse correlation there for a while. That being said, at bottoms here, I do believe this is when you will reposition and say, hey, actually, I think both can go up now. Let's go short, I don't know, Rocket Lab. Let's go short Rocket Lab. Get bent, little buddy. How about that? How about all the institutions take their money out from shorting my software as a service and they go into, I don't know, something else is my point, right? Maybe healthcare or something. Energy. Probably not energy, but you guys are cracking me up in chat. What else we got? It's been happening for 5 months now. Yeah, absolutely. So beginning of rotation into semis, I believe so, but it is not going to be easy. So just because semis go up doesn't mean chips have to go. I was going to say, just because semis go up doesn't mean chips have to go down. Just because semis go up doesn't mean software has to go down. That's what I want to kind of harp on, because man, have I gotten slayed on trades trying to do that. Trying to think I'm super smart. Like, oh, we're seeing the rotation trade. I'm going to, instead of just dumping a bunch of money into semiconductor shares, I'm going to try to, as what in my community we call it, kick flipping the rake, where we try to get over complicated, over fancy. And, you know, sometimes there's a rake on the ground, you just step on it, smacks you in the face, right? It happens to all of us, metaphorically at least, hopefully not literally. Sometimes you do a running start, you jump, you land on the rake, you pop the rake into an ollie, you grind on a rail, and then when you land, you kickflip the rake and you still end up falling off, right? So sometimes more complicated isn't better. So sometimes don't think about what's going down when this money's coming into something else. It can be as simple as buy the thing where the money's going to, you know. Tyler Smith saying, part of my thesis with the puts. Okay. After semis dropped a lot in the past few sessions, I shorted the pop in SASS. I don't think it's a bad idea, especially as a hedge. And it sounds like I'm in the minority here compared to like Adrian, for example. So Tyler, it seems like a good thesis, and I say stick with it in size that would work well as a hedge in case this isn't the bottom. I think probably it is the bottom, but if there's something I want puts on, CRM's not a terrible candidate. We could look at now as well. Not bad. I don't know. This looks better to me. I'd like this kind of long, honestly. But Palantir, perhaps? Oh, yeah, short this. This is terrible. Revenge short this for me because I tried to long it somewhere in this 130 level and I got stopped out here. Well, 122. And I'm mad. About it. So yeah, short this one. It looks terrible to me. Unless it is backtesting this thing and I'm just like angry about it and it ends up being the exact bottom. Now looks like it has based more. I agree with that, Tyler. Yes, it's looking more consolidated, more structurally sound to me. Hey, Perplexit, good to see you, man. Let's go. 200% on GCTK. FOMO. Go. Pump his bags, guys. No. What's going on? Wow, look at that. Ripping. That's a ripper. That's a certified face melter. All right, we go to $1. Make you holler. Cash out. Go enjoy your week. That's what I say. Go enjoy your Thursday night, Friday. Okay. And just to wrap up the software stuff before we get into the fun stuff, and then I'll be popping over to the other earnings stream, and we'll be getting on into that. From Adrian's point of view, he only has 3 software as a service. He has Palantir, he has Zeta, and he has Now. Zeta, I do really like that name. I don't like Palantir anymore. I thought it was working, and then I've capitulated. I love Carp now. He's my favorite. He's such a cool dude. Maybe not that far, but you know what I'm saying. Zeta is a weird chart. I think long term it looks amazing. Short term it's a little bit tricky. To say exactly what it's going to do in this consolidation pattern here. All right, guys. Tyler calling Adobe short. That is a weak one that had a little pop off the bottom. Yeah, this one looks better to short, maybe. Could still be bottoming, though. That's the thing. It's just hard to tell. T3, TE, T1, brutalized. Is that what you're talking about? Or is T3 something else? Oh, T3 defense. Yes, defense. I'm sorry. Defense. You got it. I don't read. I don't know who these companies are, dude. You got to tell me the ticker. Yeah, that's nutty. What can you say about this? You know what? Me and Alejandra were trading this. Well, I didn't actually trade it. She did, but I said, hey, long this at $11. It's going to 15. And then it did, and I said, wow, that was a nice trade. Then the next day I cried, and today I laughed. Because what else can you do, right? Hey, housing specialist. Quanta, PWR, I do know that ticker. Destroyed earnings. You know, I played it. Absolutely. Any thoughts? Not yet. I haven't looked at it yet. They're a morning report, and I do everything I can to reclaim my time in the mornings and sleep as much as possible if I'm not streaming. So honestly, I did not see that pre-B. I'm on the West Coast, so it's a little bit different for me. Oh, but beautiful earnings. I think the chart looks great. It needs to set up just a little more, a higher low off these moving averages, and I am in there like swimwear. Give me 600 and I'll be all over that like Donkey Kong. I don't know. What am I talking about, dude? It's on like Donkey Kong. That's what I'm thinking of. So it's been a weird day. Good day, but weird day. I'll have to look into the report. If Adrian's telling me it was insane, nuts or banana bonkers, I gotta be inclined to say probably very good print, and it's worth my attention. I like Adrian because he's a nice guy, first off. But, you know, it's really nice having somebody that understands technicals and doesn't think they're hogwash, but also knows how to read a earnings report. Much better than I, by the way. He's been doing this longer. And, so shout outs to him as well. All right, guys. By the way, our great producer Ayushin there commenting, letting you guys know that I will be hopping on over to the earnings stream now. What does that mean for you? Absolutely nothing. Just sit there, kick back, relax, and stay tuned because you'll be redirected automatically. You could hit that like button while you wait, though. I wouldn't mind about that. So thank you so much, guys. I will see you in just a sec. Oh, yo, we got Mike Ryder in the house. Always good to see you. About to take a shot. Or is it party time? Party time. Hell yeah, I'm in, dude. All right, I will see you guys soon. I'm having a good time, too. We have fun here. All right, be back in a flash.